And we are going free. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. I am back with a haircut, finally, but I'm not going to be giving up the hats because a lot of people liked the hats on me, so they will stay in one shape or another. Maybe I'll bring some more hats into the scenario. I hope everybody is doing great today, despite some challenges that we have had recently. Of course, the great loss of Simon, which we will talk about today. And in fact, I think we will play my video for all of those who have not seen it or who will watch this and catch it thereby. Watch this going free and catch it thereby. Let me take a look at the streams. Remember, if you would like to reach out to me with a question or comment over the course of this going free stream, won't be 8 hours, but who knows how long it will be. If you would like to reach out to me over the course of the stream, please tag me. If you are on the No White Guilt page, please tag me as No White Guilt. That's the @ symbol, No White Guilt. If you are on the Discipline page, use the exact same @ symbol and write Discipline with NWG. And I will be monitoring the No White Guilt channel far more intently, but I will nonetheless be taking a look over at Discipline. And in fact, we will take a look at Discipline right now. And I will say hello to the great men and women who are over on Discipline right now. I see Red Pill Bulgaria is here. Iron Will, the great Iron Will. The great Ray is here. Thank you so much for being here to moderate. I have no doubt, my friend, that we might have some of these, as I referred to them last week, these pencil dicks showing up, content producers on Twitter, and who want to show up and claim all things idiotic. So we will keep an eye out for those individuals, and we will have zero tolerance for troublemakers. So good to see you, Raymond. We have Brand Danger is here. Great to see you. Good brother, doing great work, developing a homeschool curricula for our children, and we will maybe speak with him again maybe today, or if he calls in or wants me to call in, or next week, and we'll talk about any progress and see if anybody else would like to participate in the creation of this content. Now, this is going to be, as I understand it, supplemental content for those who are homeschooling, especially now all of those who have come to realize that what their children were being taught is absolute anti-white filth. The great Seaver Hamlin is here. Great to see you as well. Evidence Violates Community Guidelines is also here over on the Discipline channel. And remember, if you want me to see your comments, or at least you want them to be highlighted over on that channel, it is Discipline with NWG, and that way it will turn orange for me, light up. Over here on the No White Guilt channel, I see so many wonderful people. So again, I'll just quickly say, tag me. If you financially gift, you would like to do so, you can do so on Entropy, which should be up and running right now. You can also do so on Cash App. And those who financially gift, statements or questions will obviously, or suggestions, whatever it might be, they will obviously be given priority. And I thank you deeply, all of you who financially gift White Wellbeing and the good work that we are doing here for our people and the future for our children. So let me see who we have over here. Eternalism is here. Chris is here. Shauna Shaw, hello, dear lady. Great to see you. And Captain Penguin. Sounds like it should be a cartoon. The name there, Captain Penguin. Great to see you. Jacob, maybe it will be a cartoon, a white positive cartoon in the future. Our children need it. Yes, my hair got cut. I had to get in the car and drive deep into the state of Virginia, far away from the wonderful multiracialism of Northern Virginia, where coronavirus is hunting the lands and killing good and bad people alike indiscriminately. And I had to drive deep into one of these counties that are not yet strong. They don't quite have their anti-white strength yet, so they're not quite as multiracial. And the barber shops are still open. I got the haircut, but the beard hasn't had an opportunity, or the whiskers, not quite a beard, but I haven't had a chance to shave yet. Michaela's here. Great to see you. Circus Midgets. Great to see you. And the great tall Kevin, wonderful to see you, dear friend. Southern Bloom, hello, lady. Wonderful to have you. And Carlisle, what a great surprise to see you again. Glad to have you here. Rick is here. And so many good folks. Bugsy Malone. And Tipsy McStagger. Let's see. I think I have Nordic Nightmare is here. Bjork is here. And Daneki's was Daneki's ghost, I thought. Is it same person but changed your name? Dave is here. Jacob, wonderful to see you all. Elaine Sabatino, what's going through your minds? What do you all want to talk about today? We're going to have some calls here at the beginning of the show too. After I think we'll play my video to remember Simon and say a few words about him. Joel Bateman is here. Hello to you. MP is here. Wonderful to see you. Art Acrobats. Number 2 of 5. 41 BMC, great to see you. Hallelujah. Wonderful to see you all. Let's make sure entropy's working. And it does appear to be working. And already maybe some questions showing up there. So let me see. What else do we want to say here? We're going to be talking about a few things today, as you probably saw in the title. We're going to be talking about a little bit about Simon. And if anybody wants to share their thoughts, if you want to share something, maybe in the question widget on entropy, I'll be sure to be able to read it. I see Ambrielle is here. Wonderful to see you, dear lady. And so is Andre Boston. Ambrielle says, good to see you, Jason. Simon Harris may be gone, but his contributions to White Wellbeing will always live on. Very well stated, and thank you so much for that, dear lady. Steph is here. Great to see you. Hello to you. So we will be talking about Simon. If you have any specific things that you don't want to scroll off of the live chat, you can do one of two things. You can put it on the question widget on entropy, and if it's about Simon and you want to make sure it gets read, doesn't disappear as other people comment. You could also put it on the Discipline channel's live stream conversation, because there are going to be fewer people making comments there, and it'll stay there longer. It'll stay up longer. But remember to tag me there as Discipline with NWG. We're going to briefly address again this whole communist, Marxist, Islamic, this anti-white slur, racist, liberal thing. Very briefly address that, and I will share a message I received just last night from Mark Brahman, and we will also briefly discuss the news about this Golden Years Goblin, this non-white, anti-white monster that is a manifestation, not an individual, but a manifestation of what awaits every single one of us if you're white. Every single one of us is going to be trapped in a home, and make no mistake, for good non-white people who get trapped in these places with people like this, you're not going to be treated well either by these people. They might not necessarily beat you with the same hatred that they have for Western kind, as we saw in this monstrous video. And in fact, I need to get more information on this. I have been just so busy. I could even have a chance to shave, as you see, that I don't exactly know. So you all might fill me in on what has happened. But has he been executed yet? Have they tried him, arrested, tried, and executed him yet? Because I can think of nothing more monstrous. And there's something more fundamental here when it comes to that conversation. We'll talk about that. But this individual is representative of the goblin that awaits all of us when we are weak, when we are infirm, when we are vulnerable. And that is why those of us who are strong, while we're able, while we're mentally intact, we go to the defense for these people who are vulnerable in our midst. We will be there one day, and even if you never were, it would be the right thing to do. So we'll talk about that, and I think maybe about this, these two anti-white, non-whites who try. I don't know if this couple was white. Were they white down in Texas, and they stealing their money from the bank, hard-earned money, work, and this is what we talk about, the avatar of Western kind, the best looking white man or woman, the most fabulously rich white man or woman, the most intelligent white man and woman. It's all instantiated. It's all made manifest for these anti-whites in the avatar of the average white person who has to work for a living, who has to earn $1 for a living, and then that means it's okay. And so it's okay to rob them. It's okay to run over them with their car, your car, whatever it is. It's okay to do these things to them because it's revenge. And this is why I say there is not a single crime committed on planet Earth against white people that is not a hate crime by the definition of what the anti-whites would define a hate crime as. Because there isn't a single non-white person out there who is saying to themselves, who did say to themselves, I'm going to overlook all of the evil that I believe that white people have done to my people when I rape that white woman. So I'm absolutely not going to put that in my mind. I'm absolutely going to push it out of my mind. You know, I'm going to be, you know, as you know, like munificent, as forgiving as I can possibly be about all of the harm that these people have. So it's not even going to come into my mind when I decide to maim that guy, when I decide to rob that plumber over there. These are all obviously what the anti-whites would define as hate crimes. We don't believe in that ideology, but nonetheless, that is what it would be defined as. Every single act, if it were being defined fairly under their system and their narrative. Of course, it won't be applied that way. And we're going to do the Going Free lesson of the day, which is going to be in iteration 2, second edition iteration 2, which is not, so it's not currently in what you have, which is most likely the second edition iteration 1. So this is going to be a new lesson, and we're going to be adding it to iteration 2. So we're going to quickly here play, we're going to screen share, and we are going to play this video that I made for Simon Harris. If you've seen it before, then I apologize for having to see it again, but it is something that everybody I think needs to see, and it's worth it for Simon to watch again here. In respect for our fallen brother, Simon Harris, Jared George and I are postponing TAP until next Saturday, the 30th, at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At that time, we will celebrate the official launch of Prometheus Rising. We learned of this tragic news during the garage party today, and we dedicate that episode to Simon's memory. He leaves behind, as far as we know, a wife and a lovely daughter whom he told us with deep love and pride that he had recently reestablished a connection with her and he was helping her to go free.
Heard you mention recently that 6 months ago your daughter was what you call a default leftist, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. And 6 months later today, she's talking about things like repatriation. So how did you get her from point A to point B? Give us some tips.
Let me just say, before Simon answers this question, because what I observed at the Patriotic Alternative Conference, where he was put up on a big screen and he spoke to all of us as a speaker, will absolutely play into the answer that he is about to give, because he is a master of sharing the truth of white well-being and bringing people over to going free. He obviously did this with his daughter. He did this with a great many. He has an erudite mind. He is level-headed, sang-froid, if you will, when he speaks, and very enjoyable. Everybody loved Simon when he spoke at the conference. And, I mean, the fact that he wasn't actually physically present, but he was just digitally present. He was visually plastered up on the screen, and yet it was still enough for everybody to be enthralled by what he had to say. Everybody was, including myself, on the edge of our seats as we listened to the information that he had to share. So it is a great pleasure to have been able to, in a way, share a lectern with Simon, even though it was digitally, thanks to the white man's technology. So it's great to have you here, and let's go ahead and hear your answer about your daughter now.
No pressure, Simon. Jason's good.
Yeah, I mean, thanks. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're going to make me blush now. Yeah, I suppose I need to give some people some context. I went through a very unpleasant separation about 8.5 years ago, and as a result of that, I was kind of forcibly separated from. Well, I mean, I'm not going to go into the details of this, but I was unable to see my daughter for about 8 years, and we finally made contact again in November. And yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, this is something you haven't asked me, but being back in touch with her, it gives me much greater motives to be involved in this fight. She was always there. She was always with me, even when we weren't in contact. But having her so close and seeing her so frequently and having this wonderful relationship back again, my investment in the future hits me in the face all the time. So it convinces me that the reason why we do what we do is for love. And I suppose that's the first answer to the question. The reason why I changed it is because I love her and she loves me, and she hadn't seen me for a long time. So she hadn't been subject to my gentle influence, my gentle guidance for all those 8 years. We last saw each other when she was 16, and now she's just turned 25. So it's a big chunk of life and a big chunk of influence. And the first day we met, it was exciting and fantastic, and we clicked immediately. But I kind of realized that there were some political differences, but I didn't want to upset that first meeting. So I said to her, I'm going to tell you my real opinions once you know I'm one of the good guys. And she said, I already know you're one of the good guys, Daddy. And basically what I did for the next month is I did this with full of love, but we didn't really talk about politics for a month. She came round most weeks, one night a week after work. And on Sunday lunch, we have a big Sunday lunch with my wife's family, my new family. So we have a lot of people around. So she just became part of things. And we kind of talked about, again, the whole way of connecting with people is, firstly, I'm a father and she loves me. Then we talked a lot about Catalan history, how it fits in with the European story. I talk a lot about identity with people. Obviously, I was talking to her about how I'm English and I can't be Catalan, so I can connect with her on this. And then one night, I don't know what came into me, but one night she came round after work and I just decided, okay, I am going to go for it big style now. It just, but also the important thing is when you have a close relationship and you know somebody's going to come back, then you have a lot more leeway. Red pilling somebody like that is very different. Somebody you meet in a bar it needs to be a red pill in a certain kind of way. My daughter is my daughter. She's always going to come back. She might say, "Oh, Daddy, don't be ridiculous," but I'm always going to have another chance. So I hit her really hard with this. And I mean, she was shocked. And I accompanied her to the bus to get home. And she was barely speaking to me. Then on Sunday, she stood us up for Sunday lunch without warning. And, imagine I'd not seen her for 8 years. And I thought, have you blown this? But we kind of maintained WhatsApp contact. And luckily, the next weekend was her 25th birthday. And so we'd organized a little bit of a family party. And she came, and we didn't speak about it again until Christmas. But obviously she thought about it. And we didn't touch the subject. And then we had the kind of Christmas festivities. And as we were saying before the show, I'm a very enthusiastic cook. And I do, we have a nice flat. My wife is a wonderful host, a lovely sociable person. And I'm a good cook and a grumpy polemicizer. And we're a great combination. I'm very, very happy. We've got a symbiotic relationship.
After quarantine's over, we're having a dinner party at Simon's.
Yeah. I mean, come round. And round our house, everybody knows you can say anything you like. But I have this, and my daughter's, she's very bright, and she knows me, and she's kind of watch this, and then every now and again, I'll kind of draw often with a knife in my hand as I'm about to carve something. I'll draw the table together and come up to some kind of conclusion along the lines of, say, the patriotic alternative policy for repatriation. Okay, this is why we need repatriation, and this is why it will work, and and go through a policy statement, and then get on with the food. And my daughter had been completely silent for this, except one time. She looked at me as I started one of these things. She rolled her eyes at me, and she turned to my wife's niece, who is now her new cousin. It's very a happy situation. And she said, "I know every damn argument he's got. Isn't he boring?" And both of them laughed as the older people kind of lapped it up. And then a little bit later, then in January, my wife was away for the weekend, but we had our Sunday dinner anyway, so she came round, and we had a chance for a much longer talk about, we generally talk about what she's doing, what her life is. it's not politics all the time, but we had a whole day on our own together, and we got onto the subject of, who relationships, and she said things like, to be perfectly honest, Daddy, I had never really thought about it before, but, I wouldn't have a foreign boyfriend anyway. I'd kind of like an English boyfriend. I'd like an English boyfriend because she thinks it's cool to be, she likes her English side.
I was going to ask if she had an interest in her English side through you.
Oh, yeah. she's really, really pleased to get back in touch with it. And she also said, yeah, and I kind of agree with repatriation. It does make sense because Catalonia has to be for the Catalans, and we are special. And I've done it in a very easy way. But she did say to me that you can be a little bit extreme, though, can't you? So then I pointed out to her that, okay, the reason why I do this, and because I'm pushing the Overton window. I don't know if you're familiar. I was a teacher for many years. I don't know whether you are familiar with Vygotsky's law of proximal development. Okay, this is my degree is in psychology as well. So I studied psychology, Vygotsky at university, and then when I came to teach English, the whole trick with teaching people anything is always set the level just above their competence level. So that's the same with language. It's the same with pretty much anything. And it's the same with radical politics. So just push it. And this is what the left does all the time.
That's how I got into streaming.
Well, yeah.
I felt like I was in over my head at first.
Well,
I still do, to be honest.
Don't be ridiculous, Jared. You're one of the cracks of this community. No, that's basically the story, and that's what I do. So I red-pilled my daughter and quite a lot of people. There was a beautiful moment actually where quite a right-wing woman looked at me after one of my diatribes, which my daughter was groaning at, and she said this in Spanish. She said, "Simon, you love England, you love Catalonia, you love Spain. You're a good man." And it's one of those things where the message. It isn't a message of hate. It's because a lot of the time I'm talking about what we've got, why it's worth defending, why I love it, why am I here? I often say to them, look, I love this place as much as you do because I've made a positive choice to come from a country where I love and live here. I'm just as motivated as you for it not to be destroyed, because I've made a conscious choice that I love it, and I've fallen in love with it in the process. And these are the kind of conversations we have, and they all very, very easily lead in to red pilling moments.
Does your daughter watch what you do? Might she be watching this stream ever?
I doubt it. I tell her, she asks me, how long's the show? And when I say an hour and a half to her, she said, Daddy, you must be joking. I'm not going to watch that. I think she did.
Tell her we make 10-minute clips too.
Okay, I'll send her some of those. I might send her this, because I've not told her story live before, so she might be quite pleased to hear this.
Well, it's a heartening story, and there's definitely lessons there.
In the words of the work we are currently doing, Promethean hails, Simon. We will meet again beyond the western sunrise.
But I didn't want to upset that first meeting, so I said to her, I'm going to tell you my real opinions once you know I'm one of the good guys. And she said, I already know you're one of the good guys, Daddy.
I think this is...
Let's have a moment of silence for Simon. Let me see what you all are saying. Thank you for that, and for that moment of silence for one of our good friends, a real hero for White Wellbeing, and he was a supporter of what we are doing. He wrote about it several times. He wrote in the live chats that how much he endorsed and celebrated that it was what we were doing here is a absolute movement of love, a work of love for our people, and that's where all of the sentiment for Going Free comes from, that it's a work of love for our people. That's truly where his heart was. I had Mr. George and I, when we first, after the very first time we had Simon on and we first met him a long time ago now, we both we thought that guy was the best, and we both said that we really wanted the day to come when we both could either travel to his home in Spain, or have him here, or meet him in the UK, and be able to break bread with him. He was an amicable guy. He was mature. He was authentic. He was willing to pursue truth wherever truth led him, but always from a position of love. That is why Going Free, he told me, appealed to him so much, that it was indeed coming from a place of love, and unapologetically so, and in a way that we're never going to be mocked out of it being a position of love. We're never going to be intimidated out of it being a position of love. We're never going to be ridiculed or joked about or harassed out of it being a position of love, despite what all of these subversives and the like who are going to be in the world, despite what they would like to be able to do to us. Let me ask you all, before I see what you all are writing, how is the sound of my mic? There's a change here I can make in the background to make it any better. Does it sound too hot? I'm going to make the change now, and then you all can tell me if there's any difference after that. Okay, I've made the change. Now let me see what you all are writing. LG is here, writing hello. I've got a few more words to say about Simon, because there are some really important, I think, things that we need, that I really want to mention. LG is here, says hello to you, dear lady. Sakis is here, Promethean hails, he writes, Promethean hails to you as well, dear brother. And we have Ambriel saying, oh, that was from earlier. Okay, thank you. Raucous Drift says, hello, brother. Spencer's Thoughts says, how's it going tonight, brother? It's going good. Shauna Shaw, good to see you. Conan the Barbarian. I have a screenshot of Richard Spencer tweet denying the Holodomor, writes Conan the Barbarian. Well, okay. We'll get to those comments and issues a little bit later. Thank you very much, though, for jumping in with the info that you have there. Of course, we always have to be careful, not that you would manufacture a screenshot or fake something, but sometimes these things get passed around, and we need to be aware that it's very easy to fake such things. It's very easy to fake emails, to fake direct messages. In fact, there is a video available right now of the technology that is available to people with enough money, and there are plenty of people with enough money. It's not like billions of dollars or anything, where they can take, if they have enough video footage of a person, they can put them over top of another person doing whatever act, sounding just like them. And I have it saved, and maybe we'll do a show on it and I'll share it. This technology, it's monstrous. MP says, hail NWG. Joel is here, says hello to you. Typhoon says, rest in peace, Simon. 41 BMC says hello. Ambriel, yes, indeed. And it looks like maybe this comment has come up a couple times. I agree completely. Good to see you as well. Simon Harris's contributions to White Wellbeing will always live on. Amen to that. And glad to have you here, dear lady. Fraulein Dresden, greetings, Jason and NWG family. Greetings to you, my dear lady. And Fraulein Dresden sent me a coffee grinder, a coffee bean grinder. So thank you so much. And we'll talk about the necklace I had on in a moment, and the gift from Zed Des. So let me see. Happy Memorial Day, indeed, to everyone we remember. The fallen for the sacrifices that they made, not for the lies that they were led by. Spencer's Thoughts says they could do a call tonight at some point. Sounds good. I see Daughter of Albion is here. I know she was a friend or supporter of Simon's as well. Promethean Promulgation says tried to spread Going Free, but it was censored just by bringing up Going Free. Well, we'll ask you more about that. How did that happen? Where were you? Who censored you? What took place? Maynard Frisk says, did you see Dr. Potter murders on the Franklin, Tennessee machete attack? No, I did not. Didn't even hear about that. I'll have to get some more information. Jay Easom is here. Thank you for being here as well. A lot of people saying rest in peace. And we had, who was that? Are you here now? Somebody said on the thread, rest in power to Simon. I thought that was an interesting way to put it. Indeed. Aunt Sally is here. Great to see you, dear lady. It's very upsetting. It is a real, how did Way of the World put it? It's a, let's see, I have it here. Sobering, said something like sobering, a reality check. Let's see. Yes, he said a big reality check. Indeed, it is a really big reality check that a brother or sister can be taken from us so quickly, especially as a consequence, if this is true, that it was indeed COVID-19, and the evidence is pointing that way right now, that it was COVID-19 that was the cause of his passing, that this is something that was caused then by the anti-whites, something that would have not happened had we been in control of our destiny. So this is not something that was chance, it's not aleatory, it's not something that you can say, well, you know, the good are taken young and the old live forever, and so Simon was taken from us. No, this is a thing that you have to put the blame where it belongs. and that is on the anti-whites. Let your sorrow for Simon's passing become rage that you combine with your love and moves you to do great works for white well-being in Simon's name. This is not an accident. It would not have happened if it hadn't been for anti-whiteism. Brad Danger is here saying his mic is clear after the change. It sounds good, brother. Yes, the eunuch says mic change is good. Yes, my mic, right. Loud and clear, no popping or background noise, crisp and perfect. Well, great. Thank you all very much. I'm working with the individuals who run this platform to try to make some changes to improve the functionality for everyone who uses it. So not just me. And I hope they are amenable like the good people at Entropy. Spencer's thoughts. The first setting picked up too much background noise. Okay, good. Thank you for that info. Red Pill also says it's better. It's better this way without the background fan sound. Okay. It's good now. Can't hear the airflow. Good. Yes, I'm in, as you know, we are streaming from Virginia, and it gets quite hot here. I want to say this about Simon, and then and it's something that I want you all really to take to heart and think about. Ambriel says it was truly a lovely tribute to Simon. Thank you so much. Thank you for saying that, Ambriel. It was just breaking my heart every minute that I was putting it together. Mr. says you managed to capture his spirit in that short tribute. Great job, brother. Well, that's exactly what I was. That's exactly what I felt I was doing. That was the realest, the most authentic that any man, any parent, any brother, any father, I think can be. He was talking about this reunion, that there's been this legal separation and this great love that he and his daughter were sharing. And he was taking her from, this anti-white place and bringing her over to a place where she can truly begin going free for our people. And Lord willing, she will continue that direction in the name and spirit of her father, her great father, and she will produce powerful children, especially powerful young men who will serve the spirit of the West and help to recapture our destiny. This is what I want to say about Simon, is that he served white well-being. And there is no greater compliment that a man can be given than that he served his people. And in Simon's case, of course, it is that he served white well-being. It's summed up in the phrase, the Spartan phrase, with your shield or on it. And Simon Harris passed that test. This is when I talk about glory, when I have talked about it in the past, this is what glory is. You know, we had some disagreements with some other people in the white positive sphere about what exactly is a young man or an old man, a middle-aged man, what exactly is he striving for? And there's this romantic view that works well in poetry because there is this dichotomy to balance. So it's that there's this life producing and then this death producing. And I think poets, romanticists, storytellers, raconteurs, they get hung up on this dichotomy and this, what they believe they see there as a balance. A woman producing life, a man producing his death for his people, accomplishing or achieving his death for his people, and that being the ultimate goal. And I firmly disagree with it because it's fatalist, it's suicidal. What a man strives for is glory. And he may achieve that in physical conflict by not dying, by being victorious in that physical conflict, by coming home with his shield. He might achieve that glory in physical conflict by coming home on that shield. He can also achieve glory by serving with love the well-being of his people in the way that one is capable of doing so, not fantasizing and waiting for some battle that will never come and courage that these people will never muster, but doing as Simon did, pursuing truth with love for our people, dropping these metaphorical bombs at the dinner table where he would have friends over. How many of you all are genuinely brave enough to say in front of your own family members, the immediate ones, much less extended ones and friends, to have them over and to say something white positive in the room with a chuckle, as this hero did, and then come back to resolve the conflict? That takes bravery. That takes heroism. Living your life in the service to white well-being. And then dying, we hope, after a great many years in a bed surrounded by your loved ones, is as much glory as coming home on your shield covered in wildflowers and then put to fire before your friends and kin. Simon passed that test. Will you? I want to share a truth with you all. And I really want you to keep this in your hearts for all of the Simons that we know of, that we don't know of, for all the Simons who are yet to come. This is not a cliche, but Simon fights on within us now. He has returned to the biospirit of our people. He has returned to us, to each and every one of us. He is no more gone than the sun when it sets at the end of day. I want everybody to think long and hard about that. And a final tribute to Simon. I would like to play With Grace by Olivia Key.
I know none of this is easy, that the future could go up in flames when the struggle is too heavy. I resolve to embrace, they can sink my ships, and if I have to, I'll swim. Then to keep you safe and overcome this with grace. I will not give up, but I will not give in. They can sink my ships, and if I have to, I'll swim. There is nothing I would not do. I would give my life to keep you safe and overcome this with grace. I would give my life to keep you safe.
What a lovely piece. Our love and thoughts to Simon's family and everyone that cared deeply about him and who have been really hurt by the passing of this great man. Let me see what you all are saying in the live chat. And again, let me know how the mic and the background sound is doing as we continue to work with the system, the way that it's set up. Raucous Triff says some of us are spectacular, others work everyday jobs and make sure that our families are okay. Amen to that. I think the ones who are working everyday jobs and working to make sure their families are okay, those are the spectacular ones, but very well written nonetheless, my friend. Shauna Shaw has some tears. Miss Jess Horst as well. Yiz says beautiful. 41 BMC says beautiful words, brother. Thank you. And great to see you all as well here. Doomer Marine says, I was so shocked and hurt when finding out I'm a recent fan of his in the past 3 or so months. Yeah, it's amazing that a lot of people are brand new fans of his. And what a shame it is. But what a hero it is. And I think that what we should do now is celebrate and carry on the fight for white well-being, knowing that Simon's spirit is with us. He's inside of each and every one of us in a very real way. That's what I was trying to say before we went to Olivia Key's absolutely beautiful song, an amazing woman, a soul-stirring voice and music maker. And thank God she is one of us. Links in the Shadows says Simon was the picture of a true patriarch. He was, never felt guilty. Says, well said to me. Thank you very much. Laurel is here. Great to see you, dear lady. And let's see. Deneki says, eternal honor to Simon. Yes, indeed. Promethean Promulgation says, still doing preliminary testing. Just imagine videos where people would be amenable to going free, and that's where we will be censored. Well, let's keep an eye on that, and we'll continue to navigate with the anti-whites put it out ahead of us. Rebel Scott says, great to see you, by the way, brother. When one falls, more shall rise. Keep an eye out for new people to speak out. Amen to that. Eric says, I hope Simon is resting peacefully in a pristinely Western afterlife. I'm sure he is, Eric. He was a great servant for white well-being. He was. And that right there, that kind of a sentence is more meaning than any other. And that's what I'd like for folks to say about me, is that nothing will make me more proud than to say Jason served white well-being with his life. Evidence Violate says, anyone want or needs a song that methinks would go great with a life like Simon's? Check out Love is Stronger Than Death from the, is that the name of the band? Check that out, everybody. All right, I see a bunch of ones. It was probably to honor the great Simon. Coconut is here. Great to see you as well. Let me jump over to entropy. We'll see if there are any financial gifts, and then I think we will take some calls. Actually, a couple calls right here at the beginning. The first thing I want to do, and let's see, I've got to go back to the other screen because I can't see myself until I do this, because I want to make sure that this is the same glassmith that I've highlighted before on the. Take a look at this. This is the cosmos in this gem of an artwork. Is that not magnificent? So this is a glassmith in the community. He does absolutely magnificent, amazing work. This is the kind of thing almost that looks like it almost would contain its own magic, doesn't it? What a beautiful piece of art. And what's amazing, what I think is amazing, is you take the light away and it's gone. You don't see the magic until you have a special eyesight for it. So well done to that gentleman, and thank you so much. And this was the piece, oddly enough, that I had set aside and forgotten to share with everybody. And then come to this, remembering Simon. And here we're talking about that he just seems to be gone. He's no more gone than the sunset. And you can see in this gem of a piece here that the magic is invisible until you know how to see it. We also have here, this is from Zed Des, and I cannot thank her enough. This actually arrived a little bit ago, and I sent a message out to her and I said, I love it. It's soft. I mean, it's soft. It feels good. And then I was wondering, where does this actually go? I mean, what kind of, maybe she thinks more of, I don't know what the imagination was, where that was headed, but I had to reach back out to her and I said, I love it, but what exactly is this? And she wrote back and said, well, wait a second. I thought Virginia got cold during the winter. And then she wrote back again and said, oh, yes, it does actually. And of course it does. You know, we have blizzards. We have snow every year, blizzards occasionally. We get below zero and below freezing, rather. And 0 for Celsius people. So she wrote back and said, this is a neck warmer that can be pulled up. And maybe one of these days I'll start the show with it on. I'm sure our friends at YouTube would immediately say it constitutes some sort of, I'm waiting to see. By the way, thank you, Zed Des, and to the gentleman who doesn't want his identity to be known. Thank you to you very much for the wonderful artwork that you have made, a sculptor. And that's what I've been asking for, sculptors out there to make some magnificent work. Did anybody say what this, did anybody know? Jay Easom says a neck up. Okay. David says a boob tube. The mouse says like a scarf. Watchrider says neck shroud. We got a bunch of interesting names for them. So whatever, it probably has like one official name, and then there's a lot of other. So yes, people are saying wow, and that's beautiful for the pendant that is just really truly magnificent. And it is true, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to our heroes are never gone. They're never gone. So Simon isn't gone, and the other heroes from our past, they're not gone. You just have to know how to see them. And once you gain the eye for them, once you gain the ear to hear what they have to say, they're no more gone than the sun when it sets. All right. And then Sakis writes here, the old, what is that, a Norse poem? Kinsmen die and cattle die, but what doesn't die is the fame of a dead man's deeds. Amen to that. And isn't there a saying in the, I can't believe it just came back to me because I only watched the movie once when it first came out, Troy, where what is the actor, Brad Pitt? He says to the boy says he wouldn't go out there and fight. And Brad Pitt says, that's why no one will remember your name. That has meaning for Western kind. It doesn't have meaning for money grubbers, for these people who are just after the now, for these people who are just after how much money they can make, how much wealth, how much they can earn, who are just concerned for the immediate. There is no immortality to those bastards. There's something that, and I want to say again, the glory that is achieved by Achilles in those moments, that's not the only way to achieve glory. Simon has done so as well. So you all have the same ability, the same opportunities, and make sure you become, make sure that you achieve glory as well. Vokish Warrior says, she sent you that to hide your insecurities about your neck being smaller than your mic. Yeah, I got a hell of a microphone here. It's a neck warmer, Never Felt Guilty says. Well, apparently everybody but yours truly knew what this was. So I have been humbled. Coconut says, that is so right and such an awesome analogy. Thank you, dear lady, for that. All right. It's Evidence Violate says that should be one of NWG's new hats. I guess I could wear it as a hat on a stream with the hair kind of poking out of the top. I don't know, my hair might not be long enough to poke out anymore. Would have before. But all right, let's see. Looks like the stream is strong. Let's see if we have any slots. Of course, the great hero is up first, financially gifting over here on Cash App. A big salute to my good friend, a great participant of the community, Slots, financially gifting $3 over here on Cash App, saying everything he had to say with the financial gift. And we will refresh the screen over there, see what's going on, and we'll come back over here to Entropy. And looks like we have some comments in the Tall Kevin widget. Vogish Warrior says, Jason, please react to this. It's the black. So it's a non-white person who beat our elder. Maybe you didn't see the video. I think this is probably the story that I'm going to be getting into later, the one about the, and if it is, it probably is Vokish Warrior. It is this anti-white, non-white person who beat one of our senior citizens on video, and there's no way he wasn't beating other senior citizens. And this is the kind of thing where I see my father, I see my grandfather, I see your father, I see that happening to us, to the people we care about. That's why I get so passionate. That's why this furnace explodes in my chest, and I become very emotional when this sort of thing happens to our people. I have always been this way. I have always identified the pain of our people as my own pain. I don't know why. If somebody wants to say that is objectionable, or somebody wants to say, well, maybe that's because they're so far from optimal that right side up is down for them, that the antithesis of healthy is good to them. Tall Kevin says, Jason, do you believe in providence, considering Mr. Harris passed away near the release of Prometheus Rising? Do you feel it will always be intrinsically bound with his spirit? Well, that is actually very interesting thought, Kevin. That is a very interesting thought indeed. And I do believe that I know that there are forces beyond us, and I don't believe that things are predetermined, but that there are forces behind us that are conspiring, and beyond us that are conspiring for our success. It may well be that it was a sort of connection, and we can explore that in the future. It's a beautiful thought. It is an absolutely beautiful thought. So thank you for writing that, Kevin. Vogish Warrior also writes, this is off topic, but why do you and Mark say that Ramsey Paul is bad and won't have our guys on? he had the great Jared Taylor on his show this week. I don't recall saying that Ramsey Paul is bad. I recall saying that, and I don't recall whether Mark Collett did either. I recall us both wondering aloud as Ramsey, because we were hearing other people say, quoting Ramsey Paul, saying that he had left the white positive sphere because there's nothing more to be gained here, or something of this nature. If those comments were made in jest or they were misrepresented, but what we could observe was true was a split with Tina, and bringing in Styx, who isn't exactly white positive, and trying to invite on what is this wretched, degenerate dirtbag? What's his name? That should be in prison right now. He still hasn't given up the names of the child molesters, and who knows what happened to those young boys. Milo is his name, I think. Trying to bring that kind of person on his show, those things call into question judgment. They call into question a lot of things. So that is what I was curious about. Now, if he had Jared Taylor on, that's fabulous. I liked Ramsey Paul every time I met him at different conferences, and we always had good conversations. And he invited me onto his show with Tina, and we had a splendid conversation. Really enjoyed each other, and I think that it's possible that we could have that amicability again. It's just when you are as busy as we are, as I'm sure Ramsey Paul is, making content and whatever else he's doing, he doesn't have ability to check in on me and everything that I'm making and producing. So if he hears, whoa, do you know that No White Guild now has some anti-white person as a co-host, I'm sure Ramsey Paul would say, whoa, I don't know that I would necessarily get along with. I'm not saying that Styx is. I'm giving an example that would cause Ramsey Paul to speculate that No White Guilt has gone off the rails. So if that were to happen, then I would think it understandable if Ramsey Paul were to say, whoa, I wonder where Jason's head is these days. Yeah, if he brought on Jared Taylor, kudos to him. And if he invites an invite, or if he invites me, extends an invite to me to be on the program with Styx. Of course, I've been on programs with Styx before, and we got along. So if he invites me on, I will happily appear. And I would also happily have him over on tap as well. Richard Wagner says, Jason, Henrik, and Lana of Red Ice are under vicious attack by those calling us, quote, racist liberals. That's the anti-white slur, racist liberals. Can we all support them during this time? Well, last week I came out against all of these content producers. The majority of them are, and I guess perfectly defined as producing content on Twitter, and these pencil dicks and the like, who are attacking everyone who disagrees with this idea that, and we will get into this idea that communism and Marxism and Islam and this sort of approach is going to be successful vis-a-vis recruiting our brothers and sisters that are out there who are now beleaguered by the scenario, the setting, the milieu that the anti-whites have created, the anti-white regime has created, who are rescinding their loyalty in quantities that it is hard to even comprehend right now. That is why we see all of these bills coming forward at the federal level in the United States and in other Western countries. This is the record-setting number of bills that are race-based, ladies and gentlemen. This is what the contacts in the government are saying. Record levels. They're not doing that by accident. They're doing that because they are looking in on what our brothers and sisters out there are thinking and saying and searching for, rescinding their loyalty. These people, if they hear those whom they, now let me make this easy so nobody's confused. We'll say average Trump supporter, okay? Or average conservative, average Trump supporter, average conservative, average patriot. They are beginning to rescind their loyalties from their alma mater, from the Republican Party, from the Democrat Party, from the federal government, from the state government, from the Marine Corps, from the Navy, from the Air Force, from the Army, from the Coast Guard. They're beginning to rescind their loyalties because their world is burning down around them. And when they rescind their loyalties, they're going to be looking elsewhere. And they're going to say, among these places that they look, they're going to say, what do the people who care about white people think? Do they have anything legitimate to say? They're going to categorize us who are going free with everyone else who ostensibly cares about the well-being of whites. They're going to put us all into one container. We don't put us all into one container, but they will, because this is how the human brain works. It's how it understands the world around them. If when they show up at the container that is the MAGA supporter, the patriot, the conservative, the nationalist, when they show up and they say, what are the folks saying that care about white people's well-being? What are they saying? If they're met with these idiotic, shit-brained pencil dicks who are attacking everybody who disagree with advancing communism and advancing Marxism, and these are the people on, I'm talking specifically about all of these accounts now who are, there are about 24 of them, who I 4D chessed them out of the hiding. You know, they would pop up here or there, a little bit of attack here, a little bit of attack there on folks. I come out last week and they all came out on my Twitter thread. You want to know who they are? They all came out. It was like using a duck call to call out the retards. They all came out, and what did they do? They had nothing to say about my what we are doing here with Going Free. It was all personal attacks on yours truly. It was all lies, demonstrating really and truly what these people are, right? So if the MAGA supporter, the nationalist, the conservative, the apple pie American, and we're just talking about America right now, we can talk about all the way across the West, though it's the exact same thing. If they show up at our door and there is some idiot there saying communism is the way to go, it's really misunderstood. These people will never listen to anyone from this container as they view it, from this worldview, ever again, including us. And we don't have the time to lose them and then to gain them back. So this is the most subversive shit that one can imagine as the soil is becoming riper for us. I don't want to get too much off into this right now, but we can get back into it in a minute. But ultimately what's happened is these people, these content producers on Twitter, and they show up in some of the threads, they show up on YouTube threads, they show up in some YouTube live chats, the same dickless wonders showing up from behind their keyboards, anonymous, not showing their faces, nobody knows who they are. I say every time I get on the air almost, I say I am in Northern Virginia, right outside Washington, D.C. That's where I am. And if any one of these dirtbags want to show up for a conversation in person, let's make it happen. No more anonymous keyboarding, bitches. No more making up the lies, bitches. So I drew all of these idiots out with the idiot duck call, demonstrating how much brighter we are than they are. And so these guys or gals or sexless, who knows, hermaphrodites are out there. And then they're saying, well, they'll say these comments about communism, Marxism, Islam, etc. And then they attribute this in their threads, in their comments occasionally, to Keith Woods, to Richard Spencer. And I have asked, and you all have heard, somebody said here, Keith Woods thus and such, and I asked for, do you have any evidence of that? Is there anything else? Did he say anything else? Because what you shared right there is the kind of thing that a person, if they don't really believe in it, they could move the goalpost. So let him make statements that he firmly holds that position. So these people are crediting those folks But I don't know that those folks are owning those ideas or owning these idiots who are coming out and traducing me and everyone else, Way of the World and Asha Logos and whoever else. I don't know all the details of all of the attacks. I've seen the screenshots of the kinds of attacks. It's the same sort of spurious garbage. It's the same sort of this Atlanticism, Angloism, all of this nonsense, and then you're just and then they use the racist, the anti-white slur, racist liberal against anybody who disagrees with them, and they immediately go to attacking their characters. Whoever these people are, I don't know that Richard Spencer or Keith Woods are owning them and are saying, yeah, these folks are doing the right thing. In fact, Keith Woods, after last week's show, the 8-hour show, which, by the way, for some reason it says like 7 hours 59 minutes or whatever, it was over 8 hours. It was like 8 hours 1 minute. I was an athlete, so the numbers matter. How far my broad jump is matters. How far I could broad jump over standing broad jump over 10 feet. So the numbers matter to me. I think maybe YouTube stole that from me. They wanted to make it just under 8 hours. I have it on StreamYard as over 8 hours. 8 hours and like, what was it, like 43 seconds or something? Anyhow, so Keith Woods came out and said, all these people attacking Jason right now would do well to remember that this guy is fighting for white well-being and whatever he wrote. So I don't know if you all have info, and we could talk more about it in a bit when we actually covered this. Just a little bit more to say, but I'm only saying this now because if you all have more info on it, then you can share it over the course of the stream, and then maybe when we get to that portion, we can talk about it. But for right now, I don't know if these individuals are owning these dirtbags or have nothing to do with them, or if the dirtbags, these content producers, have magnified what they said. You know, it's one thing to say, and then I'll say it later with my communication with Mark Brahman. It's one thing to say that, as somebody who is an intellectual and they're really just ruminating on a subject, to say, well, I think X is good or positive. X happens to be or happen to have been a component of an ideology that is demonic, that has been responsible for the liquidation of how many hundreds of millions of individuals. So therefore, I'm not pushing this ideology. I'm just saying this particular thought that's from, or that was a component of, it could be a component of anything else, that particular component is worthwhile or positive or whatever it is. This is what I was thinking probably happened. And then others, these content producers, magnified this to something else. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these folks are actually pushing this. And if that's the case, then I'm disappointed. And I think that they've gone severely off course. And I hope that they will correct course. And we'll see. We'll talk more about that later. But what now is important is bringing as many of our brothers and sisters over as quickly as we can, because we predicted that there would be pandemics. We predicted that there would be context, societal shifting scenarios that we would then be able to take advantage of if we had the numbers, the connectivity, the intelligence, the liquidity, etc. And the more of that we have, the more we can make use of new opportunities that we can't see now. So how much power did we have to take advantage of all the opportunities that are available to us today? Not very much. So are we going to continue on the same course? Or are we going to get out there and begin winning people over with something that is proven of curative contagion, so that the next societal shift, maybe we get strong enough to actually cause one to happen ourselves? One will inevitably happen some other way, and then there will be new opportunities, new challenges. Will we be in a state then to take advantage of those opportunities to overcome those challenges? We won't be if we go out to those masses of brothers and sisters and say, no, it really has to be this new arcane, this wicked interpretation, amalgamation of these other ideologies, and ideologies that all of these people have been taught are the totality of their lives is hell on earth. I mean, try going out on the market. Just try going out on the market and say, you've got a new sweetener. You've got a new sweetener that you could put on your salad. You could put in your water. You could put in anything you want. And it's called strychnine. Now, but it's the new sweetener. And if you don't like it, you're some kind of strychnineist. You're some kind of dim-witted troglodyte who won't take the strychnine. I mean, get serious. We don't have time to play around. And if there's any very intelligent, very erudite folks out there who want to speculate about a lot of different things that are nuanced and arcane, make sure your audience of idiots knows that. Make sure that's what you're doing. Make sure that the 80 IQ'd drooling goons that are watching, make sure they know that you're not saying, let's put strychnine in as a sweetener. That is the most dangerous form of education. And intelligent people know this. The most dangerous form of education is for a dumb person to have a little bit of knowledge. Because then they end up thinking that little bit of knowledge is all that needs to be known. And they run out into the world and they set fire to it. Every intelligent person and mature person knows this. And serious people who are concerned with genuine objectives, and in this case, it is reclaiming the destiny of Western kind. Serious people will know this, and they will take corrective steps when they see something going wrong, as we do, as we have done, and we will continue to do. So thank you very much for that. Let's see. Richard Wagner has added now, way of the world is and also, by the way, then I heard people came back and said that Henrik and Lana said things that were inaccurate about Richard and Keith and whoever else. I don't know all of the claims. I'm not getting into all of the claims. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what we're going to do with Going Free. Everybody who wants to recapture the destiny of Western kind, who wants to serve white well-being, get on this train, get onto this boat, get into this effort, and we will go to that destination. That's what I'm concerned about. If you have that as a destination and you don't like this vehicle, you think another vehicle is better, you think another vehicle is, for whatever reasons, is going to get there quicker or slower but better or whatever it might be, then say, best of luck to you, Jason. I'm going to head on this vehicle, head in the same direction. Hopefully we will meet there in the promised land. I'm fine with that as well. So anything else there that says, let's shoot some, I get people not wanting to work together. I get people thinking, well, there are reputations here that they know about, and so they'd rather not work. So be it. So be it. You can grab an oar. I'm at one of the seats with the rest of you talking about Troy, and we're rowing. I'm not one of the people standing on the prow. I'm right on one of the benches with all of you, and wearing the shield and the sword, ready to reach and I'm at the oar right now, and I'm rowing. If you all want to jump into this vessel and row with me, you're welcome to sit down at an oar. I will gladly have you by my side and fight by your side. If you want to be on another ship, then more power to you. Not interested in the flaming darts. So what I am curious about, and what I would like to see, is if the arguments that are being made, or these character assassination attempts that are going on to undermine good work for white well-being, especially the work that we are doing, if these individuals are actually acolytes of anyone out there, I don't know who they are, But if there are actual acolytes out there, those individuals need to call these people down for the scum that they are. So if they don't, then they're making it known that they are absolutely not headed in the same direction that we are headed, that they intend to sink the vessel that we are on, headed toward the reclaiming of our destiny. Because it makes no sense to encourage the sinking of what we are doing, because clearly nobody's getting rich, nobody's getting famous. We share, or infamous, for God's sakes. We share all of the good works of everybody here. So there's no spotlighting of any one individual. We go out of our way to prevent that from happening. So absolutely no reason for any of those sorts of claims. Anybody trying to undermine the work that we are doing has demonstrated that they are anti-white, period. You look at the work we're doing, demonstrated by that they are anti-white because they're trying to stop what is clearly an honest effort to reach that destination. Whether they agree with going free or not, whether they agree with, well, just because they've gotten people off the path to suicide, they've had people starting families, they have people having babies, not because they met at a conference, but because both partners are going free, actually applying the ideology. They have people getting off of these psychotropic medications and reducing in check with your doctors. They have people getting off of actual drugs, hard illegal drugs. They have people getting off of alcoholism. They have people getting away from pornography. They have people bettering their health, eating better, getting in better shape, spreading the curative contagion in their circles of influence. Geez, let's set that ship on fire. So you don't need to know any more about anybody like that. And anybody who would tacitly, connive with that. That's what it is, too. If there's anybody that is, well, that person is an acolyte of this individual and it's known and they're commenting and that person is, winking at them, they're conniving with them if they're not calling them out for that behavior. So I think that covers Vokish Warrior. I think we got your, yes, we did. Okay, that's everybody over here on the Tall Kevin widget. A man who, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, who I will be sharing the picture of the Prometheus Rising that he took, and you all are going to absolutely have a smile spread across your faces. And you now have an extra week. If your copy of Prometheus Rising didn't arrive in time for this past Saturday, it may be here by next Saturday. Remember, you can direct message me on Twitter with the photograph of the book, with yourself in an interesting place, with your pet, whatever it might be. Make it beautiful, make it intriguing, make it whatever you want it to be. And I will share it. I'll try to share all of them. We've had so many wonderful photographs come in. And we're going to have a hell of a good time this coming Saturday. And I guarantee you, all of the private conversations I had with Simon, he will be there. He will be there in spirit, and each and every one of us. And so let's see. We have 41 BMC over here on Cash App. Thank you, my dear friend. A big salute to that participant who has financially gifted $10 and writes here, rest in peace, our fallen brother, Simon Harris. Class act there, Brad. 41 BMC. It's a class act that you would share that financial gift and mention our fallen brother, Simon Harris. Watchrider says, loving the book so far. Some awesome scenes and weighty words. Prometheus has the magic. Thank you very much for that testimony, Watchrider. And Watchrider, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see he read the description of the book, which you can find on the back, into a cartoon narration that he made. I don't know the proper verbiage for it. And you can find that on this past Friday's Garage Martell party that we had the Chuck Martel Garage Party. It's a magnificent piece. He does a great job of reading the description. Check it out. If you haven't seen it, you can also find it on his YouTube channel. He's doing great work in the service of white well-being. Vogish Warrior says, we have fewer views than usual and more dislikes, and you keep glitching. Maybe an anti-white raid is going on. Is that right? Thank you for sharing that. Is anybody else noticing the same thing? Let me have a look at the stream strength, and we will see. Stream health shows that it is strong at the moment. Let's see. Over on discipline, we have Alexander is here, and I think that's William Runner is here. Saint is here, I guess. Or is it Saint O? Which is the part of your name, and which is the, I guess it's just Saint. Let me see. Moy is over here as well. So great. Jennifer P is here. Hello to you, dear lady. And the Lando is here. Great to see you. I think we have everybody over on discipline. That looks like discipline is strong as well. Let me take a moment to shut down the AC as it is getting a bit cool in here. Yeah, it was too chilly in here. And all I was saying when I was muted there was that the stream health was fine and that we have been cut on during the live stream from one of the platforms that we are streaming to. I'm not going to name which one it was, but thank you all for mentioning that the sound was still muted. That was a quick fire response, every one of you. Thank you. Somebody said idiot duck call, and they liked that. It was an idiot duck call. Do you like how the 4D chess, I mean, even Keith Woods in the public comments said, how did I put it? I said something like, I got all of the fomenters to show themselves. It was like an air horn that just says, retard, retard. And they all jumped out of the grasses, all out of the Phragmites. Do you all know what that is? The hunters, you might know what it is. Those people who go hunting and shooting and camping. So it's like all of fishing, all of, you set off that air horn, and all of a sudden they come running out of the Phragmites saying anti-white slurs. Racist. Yes, yes. Now we know who you are until they change their names. Until they change their names again on Twitter. Jacob says, I'll tell you more about this later after the stream. Uh-oh. Jacob wrote something earlier, and regrettably, I don't have access to it, my friend. So you'll definitely... Angharad Celtic is here. There we know. I knew I felt that a meteor had just come by, but flaming brightly with the heat and passion of a white woman who's fed up. Yes, indeed. Great to see you, dear lady. Chris is here. Wonderful. James is here. And I'm just clipping through. Utah Strong is here. Okay, Jennifer asking if anyone else saw that the video froze for her, and apparently National First says it did glitch. Okay, I appreciate it. Let me... Well, it looks like we are stream health from the broadcast point of broadcast is strong, reaching both of the YouTube channels is strong. So it would be between YouTube and you. So that's absolutely the anti-whites. How do you like that, bastards? When we can pinpoint that it is actually you. It's not just a guess. It is actually you. Vogish Warrior says, you keep freezing. All right, well, we'll see if Rum Rum says, it's those lazy Susans. That's right. That's right. How about now? Are they still at it, or is it any better? I will make some adjustments here just in case, even though from this point forward, from the broadcast from this node out, it is strong. You see, we have access to more tools, ladies and gentlemen. The anti-whites, we are monitoring them as they monitor us. I wonder how that feels, anti-whites. Shauna says, exactly right, Jason. I wish I knew what I said. Deneki says, I'm at your side as well. No white guilt. It's an honor. Well, thank you. Thank you deeply. Coconut says, I'm with you, brother. I will row with you. Great. All the heroes. Think about that movie. I can't remember. I saw it in the theater, but I think at some point, who was it? Jax, or he picks up like several rowers and throws them, and then he sits down and starts rowing so they can get there quicker. Spencer's Thoughts says, we all fight shoulder to shoulder, no questions asked. Amen to that. Okay. Seaver, thank you, Seaver. One big glitch, had to refresh. A few minor bobbles. Wow. Jay Easom says, your haircut is handsome. Well, that's nice. Thank you. I still wear the baseball cap from time to time. Yeah, why not? People seem to like me in a baseball cap. Spencer's Thoughts. You only glitched once. The dislike ratio is higher than usual, though. Well, that's of course, I'm sure it's the, if you haven't clicked a like, please do. What's happening is you have the 24 or so of these people who I've spoken too closely to the truth when I called them pencil dicks. And that they're very sore over that issue. And so you can imagine they are, with great alacrity, have arrived to click down on the stream to click that Jason has nothing good to say. So, you know, it's always obvious that, you know, if you touch too close to the truth, and they get especially, you know, it's not like, what, are you kidding me? When they come out really swinging, it's like everybody's naked and can see the truth of it. Anyhow, gosh, people sometimes, I just have to say, I love having a battle of wits with unarmed people. I love it, especially when the unarmed people are think of themselves as brilliant. You know, and a lot of these accounts on Twitter, these content producers on Twitter, they really think there's something special. Underhill is here. Great to see you, dear friend. All right. Jennifer says, you're funny tonight. Well, good. I appreciate that. Marsha says they can suck an egg. So yeah, please click like to up the ratio on our side. Make them have to, you know, they're furiously starting new accounts everywhere they look. They're jumping on all of the different platforms. Quick. I got to make another account. Got to quickly make an account to try to push the likes down. Mr. 262 is here. Was it 2004 Troy. Oh my gosh. Mark says, my stream's fine. Good, brother. Well, thank you for the feedback. Thank you to everyone for the feedback. And we will get to your calls in just a moment. Make sure that I have everything else here. And okay. Oh, and as far as the book, it will be posted at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, as Seaver is mentioning right here. And thank you very much for that, Seaver. As soon as I get them in. So I don't have them, and so I'm not going to post them. Everything, and by the way, if you have acquired something, a book, or purchased something from the collectibles store, just know that everything is going slower, obviously because of COVID and COVID-19. So everything is going slower, and not me, but my orders and everything is happening slower. So I apologize for that, but you will have your items, and thank you all for acquiring and or purchasing those items as quickly as I can have them to you. The people at the different post offices that I go to, they all know me. They receive me and my packages with glee and a smile on their face. And by the way, they're all, every single one of them are non-white people. And they think of me as the mysterious man of it's the man of mystery, with all of the international packages going all around the world, all across the country and Canada. So it's a fun place. All of those different good people. They've all been those particular folks have all been good to me. All right. I think we've covered, and if the stream, is it still okay? Are we still glitching, or is our sound fine? I want to get rolling again. And we have, hey, look at this. The great DB Cooper has shown up. I haven't seen DB in a while. So great to see you, brother, over here on Cash App. What a sight for sore eyes. DB Cooper has shown up. $20 financial gift to the service of White Wellbeing. Thank you, sir, from DB Cooper. That is fantastic. I mean, it sounds like DB Cooper would be some sort of a movie because of the name, the association with the other DB Cooper, and sounds like it could be some sort of equalizer in a movie or something. The guy who goes out and rights the wrongs of the truly, of course, gets the police go ahead, the authority. So it wouldn't be vigilante justice. We would never condone that. No, this would be a law enforcement officer who would be going out to formally arrest bad people, but then is put into the precarious situation of having to take the life of the bad guy in order to save not only his own life, but the lives of several hundred school children. And every episode would be that way. Do you get that, anti-whites? You were that close, weren't you? You were that close to having a reason to have the channel, have the video taken down at least. Okay, I think that we're good everywhere else. Volkish Warrior says, to our collectible site, your collectible site isn't accessible? NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. If anybody else goes over there and it is inaccessible, please let me know. I could see them. Yes, it's the Dirty Harry. Okay, and we are blank over here on Entropy. So remember, folks, you can watch on Entropy and you can participate in the Pulse. You can say you like the stream, just like the stream. You can post comments and vote on comments in the question widget if you would like. And please do so. So let's go ahead and jump on into, let's see if anybody is interested in one of the early calls. Let's see, we might have Spencer's Thoughts. Are you still there? If you are, we will bring you in and let's see here. Okay, if you're available, brother, I'm going to place the call now. Here it goes. Of course, I hear nothing. So we might have, of course, the sound's not working. So we might have to remedy that if no sound comes out. What would be causing this? Okay, wait. Now, if you can hear me, Spencer's thoughts. We can't hear you yet. So just know that for a moment, we are trying to address the speaker issue. And say hello. See if that works. Doesn't look like you're talking. Maybe you can't hear us. How about now? Say hello. How about now? Say hello. No, it doesn't show that you have, your mic maybe is not receiving you, because your avatar should be showing that little halo when you speak. At least the other ones have, unless they changed Skype. So let me try this. I still don't hear anything. I still don't see your avatar showing the halo, but it does show that we have had a connected call for 1 minute so far. So see if you can find your microphone, and we'll just stay connected for a moment while you do that. And I look at what these folks are saying here. Jennifer P says, I got the site up on my phone. So that's good. Thank you very much for that info. Nordic Nightmare says, got it. No worries. Thank you very much. Seaver says, NWG Collectibles is down for most, but working for a few. Wow. Isn't that peculiar? I wonder how that could be. How could it be down for some? Okay. Yes, Spencer just wrote that he can hear me speaking, but I can't hear him. So, and I'm not seeing the halo around your, I'm not seeing the halo appear when you speak. Let me ask you this. I can see what you write, Spencer's thoughts. So let me know when you speak on your end, can you see the halo around your avatar every time you speak? Because if you can't, then it means I believe it means your mic is not picking you up. And that's why I can't hear you. Although we didn't have, it's true, we did not have a ringing sound either. So let me go over to there's been no change to this. So that's why I'm curious as to why the audio would have changed for us on this end. I haven't audio and video settings, and that looks fine. Well, interestingly enough, it's not making audio settings available to me. So maybe it's on my end. I might have to play a song and come back to this and see if we can. Let me see. What did you write? Spencer's thoughts. I only see your avatar. Oh, you don't see your avatar as well up in the corner? All right. Try calling me back. Okay, let's try that. I'll try calling again and we'll see. Perhaps it is over here on this end. And before I call back, though, I will, and if any of you all have ever had this issue on Skype where suddenly the sound was gone, let me know. And if you found a way to fix that, this is the sound coming out of my speakers. I see it's showing it's picking up my microphone. So I don't know what the other issue could be. All right, let's try to make the call again, and let's see if we hear anything this time. No, still not hearing anything. Not there. No, was not hearing the ringing. So maybe it's got to be something on this end then. That is the reason the sound isn't coming out. I've tried all of my options too when it comes to my different sources for speakers. So, yes, I see. Okay, that's what you're seeing. And when you talk, you I guess you're seeing your halo. It sounds like it's on my end somehow. What are you all saying? Close and reopen, maybe, says Rebel Scott. Yes, maybe that'll do it. I think I will try that since I've tried all of the audio settings here, all that are available. And this has always been, it's always been within one of these. So I will close this and then open, and we shall see if we can get it back. But until then, as that loads again, Seaver says, is that website down or is it just you? Down. Looks like, now Seaver's saying, it says, looks like nowhygocollectibles.com is offline. So the site that it is on is not offline, but the whole store is gone. Well, well. Just pulling that up to see what happens. Resolving one issue at a time. Yes, it says could not be found at the moment. But some people were able to get it up, right? So, I mean, if they could get the website up, like Seika says, it's working fine for him. Sega says, could be some gremlins in the new behemoth machine. Yes. Yes, I don't doubt it. It could very well be some gremlins in there. Seaver says that my website works on, my collectible store works on his phone. So let's see here. That's not going to be enough. All right. Okay. So we will refresh here, and we will see if that makes any difference. I'd like to get to some of these calls, earlier in the show. I will try Spencer's thoughts again, and we'll see. No, I'm still not hearing any ringing. What in the world? What fun. So I'm not going to be able to hear you at the moment, at least, because there is all of the audio options I have. None of them play your, and let me try this. Perhaps, will this make any difference? So just keep, while you're with me there. Looks like Seaver's trying to call in. Let me try to answer Seaver and see what happens. It said that it would put Spencer's thoughts on hold. Looks like it's trying to answer Seaver's call. But it's having Skype is having an issue doing so. So we will just have to, let's see, I'm going to stop that, and I will still resume the call with Spencer's thoughts. Let's go back to and we're going to just have to, maybe what we'll do is we'll just move on for now, and then I will attempt to fix this while we are... Let me try to call. I will try to call Seaverham. No, that's not it. I will try to call Seaver really quickly. No, nothing. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That is Skype for you. The collectibles store has disappeared for some of you. Gee, I wonder if we are having an effect. I wonder if, especially if we have come under increased attack ever since I criticized the endorse and push, promulgate communism, Marxism, Islam, and calling people by anti-white slurs. Ever since I opposed that, we have come under increased attacks. So aren't these people outing themselves as actually anti-white? I mean, aren't they making that really obvious at this point? So Seaver has answered the phone, but we cannot hear you, my brother. There is no sound on this end. The only other thing I can do is, while we're live, I can make a change. I can make a change otherwise while we play a song and hang out. But is this, and let's do this. And try that. Nope. This. Nope. That. All of our options have been tried. So what a Charlie Foxtrot. We will have to come back to this and see if we can figure it out. We'll get on nonetheless with whatever topics you all want to talk about next. If anybody who wants to call in and who has been waiting would like to proffer a subject, then I will prioritize that subject matter. But maybe if I do that too, because otherwise there's no challenge for the audio coming in at the moment. So let's see if we can get audio from just like some YouTube. Let's see if we can pick it up from one of our YouTube videos. Why did it just do that? I don't know. And we'll move this back. How about, that was a good song. Let's see. We're not playing a song right now. I just want to see if any sound will come through. Interesting. But you all can still hear me okay? Okay. Well, we're going to have to take a look at it. Definitely take a look at it. What is happening? So what would you all like to talk about? There's sound. Okay. Let's see. Volkish Warrior says how? Anti-whites, that's how. Right. Sega says, collectibles is working fine for me. Yeah, we saw that. Thank you. Let me jump down for that feedback. Let me jump down. Red Pill Bulgaria says, reboot your computer. Oh, I can't do that. I think I can log back into my stream, but that would just put everybody on hold. We'll see if we can figure it out. Anti-white raid on Skype, YouTube, and your site. Volkish Warrior writes, maybe. Stay strong, brother. I can't believe they are so evil as to raid us in this time of grief for our brother Simon. That's actually a really profound point. That these bastards that are going around articulating the need for communism to be our argument for spreading white well-being, that they would be attacking. The attacks have definitely increased. I wonder if the folks that they are saying are their leaders. I wonder if those folks are going to step up to the plate and renounce these people for their behavior. Seaver says his echo test call works on his end. So yeah, there's something going on. There's something going on, definitely. Spencer Thought says, I can hear you loud and clear. Links in the Shadow says, stores up for me. Computer using Opera. Thank you very much. Raid, as I said. Williams says, Jason is my favorite leader on the white positive movement. No doubt about it. Well, I thank you for saying that, but I'm another guy trying hard, and I will lead where I can and follow where I can. And one of those people I follow is you, William Runner. Thank you for your service to White Wellbeing. And Eminent Rain, I see right above you. Another one of our great heroes. Follow the great work that he does. Jennifer P. says, I can still see the store, yes. Johnny Reb, thank you, Jennifer, says, should anti-whiteism be tolerated from a friend if he doesn't realize he's anti-white, but isn't smart enough to understand why when you explain it? Well, that's actually a good question. And we will go ahead and get into our Go Free lesson for the day. And remember that it's not yet in Go Free. This is going to be an iteration to the lesson for today, because Johnny Reb's question actually speaks to this in a way. And that is that when you are trying to bring someone over, and this is what we are trying to do, why are we trying to help people to go free? Well, we see it working. We've seen it working for years. We've seen everything I named earlier, people in the live chats, in the threads. I've shared the personal messages with you all. A great many people having great success in their lives, growing stronger, becoming better, tapping into their biospirits, tapping into those great talents that are inside each and every one of us, and then able to take what going free is and teach that to others, who are then able to teach it to others, proving now for several years that it is a curative contagion, so that you don't need no white guilt sitting on your shoulder to be able to share Go Free with those around you to spread it. Now, there are a lot of people in the white positive sphere who are brilliant, and they can articulate a nuanced argument, and it sounds good, it makes sense, and we're going to be talking about a testimony here today relative to this other subject of pushing communism and Marxism and Islam that is going to say it all, that is going to make the point so profound it is an atomic bomb going off, metaphorically, anti-whites out there, that is going to make the point so profoundly that I need not add anything to it. Indeed, I can't think of anything smarter to say to add to it. It is written brilliantly by a very humble person who speaks in a self-deprecating way, and yet had to be intelligent, had to be wise to be able to come to these conclusions. And this is a piece of gold from the gravel that I'm going to be sharing with all of you. I asked him, because of his self-deprecating nature, if I could share his name. And he said yes. I will not share his real name, though, because we're not going to give him over to these cretins with their pencils between their legs, and only in girth and not in length. I assure you of that. But with these pencil cretins that are trying to assassinate the characters of those who are actually trying to help people. So the reason why and not only that, I mean, there are so many victories, I can't even name them all. I have some of you reaching out to me and saying, here are 6, 7, 8, 10 victories that moved me to come over to Going Free. And I had forgotten all about them. These people's memories better than mine, and remembering these victories and saying, these are the ones that brought me over. These are the reasons why I am now going free, and I have now helped my father to go free. I have now helped my daughter to go free. They're having these successes. So one of the big ones I want to mention, which, by the way, one of these cretins with their little pencils dismissed as accomplishing nothing, was a ground up worldwide leafleting. So in other words, we didn't have an organization to implement this, for me to cast an order down from on high. You all will do this on this date. And we were talking about Providence earlier, weren't we, with Kevin? I wasn't at the head of some organization saying, okay, people in 9 states in the United States and 7 countries around the world are going to distribute leaflets over the same week. Didn't do that. It happened organically. That has never happened in the history of the white positive sphere, ever. And you have one of these pencil cretins saying, that's nothing. Leafleting, you're doing nothing. Sure. So when you come up, we can also talk about how do you, and please remind me, folks, when you come across one of these people, how do you handle them? We talked about it before. We can mention it again. You just say, thanks for letting me know you're anti-white, and then move on. Now, there are people who, gosh, what's the guy's name? He's such a champion. He goes on listing. I saw in some of these threads, he was hammering these people. What a salute to this guy. Just absolutely empowered with the historical proofs to share. But the problem is that these people are not there to listen to proofs. They're there to be anti-white. They're demonstrating it with all of these attacks. They're demonstrating it with trying to take me down, burn me down. So when you come up upon one of these people, you just move on to someone who can hear the message and who can go free. So this is why we are advocating that folks go free, that they use this lexicon, that they use these dialectics. How do we do that, though, when we come across people, especially in a public scenario? You are always going to win, and this is the lesson of Go Free for today. You are always going to win more people with honey than with browbeating them, right? Now, there is a point where you can challenge someone, you can humiliate them. Let's say one of these cretins, content producers on Twitter, is continuing to advance these anti-white slurs and the rest. You could say to such a person, but I don't know why bother. Some of them have like 50 followers, some of them like 500 followers. Why really bother? But let's just say there's one with substantial followers. You could then mock that person with a tweet and then just move on. This lexicon works. You don't use it though because you are a pencil cretin, and then you just move on. When it comes to people, certainly content producers in our sphere, when it comes to other content producers in the white positive sphere, when it comes to people in your family, friends, coworkers, colleagues, etc., in your life, you want to help them to go free. Don't say to them, this is about persuasion. And some people are going to be tactless. Some people are not going to have the right words when it comes to trying to persuade someone about a new point of view, something that is healthful and wholesome and beneficial to them and to our people. Others, they're going to be gauche, right? Others are going to be very good at this sort of thing. And if you are very good at it, then share the methods that you use to get folks to start using this lexicon. Now, I've shared the things that I've said, and that is that if you're going to message someone on YouTube or you're going to tweet someone publicly, you say to them something like, you know what, you're doing a great job, or you're right about that, especially if it's your brother or sister and they're right, their heart's in the right place, but they're still in the anti-white narrative. They can't see out of it. Look at how many smart people in the white positive sphere can't see their way out of the anti-white narrative, right? So their heart's in the right place. They care about our people. They care about Western civilization, but they're still trapped in the anti-white narrative. They're mired in that garbage and in that swamp and that bog. They can't get out of it. So you're not going to say to them, you're really just an anti-white loser. You're just an anti-white because even though your heart's in the right place, you continue to use their lexicon. So you're just anti-white. You don't say that there. You say to them, yeah, you're absolutely right about X, Y, or Z. Like, we really need that. We really need that border fence. You're right about that. But it's not because we need laws. That's not the only reason. You'll have a lot more success at this whole subject and achieving the goals that you clearly have if you use these words instead. This is how you change people's minds that you care about. If you get into a conversation, if somebody is a vague or somebody in your household and they're saying something anti-white, overtly anti-white, then you can say to them, you know what, that's an anti-white view. I've said with neighbors that I like, that I brought over to Going Free, that I helped see things from the healthful, salubrious point of view. I've said to them, when it comes to, which was the story I shared? I think I shared the one about they were talking about, don't I care about the non-white children or something like this. And I brought them over by saying to them, don't you care about the white kids? Because it would be pretty anti-white if you didn't, wouldn't it? So do you see how I'm crafting that there? Be pretty anti-white if you did. Now, if I were to say, you're just an anti-white, and get confrontational and hostile with that person, I'm not going to be able to persuade them to go free. So this is my admonition to all of you. Some of you are doing this perfectly, and it just makes perfect sense to you because you've been tactful your whole lives. You know how to help people along to a state of mind, a perspective that's going to be more beneficial to them and us, and therefore them again, if they are using the lexicon and dialectics, then what they are saying now. And then others of you are going to have to practice at this. So if it's someone that you want to have a continue and amicable relationship with them, you really want to help them over to Going Free. It's not going to be just a moment where you're trying to shock them. You're not going to be talking to them again. You're not going to be having a lot more conversation with them. Then you can hit them with that's anti-white as hell. You know, you're really anti-white for having that position. That's disgusting. And move away. That will definitely shock them. If they're just vagues, then they will think about it and they'll go and do some research. Maybe you will have said, you know, you should look into No White Guilt because you're being a real anti-white bastard right now. Have a nice day, and walk away from them. But if it's someone else that you're going to continue the conversation with, you don't say that to them. If it's a content producer that you like and you would like them to start using many of them are already doing that, increasingly so. And this is what we want. We want more of that, and we want more of that because we want the goal of recapturing the destiny of Western kind for the good of our people. So instead, you can say to them, you can particularly, and this is where I will leave it, and then I'll get to the specific Johnny Reb question. If it's a content producer that you like and you want to say something publicly to them rather than a private DM, maybe they're never going to look at your DM because they've received too many, or they are conceited, or whatever's going on. So you're going to tweet at them, and you could probably do the same thing with Gab. You could probably do the same thing on Facebook. You're going to make a public message to them that others are going to see. Say something positive about them. Say, hey, whatever your name is, you're doing a great job. I really appreciate everything you're doing for our people. And you know what? You could be even more effective. And that is exciting to me because you could be even more effective if you used the dialectics and lexicon of Going Free. So if you're effective now, I'm really exceptionally just exuberant over the possibility of how effective you will be if you adopt Going Free. Hey, here's the link. Check it out. If you have been a proselytizer for a religion, if you have been a proselytizer for another ideology, that is the kind of love that you are going to bring to your prospects when you go out there, the vagues out there, our brothers and sisters. That's the kind of love you're going to go out there to them with. Now, many of you may have been approached by Mormons. They're really out proselytizing. And they don't come up and say to you, do you believe in, I notice you're not using the Mormon dialectic, so you're just going to hell. And in fact, I won't get into the actual doctrine. But they don't do that, do they? They have a big smile on their face, and they find the common ground, and they say, you know what? You have a loving heart, a kind person. We want to help you go the distance. This is how you persuade people. This is how, when I look out at tweets, when I look out at Gabs, when I look out on Facebook, when I look out on Köhne, when I look out on VK, when I look out in the threads of people's videos on YouTube, when I look out in these places, this is what I would love to see from all of you, the apostles of Going Free. is this going out there with love, sharing this with people, and in love, happy that they're doing what they're doing for our people, and saying, you know what, you could be a lot better even than you are if you adopt going free. Have a look, please, and give it some thought, and leave it there. Leave it there. If we end up, as I said before, where we have content producers, maybe big names, and maybe they mean right, or maybe they're just egocentric, like we've talked about, and they're just worried about their self-aggrandizement, like we're seeing with the pencil cretins all over Twitter. They just want more attention for themselves. Then we can get to the point where we start alerting their followers, their acolytes, their communities to the fact that, hey, there's something that works out there. It's not what this person is saying. And what works? What works is not just is somebody who is intelligent, who is practiced at argumentation, who is practiced at debating, who can win debates with intellectually disarmed people. That's not something that works. Something that works is something that is changing the lives of white people for the better. Why do we even need to articulate what the yardstick is in what we are doing here? I mean, it definitely means that something is amiss. You know, why do we have people saying that, well, this person or that person, they really have the way to go because they really know how to insult the hell out of a caller or a commenter or somebody on their thread on Twitter? They can really insult the hell out of them with the facts that they bring to bear or the arguments that they bring to bear. And so therefore what they're articulating must be right. Bullshit. Sorry for my language, but that is so asinine. It just is stupefying. There are metrics to success. Maybe not in the government. And maybe that's why so many people, because we live this government mentality, that there is no metric for success, no metric for failure. But I have worked in business. I am not a trust fund baby. I'm not born into money. I have to work for people who have money, and they use my intelligence to make them more money. And so there needs to be metrics for success. So there's metrics for success in economy. There's metrics for success in sports. I was a star in all of the sports that I played, and metrics for success in academics. And there are metrics for success in what we are doing for white well-being. And the metric is not that somebody who is intelligent and talented at arguing and talented at debating and able to be flippant and able to dismissively pontificate and able to sneer better than somebody else, to sneer in their words on Twitter. That is not the metric for their arguments are the ones to use to go free, to save our people. Lives being changed. Lives going from squat to 100 overnight by going free. The hero that came to me and said he's been an alcoholic his whole life, and has been through AA, has been through state level programs, federal level programs, church. Nothing's worked until he started going free. That is success. Christ. And my apologies to the Christians out there. This is frustrating when you have people debating and disagreeing on an objective, ostensible objective, that is measured by metrics that have nothing to do with it's literally like saying he benches more than you, bro. So his is the argument that should be advanced. His clothes are more expensive than yours, bro. So his should be the argument. He insults you better on Twitter, bro. And so his are the arguments. He really knows how to sneer at you, bro. So his are the arguments that we should be using. Have you grown up eating paint chips? Who are the 80 IQ? I used to say for many years, and this is clearly becoming increasingly evident, that all of these great wars that we've had, and not just the Great War, and then World War II, all of these wars where we've been not only fighting each other, which is sinful enough, it is a sin. Because every time you kill one of our brothers or sisters, a bit of you in your biospirit dies. It's the same biospirit. But all of these wars where we're sent off to kill innocent non-white people or not innocent non-white people, but we're sent off to kill. Our best are going and are dying in these conflicts, and then they're not reproducing. And if they're not being sent off, and for anybody who would say, oh, somebody who would be a GI or on the front lines or in the Corps, or in the Air Force and getting shot, and somebody like that, those are not our, that's like the midwits. Anybody who would say that is filth, and never listen to another word they say. Because that is where our greatest inventors, our greatest achievers, it's where they've all come from. That's where they've all come from. The people who end up in this upper class in a sick, diseased society, those are the ones who have gotten wealthy by, in part, the covetousness, by chance, by, in some cases, industriousness, and being able to take advantage of opportunities that others might see, maybe that's immoral, maybe that's unethical, being opportunistic like that, maybe shouldn't do that. Those are the people who end up at this class. Those are not your best people. Give me a break. Those are not your best people. And then those people end up buying the people who are getting, who have the best success in school and who are successful at the things they do. And then those people then know that their employment and payments on their cars and houses are dependent on those richer people of that particular class. Those are not your best people. But for so long, I thought, and clearly it's the case, that we've lost so many good people that the average IQ must have dropped, or there must be a dip somewhere or elevation somewhere in the lower part or the left side of our IQ, because there seem to be so many 80 IQ idiots out there that can say ostensibly, well, our objective is to reclaim the destiny of Western kind. And so the metric will be, how much do you bench, bro? How much can you insult, bro? How many arcane subjects can you talk about in the most nuanced way so that no one in their right mind can understand? And then you can put a label of a doctrine on the front of it that everyone will understand as hell on earth, and then have some sort of success. And these are really 80 IQ. These are midget wits. They want to talk about midwits. These are midget wits. And with all due respect to people, little people, who are wonderful people, by the way. So Johnny Reb asks here about if the person is, should they tolerate a friend who is anti-white, and then you're sharing with them how this or that is anti-white, but they are too dumb to understand, or they're not smart enough to understand when you explain it. Johnny, I want you to take this as a challenge to you, my brother, and everyone listening to this. You all will face it. I have faced it. You will face it at work. You will face it in your personal relationships. There's going to be someone in your environment, someone in or people in your circles of influence that for whatever reason are going to be less than adroit, and you are going mentally, and you're going to have a hard time explaining things to them. I want you to take it upon yourself to say, look, I see that person's limitations. I am going to find a way to communicate this to them, and give it a go, and you're going to fail, and give it a go, and you're going to fail, and just keep trying. You're going to have success, and sometimes there isn't going to be any success. And if that happens, then if depending upon the influence this person exercises over your life, if they are just so out of it, I mean, you can say, look, we're going to have to agree to disagree. Never want to discuss these subjects again. I want you in my life because maybe you have your Down syndrome, I want you to have a job, and so I'm going to pay you to mow the grass. So we're not going to talk about. There's nothing wrong with mowing the grass. Mowed mine today. So we're never going to talk about this subject again, because fundamentally different points of view. You're never going to be able to really get what I'm trying to say to you. So please just trim the shrubbery, and that's what we'll talk about from now on. But otherwise, take it as a challenge to yourself that, hey, not everybody is going to be, it's like with training dogs. I wanted a Doberman because I knew how smart they were, considered one of the smartest breeds. And fortunately, she learned like this. I didn't take any effort. But if she was challenged, I would have taken it as a challenge to myself to see, you know what, I'm going to see if I'm bright enough to find a way to make it happen for her. So let's try that, Johnny Reb, and let's see if you can have that success anyhow. Find a way to explain these things, break it down as simple as you can imagine it, and we can try to help you too here with specific arguments. And if it's not happening, if it's not working for you, then you can retreat to the point that I said, where you say, look, we're not going to have the conversation anymore. Or if this person doesn't necessarily need to be in your life, then the healthiest thing to do would be to just say, look, you're too anti-white and I can't have you around because you are poison. You're poisoning my existence. I'm trying to go free of what you want to stay poisoned with. And so we can't, it's like, if you were a drug addict at some point, you've got to dump those friends that use drugs. You know, if one of them wants to get out of that with you, leave that opium den with you, well, by God, you know, grab him or her by the back of the pants and bring him right along. But if they say, no, man, you got to come back to the opium den, then at some point you just got to say so long. That's the best thing to do. Opium is less dangerous for you than anti-whiteism. Because anti-whiteism will put you on the path to white flighting into opium. It'll put you on the path to white flighting into suicide. It'll put you on the path to white flighting to any number of horrific things, not only for you, but for our people, and therefore back on you. Never forget that. Never forget that. So thank you very much for that, Johnny Reb. Let me go ahead and jump you all over to the camera for a moment while I get our air conditioning running again, because in the once great state of Virginia, especially when I get passionate, things heat up in here. Okay, I'm going to jump to the end. I'll also check over here on financial gifts, and we'll see if we can find any remedy to some of the problems we're having. And with communicating today, I hope we can. So we'll go to a song here in a moment, and I will take another look at the issues we were having with Skype. We will find a way to make it work, as I say, one way or another. Or worst case scenario, we'll have those who wanted to call in. Maybe you can write something short. I'll read it, and then we'll have you back next week. We'll run a test on this during the week and make sure that we identify the error and then know how to correct that error if it ever happens again. On the question widget over on Entropy, we have Samantha Fox. Thank you, my dear lady. And we were talking, she purchased and sent me a coffee bean grinder because she sent me absolutely delectable coffee. And I don't have it today in the coffee cup, but I'll try to have it next time. I had some yesterday. Again, it was fantastic. I love it. And she writes here, remember the note, I was indirectly called an anti-white slur over Go Free card. That's right. Dropped out of my book on my way to the pool. Later that day, a note was taped on the wall with anti-whiteisms. I trembled and cried. It shook me to my core. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely infuriating. When I saw this, I don't think, Samantha, that I ended up actually sending a curse word in my message back to you. But my first message that it deleted did have several curse words in it. I was using speak to text, and I was so furious that this lovely woman, Samantha Fox, whose mother is a survivor of Dresden, that this lovely woman had one of my books. I think she has the new Prometheus Rising, and she had one of my Go Free cards. That's what all it says on it. You all have seen these cards. It says Go Free, and it has the website on it. It was obvious she was obviously using it as a bookmarker and a page marker, and it fell out of her book somewhere where she lives, in a building where she lives, and some anti-white absolute piece of garbage found the little business card, looked up my website, and you look on my website, you look here on Go Free, and it says dignity for all, even white people. Make it very clear that this is about loving. And the first video you see when you come to my channel, which this person, this anti-white, white piece of filth actually saw, was a video where I was saying that this is about loving the white race. This is about serving white well-being. Everyone is welcome. No immutable characteristic is excluded. And absolutely coming from a place of love. This anti-white white person saw this video, saw that all we do is care, not no harm to anyone else. All we do is also care about white people. And this person made a note that said, where is it? Do I have it? Let's see. I might have it here to be able to actually read it. Okay. This note put in a public place, and this terrorized dear Miss Samantha Fox, a wonderful, gentle, beautiful lady in our community. Gentle as the day is long. Gentle as a spring rain on a field of tulips. This lovely, gentle and beautiful as that. This lovely, soft-spoken woman. Put this note up. And this note says, big placard where everyone could see, and it says, someone misplaced their bigotry card, and then it has glued or taped to it the Go Free card, and then underneath of that they write, just don't be, and then the anti-white word racist. So what do you think about this? I'm sorry, Samantha. What do you think about this anti-white piece of shit that would hear, and I apologize for my foul language. I apologize to all the ladies and any children that may have heard that. Do not speak that way. I am furious over this. Here you have a single woman terrorized, beautiful and gentle as spring rain on tulips, and she's got to come across this terrorizing note that is attacking her in a public way. This anti-white could have just picked it up and thrown it away. Could have just picked it up and maybe set it up on the counter so that, well, I don't know what this no white guilt stuff is, but I'll just set it on the counter here so that anybody else come through the walkway, if it's theirs, they can pick it up. They could have done that. Or they could have picked it up and said, let me look it up. Oh, they no harm to any other race of people. They invite all the other races to participate in caring about white people. Well, that seems kind of weird since I'm an anti-white, so I'm just going to toss it. No, this person hates white people so deeply that he or she had to make a public spectacle, a public hearing, a public lynching of this dear lady in our community. By God, if I lived anywhere, if I lived within driving distance, I would be there. And I would put me up a big sign in that housing unit. A nice big sign to the anti-whites that live there. I would want them all to know, whoever this person was, no, whoever you are, it is not the community that condemns Samantha Fox for caring about the health and welfare and well-being of white babies that is condemned. It is the community that condemns you, who want to inflict injury, who want to white erase Western kind so deeply, so sickly, so with such mental infection that you would go to these lengths to embarrass, humiliate, taunt, and terrorize a beautiful, older, gentle woman in your housing complex. You are garbage, whoever you are. You are filth. I hope you are watching, because it is the community, the great rising community of white people all around the Western world, and non-white people, and people of different folks who find whether men or female attractive to them, different sexual orientations, they're coming. Everyone is coming to this conclusion that they are seeing white erasure. They don't agree with anti-whiteism. They want to put an end to the victimization of the white race. You are the one who is immoral. You are the one who is the bastard. You are the one who has earned public condemnation. You are the one who should have people outside of your place of work, letting everyone know that you are the one who is immoral and unethical. Miss Samantha Fox is the angel. You are the devil. You sicken me. And my dear lady, if given the opportunity, I will take you by the hand. We will have a lovely lunch, and I will make sure to put up a nice big poster, and I will make it known nice and loud to everyone in that building at the top of my lungs that anyone who has anti-white and who wants to inflict injury on Western kind and white babies has a problem with me. And if they want to come out and talk about that problem, they're welcome to come out and talk about that problem. I will have that conversation. Thank you very much, Samantha. Let's see what else we have here. Absolutely sickening. That tells you where an anti-white is coming from. That anti-white, what did that anti-white woman, most likely in this case, what did she want to happen? She wanted a public lynching. She wanted to terrorize. Does that sound like a moral person? Does that sound like that's someone that we can reach some sort of ground where we can both be amenable to? Okay, you can have your space, I'll have mine. This is what I've said all along. These are two irreconcilable moral structures that are freight trains on the same track, full speed, heading toward each other. This is why you have to take in whatever persuasive way you have to use, the conservatives, the nationalists, the whatever they are in your midst, the Republicans, whatever they are, you have to take them in whatever metaphorical, persuasive way that it'll work by the collar, and you have to say, they're not going to allow you to have your backyard, idiot. You better realize that they want you socially lynched. Rest assured that this filthy, evil, anti-white bitch, that if Samantha Fox was working somewhere, this woman would be lobbying to have Samantha Fox lose her job so that what would happen? Samantha Fox wouldn't have food, so that Samantha Fox wouldn't have medication, so that Samantha Fox wouldn't have a friend's shoulder to cry on, so that she wouldn't have community, so that she would be isolated and terrorized and frightened, psychologically harmed. That is what this piece of garbage wanted. That is not a moral person. That is not a moral structure. That is an intent to kill. God Almighty. Let's get it right. And let's have that conversation, bitch. Let's have that conversation. I'm happy to tell you what you are. I'm happy to convey to you the blackness of the soul in your chest. Just don't be racist. Just don't be anti-white, you piece of... Just don't be anti-white. You want to eradicate Western kind? Well, you go do that somewhere. In our story, you are the devil. And now I want you to try to talk your way out of it being a positive moral step to erase a people from planet Earth. Go for it. Tipsy McStagger says, I guess it's a half brother told me yesterday that he agrees with most of what I have to say, but that when he tries to bring it up with his friends, they aren't willing to discuss it. They're not willing to discuss it because why? It's called cognitive dissonance. And this is a good place to be with these folks. Thank you for bringing this up. Oh, I see. It's not a half brother. It's you have two messages. Okay, the first one didn't, or the second one didn't appear for me. So it's a good place to be. If they are feeling cognitively dissonant, that means that you are persuading them they're not telling you that, but internally they're being persuaded and they feel uncomfortable. Why do they feel uncomfortable? Because there are bitches, there are anti-white bitches of both sexes out there that if they find out that you don't dislike any other race of people or religion, or you just say dignity for all, including white people, there are bitches like that in this world that will try to get the community to socially lynch you. So they know that in their head, and yet they're being persuaded. So they're having this cognitive dissonance. So they say, no, please don't talk about it anymore because I'm being persuaded by you and I don't want to face these truths. Why? Because if I face these truths, I'll have to act on them. Okay, so this is a good place to be. Now let me read what you say next. And then I told him it is due to their white noir. It is indeed. And that if he was to read Go Free, it'll all make sense and give him the tools needed to get through to his circle of friends. Tipsy McStagger, brilliantly stated, brilliantly written. That is precisely right. Show him Go Free. Get him a copy if he needs to. Give him your copy so that he can read that. Remember, I've made it very cheap because electronically because of COVID-19, and he can get it there. He can read about it there, or just go to Go Free, pick a particular subject matter, share that one thing with him so that it is seated so firmly that he can share it with these people, and it'll be able to spread that way. But it is a brilliant note that they are pushing back, not wanting to hear, because it means they're being persuaded. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in that kind of a situation where you're finding people that are saying, no, please, and they're admitting that they're being persuaded by what you're saying, you can just say, okay, give them the space, give them the space. Yeah, okay. And then a couple days later, 3-4 days later, whatever it is, something else happens. You make a comment about the news, you make a comment about something that happened with a neighbor or whatever, and then you just attach a fact or a proof of Go Free and an explanation very briefly to it, and you don't say anything else. That's not being reported on because that's a hush crime. We talk about that in Going Free. So what do you think about the job that we have to do tomorrow? And you just walk away from it. That is how you keep these people moving in the right direction. You don't try to pin them down again after they say, well, please don't don't say anymore because you're persuading me and I can't face it because it means I have to act. Don't keep pressuring like that. You take it to this other level and you then just tug them this way and change the subject. They won't be able to say, wait, no, go back to the thing you said a minute ago. No, never say that again. If they are of that mind, if they want to go back to previous comments and say, no, never say that again, then you've got a problem there. That person is, they might not have the character to go free. There are people out there that are reprobates. There are people out there that just don't have the ability. And remember what we do when we meet them. We just move on to someone who does. So fantastic. Thank you very much for that. Promethean promulgation. I gave you an offline testimony on entropy you might have missed. Offline testimony on entropy. Was it with a financial gift? Because I don't know necessarily how to access statements. I can look. Was it on the no white guilt entropy? I don't know how at the moment, and I don't know if you can access any comments made in a widget when the new widget comes up for the live stream. It might write over it. But if it was with a financial gift, then all of that is recorded on the back side of the dashboard, and I can access it. Let me know, and I can have a look for it. Conan says, on NPR Radix channel, Spencer Woods and Tyler. I don't know Tyler. Talk positively about postmodernists on their EBL show. What's the EBL show? By the way, and thank you for bringing this up, and you all can fill me in on these things, and we will touch upon these things, and hit me with that info, brother, when I bring this subject up, and I'll try to speak to all of it at that time. As I said, when it comes to me, when it comes to other content producers, when we were talking earlier about Ramsey Paul, we're all busy producing all of our own content. So I don't have the time to watch everything that Spencer or anything that he's doing, or anything that Keith Woods is doing, or I don't have time for any of that. People send me snippets of things, and they've learned that, well, if I send Jason a 20-minute snippet, he's not going to watch because he doesn't have the time. But if I get him a 3-minute or 5-minute snippet of something, he'll watch. Even because I can do that in the middle of other things. I can put something on double speed. I can zip through it, and sometimes I see things that way. I don't know what an EBL show is. And then you say here, Woods admitted to having once been a far leftist who was really okay. I don't know. That of course is a discussion that takes place inside of the anti-white narrative, and these are two different stories being written. But I will speak to this when we come to it. And so Conan, stick around and help to fill me in exactly what all this is, who these different people are, maybe that they support, not their names. Saying the name of some anti-white political activist or something of this nature is not going to give me much information. It just, if you're going to tell me something, tell me what sort of views that these people hold that are anti-white, and that I can speak to. But I thank you very much for supplying the information, because like I said, I don't have the time to watch. Do we have any technical difficulties in the community to help the young boomer with, what is it? Technicians, I'm sorry, technicians in the community. My partner recently ordered Go Free for Me, Nordic Nightmare. God bless your partner. Big salute, big spotlight, a hero, absolute hero in the making there. And thank you so much for sharing that testimony. You are going to be a stronger, smarter, healthier, brighter, faster person by going free in all ways. And so many people have given their testimony to that, and we will continue to give testimony to that. Thank you for that. Thank you to your partner. And if you have any questions as you work through, let me know. Any suggestions, let me know as well. We're always trying to improve the dialectics and the lexicon. That's what this has been about from day one. That has been my goal ever since I made it my life's mission at 11 years of age. Elaine Sabatino is here, writes, Go Free with NWG. Thank you so much. All right, let me slide through these wonderful comments. And see, there's Tipsy McStagger. There's Fraulein Dresden. We addressed your comment, how wretched, what happened there with you. Really demonic people. I can't wait. You know, we should have, if I'm anywhere in the area where you live, I will absolutely, and especially if I have any friends for a big lunch, we will come and have a big lunch, and you will feel the community of white well-being and going free and love. You will be able to feel it in person. Please try to feel it as we send it over the masses of time and space, because really we are side by side. If you thought for any moment that you were separated from our dear friend and brother Simon Harris, you know now that you weren't at any moment separated from him. Arta says, hail no white guilt. Wise words. Thank you very much for that, my dear friend. 41 BMC shares a fire. Eminent Rain says, let her rip, Jason. You know, it'd be great is to take Eminent Rain, maybe some of these other musicians, and we set up, of course, we get a permit. We set up a stage and some of the biggest speakers we can find. And maybe we give Eminent Rain the hottest electric guitar that we can find. and Fornull, and we get a couple folks, and we just light that housing complex up. I mean, we just light it up with some heavy riffs and some white positive words. That would be great. Blow the windows out of that place. All right, let's see what else we have here. I don't know. We'll bring in Donald Kent. Donald Kent can tear it up. We'll bring him in. We'll have a concert right out front. All right, what else? What did I miss? I see some people tagging me. There's the great Ezra St. White saying, I don't read all the book, just half. Then you should. What is this now? Then you should buy from No White Guilt so he can sign your book. Oh, I see. Okay, so yes, if you want a signed edition of it, then or copy of it, then you've got to get it from No White Guilt Collectibles. It'll be made available, and you'll be able to acquire it there. Technically, you're not buying it there; you're acquiring it there. And I will sign all of those. I will make it available as soon as they are available to me. Bogus Warriors says 6 of the dislikes went away, proving they're bots. Well. I think Miss Jess Horse likes the idea of maybe the party having Imminent Rain and Donald Kent and Fornull and some of the others that can really tear up an electric guitar, have them out front. That would be magnificent. Something so that we all need like the giant ear protection on. Some giant Fender amps, and I don't know, that was back in the day. They probably have better stuff now. Is it Namek Gnome? Says, hey brother, I sent you a Twitter message. Feel free to share it. Good to catch your stream live. You did? Did I write back to you? I'll have to look. Southern Nordic is here. Great to see you, dear brother. I'll have to write back to you, brother. I don't recall it off the top of my head. Promethean Promulgation says yes to all. I guess that what you're talking about the message. Okay, I'll check it out to see if I can find your offline message. Tipsy says I'll buy a hard copy as I only have the digital version and I want to fill out the work sections for him. Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, that's magnificent. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to show you all. If you have been properly using Go Free, it's going to be full of notes. I have had people, and I've got to put, it's a crime that I haven't had the time to put these images up. I've had people send me images of their Go Free books, and they look like those people who really love Christianity, how they do with their Bibles. I mean, every page has writing on them, their own. And that is how, if you are going to really go free, if you're going to live it, that's what you got to do. You're not going to be able to just read. Are you able to just read how to play a guitar and then be good at it? Are you able to just read how to build a computer or repair a car and be good at it? No, you've got to dig in. And so that is how you dig in. I'll start sharing those. If you have those with the book full of notes and you take a picture of that and share that with me, I'll share that here with everybody else so that they too can see what it looks like when somebody is serious about going free. Moms walking around, they have children everywhere, and the book is all beat up looking because she's got it in this bin of toys at one moment, got it beside the sink the next moment, and some water splashes on it, got it beside some cooking she was doing, and a splatter of spaghetti sauce gets on it, maybe some children's tears as she's kissing a boo-boo away, and the book is there as she's studying. Those are serious people, ladies and gentlemen, and my hat's off to every single one of them. All right, I'm going to jump to the bottom. We'll see what's going on over here. We'll listen to a song, and I will see if we can take another look at Skype, and if we can fix it today or not. Let's not get our hopes too high, and we'll see what else is going on in the background. And I will get to any more of your questions or comments, and we'll finally get to the other topic. We'll go ahead and we'll get to the communism and anti-white slur, racist, liberal, and we'll talk about these things, and we will touch upon these horrific stories briefly, maybe read a little bit of the news there, get any financial gifts there are, and your calls if we can have them. Miss Michelle here says, will you sign my book? And I just saw it shoot by on this other screen that I'm on over at Entropy. Of course I will sign every book that everybody wants a signature on. I will happily sign, and my name and whatever else you would like me to sign into the forward of the books. I had some great requests when I was in the UK, and they were all doable. Not the people. The people were doable, but I mean, I didn't. But their requests for what they wanted me to write into their books. I said before, everybody was handsome and beautiful there, and they were indeed. So let's see if we can let's have some fun. How about that? Okay. I don't know what this one is. We'll figure it out together. Let's eat some bugs. How does that sound?
Welcome to the occupation. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Ritual humiliation. Numb it up with drugs. Take the drugs till you get the hang of the new rules. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Welcome to the new inversion. Your culture's obsolete. Obsolete. Addicted to a new perversion. You are what you eat. What you eat. Soon you'll get the hang of the new rules. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. 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 Eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Welcome to the occupation. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Mandatory chemical castration. In the name of love. Name of love. Soon you'll get the hang of the new rules. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. 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 Time to eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Eat the bugs.
All right, we were just eating the bugs. How does my mic sound? I made a change at a different point, and is it still sounding good, or is it back to the way it was sounding at the very beginning, where it had some choppy? What we're doing here is we're trying to. We have a brand new machine that we built, and I'll share a picture of this. We are calling it the Behemoth because it is a monstrosity, but it should be cutting edge for years to come, many years to come. Warrior says, I sound like a bug. Higgs Boson says, sounds fine, still sounds good. Spencer's thoughts. Aunt Sally says, Mike sounds good to me. Thank you so much for the feedback, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to need that feedback. I have numerous audio controls and things are very different than the way they used to be. And so we're putting it together. And let's see what you all wrote while we were away. And then we're going to get right into 41 BMC puts up some butterflies, eat the bugs. Of course, that was Mama's in the Pepes. And they are a hell of a lot of fun over there with Jeff Winston at White Art Collective. That's where you can find them. And what a fun song that is. I think that's one of their hits. Higgs Boson says, which bug would you eat? Asking me, which bug would I eat? Well, I've never actually given thought to which bug I would eat. I don't think, well, I think, well, let me put it this way. If I had to eat them to live, I'd eat them all. I guess I wouldn't eat the ones that struck me as likely poisonous, but I don't know what they would be. Sega says, will Crucible ever be a standalone? Ever find out what became of Lamont Riddick years later? Well, we'll talk about him. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. So I guess, and it will be its own standalone book. In fact, we will be getting started on that probably at the beginning of next year, 2021. People will be able to acquire Crucible as its own standalone book, and thereby magnifying the work that we are doing, the people that we are able to reach. You all know who have read Born Guilty and have read Crucible that is going to appeal to a specific group of people and of different ages. It's one of those things, people have different likes, and by being able to speak to them in a way that they understand and enjoy, we will be able to help that many more go free. Nomic Gnome says, yeah, brother, we spoke on Twitter and you mentioned you might like to read it out. It's fine with me. Read half of read half of Go Free last night. Was up until 3 a.m. Everyone needs a copy. Damn. Thank you so much for that testimony. That is magnificent. Stayed up till 3 in the morning to get halfway through the book. Magnificent. Yeah, if you can zip through, ladies and gentlemen, get an overarching view and then go back and dig into it. It actually begin the exercises on yourself. You'll be able to get a lot out of it that way. So well done. Thank you for that. And you say that was on Twitter. We can pull that up and find your message as we're looking for. Is your name the same on Twitter? I guess that's the first question. Because guess what I'm not seeing in the first. I get a lot of, as you might imagine, so many wonderful folks out there. I have so many magnificent conversations going on, helping as many people as humanly possible for me. I know there are people out there that are much better. They could do more, help more people, speak to more people, maybe have 300 conversations all going on at the same time. I don't know, but I am doing my honest best to get to everyone, and I will get to you folks if we have a conversation either started, or I will be getting to you or getting back with you to continue that conversation. So let me know what your name is on Twitter. Vogish Warrior, can you please advise us on how to be productive? I never have enough time in a day to do all I need to do. We don't all have infinite energy coming from the white spirit. Well, you do have it. You just have to tap into it. That's what going free is about. This is where people find out that this is real. This is where they find out that that, oh my God, there's actually a source of pride and energy, this biospirit, the spirit of the West. It's real. It can be tapped into. You can be more intelligent. You can be physically stronger, mentally stronger. You can be more creative. You can be all of these things by tapping into this. What's preventing you from getting to it? It's these mean pathogens. These things are real. Everybody thinks, well, it's just a thought goes through my head. Doesn't, you know, it's so ephemeral. It's like an instant in time, and then it's evaporated. It's gone. And they think that, well, because of that, it is meaningless. That is like thinking, or it doesn't exert power over who I am, or it couldn't possibly prevent me from getting from the abilities that I have to the abilities that are promised. That is like thinking, it's totally understandable because of how the ephemeral nature of thought. But that would be like thinking that, you know, the switch that turns on the lights at a sports stadium really doesn't do much. So if there's something in the way of that big, and you've all seen these big switches, you know, where they're really throwing some juice, some electricity through these things. All right. So that's like the MPs, the mean pathogens, are in the way of this thing closing and crossing the gap so that the electricity can flow. And so if you can help to get these mean pathogens out of the way, and you can get those metal prongs close, you'll start lighting those stadium lights, and you'll discover, my God, the light for the darkness for the first time in your life. When the lights start coming on in that stadium and you begin to see all around you this cavernous environment, this world of power that you have access to, you'll then take this more seriously. That's why those of you out there are doing such a hero's job when you share your testimony. And I see that Roy showed up. Great to see you, good brother. He has shared his testimony many times of how he's gone from one level to the next, to the next. Now, some people, you know, how many levels they're going to go up is going to be determined by where they end up feeling comfortable. There is a belief in economics, like your own personal economics, that you're only going to have as much money as you feel comfortable with. You won't go beyond. You won't allow yourself to get wealthier, because more money might mean more responsibilities. More money might change the comfort that you're in, even if the comfort that you're in is mediocrity. So that's the same way with going free. You might say, well, I'm fine being a mediocre. I'm fine being here because I can get by my days. I have a certain number of shows I watch, certain meals, I'm fine with this. If I have more energy, if I have access to more creativity, if I start having the results that some of these people are having, you know, look at all of this BS out in the world, this genuine Bravo Sierra. Over the years, all of these scams in the world where people will say, well, you know, I bought the pills called Clear Thought. And then suddenly I was, you know, and there's no agency in the government to protect you from these people, or if they are, it's regulatory captured. And the government then are not telling you, hey, this is just a scam. Don't buy any of the Clear Thought pills. People then end up saying, why is it then that people, I'll tell you why. They end up saying, I'm going to go ahead and buy the $89.95 bottle of Clear Thought pills so that I can then have this transformation in my life. And then they get the pills and they take them, and all it is some proprietary blend. of the roots of something or the stalks of other, that some tribe that never developed a wheel says does all these magical things for you, because they're totally believable. So they take it for a while and it doesn't work, and then they just give up. So you've gone a lifetime of that sort of garbage. What's the difference between what we're talking about with going 3 and the clear thought pill example I just gave? The clear thought pill is just something you pop in your mouth, takes no effort. And that's called being lazy. And you're lazy because you think in this fast food world that it happens like this, or it just doesn't happen at all. Not the case at all. When have you worked out? And when has a bodybuilder ever went to the gym? The guy goes in and he's the scrawny guy getting the sand kicked in his face at the beach. And he goes into the gym 2 hours, walks out, and he's 250 pounds of solid muscle. Doesn't happen. That is years and years of work. This is years and years of work. But is it worth it? Do you get to the point when you go to the gym and you can hip sled 2,000 pounds or whatever your goal might be? If that was your goal and you win the medal for that at the competition, then it was worth it. If you decide to go into marksmanship and your goal is to win the competition and it's hundreds, thousands of hours of practice and you win, then it's worth it. If you go free and you actually apply the time and the effort to consciously evaluate your environment, the opposite of a cult, consciously constantly evaluate your environment and evaluate the things that are inside of your mind so that you can develop the counter triggers to these triggers, and you see those lights in that stadium getting brighter and brighter, then you'll know it was worth it. You're not going to be able to get a pill and make this happen overnight. But there are a lot of ways that we sabotage ourselves. It's a good question, Warrior, when it comes to productivity. And one of those ways is and I'll just stick to one and then we'll move on, is busy work. Don't allow yourself to fall into busy work. Don't think that for example, read and go free, it just read through the text and now you're done. That's just busy work. You've done nothing. You have gained like an overarching view. You've got to get into it and apply it to your world. And the older you are, that means the more years that you have to apply it to that are behind you. Sorry, it's not my fault. It's the anti-whites' fault. You want somebody to blame them. You want anger to motivate you to get through that, then use the anger you have for them to motivate you to get through that. So don't engage in busy work. Yeah, and busy work can also be like, well, I got to vacuum the house again. I've got, even though you vacuumed it already this week, you've Swiffered it already. You Swiffer it once every 2 weeks, the hardwood floors. Now you're going to Swiffer it for the third time because you're looking over at the Go Free book and you're thinking, that's going to take work. Yes, it's going to take work. And if you have children and you're not doing this work, you are sacrificing them. And that is a terrible character trait you need to work on. Sakis, can you try taking calls? I will. All right, let's jump over. I'm going to slide through here and see if there's anything new. Maynard Frith, the great Maynard Frith says, will there be white positive events in, is that California, Canada? I will travel anywhere that people help me financially to travel, and that is safe. I'll be in my mask. I'll be in the goggles. And how many people, I wonder now, ladies and gentlemen, how many people saw me in the mask and in the goggles on those crowded buses, on the airplanes, and in these places where all of these people were crowded, breathing, and now their loved ones are dead. They are, they have damaged organs or whatever because they were some of the unlucky ones that caught COVID-19 and it did this to them. How many of them that thought it was silly of me aren't laughing anymore? How many times do we have to get it right here for folks to say, okay, I finally am going to accept and I'm going to move forward with success? Mr. Warrior says, thank you, Jason. I speak for many of us by saying you are a great example to follow. Thank you so much. If I'm a great example, it's because I'm following the great examples I see in all of you. And I will always be a guy trying. Okay. Bigot Smalls is here. Great to see you, dear brother. What the heck? Are you all still there? We just, okay. That shouldn't have happened. More bugs to get out of the damn system. We're going to thank the mamas and the Pepes for that. Fernola's here. Oh, yes, Namignum. Yes, we're going to be reading you. Yes, specifically. Cheers to you, my dear brother. Cheers. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, we'll read it right now because we're going to talk about this. And you are absolutely the gentleman, the hero I was talking about. I guess I was talking about you earlier before you showed up. Question Everything is here. Says, hello, brother. Hello to you. Let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen. You all are going to find this. As I was saying earlier, this is so well written, so humble, and intelligence and wisdom, self-deprecation there that far is just absolutely misplaced. But everybody... anybody who's self-deprecating in a realistic way is almost in every case they're a good person, good guy, good woman, and they're not people who don't actually like hate themselves in a self-deprecating way, but who are humble people. They're almost always good folks. Yeah, who's going to come and get in in this computer here and eat the bugs in the computer? I almost said something else. It's a good thing I didn't. Who said? Somebody said something about I guess I won't speak to it. Earlier, I must have said something. Zero Talent wrote over here. I'll dig myself out of that. Zero Talent is back with $5 over on Cash App. Thank you, my brother. And writing a message in Entropy. They don't like my money. So Entropy is not allowing you to send messages through there. Is that what's happening? So you've put a message maybe in the question widget. Thank you very much for that financial gift today. All right. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to talk about, well, let's go ahead and see Zero Talent's message because I think it's here. Zero Talent says, I have done plenty wrong things in my past, but I'm proud to say I have never eaten a bug. I hope that's cut out my audio and they put something else on the screen so they know it. They don't know I'm reading. Many thanks to the Western spirit that made meat plentiful. Yeah, indeed. Strength to our culture and our people. Thank you, Zero Talent. And Zero Talent says here, they keep saying my cards are declined. Well, that's curious. If anybody from Entropy is listening, sometimes they are. If you could please have a look at that and maybe we see why that's happening. And if I can remember, I'll send a message to them to see exactly what is going on there. And we have Tall Kevin on the Tall Kevin question widget writing, Jason, my daughter is eagerly waiting for your first children's book and it's coming. It's in the works. You know what folks don't, I'll since you all are close and we'll keep it between or among us. I'll let you all know that everything that's happening here, none of this is by chance. I'm not saying, oh, I'll do this next, and well, maybe I'll do that next, and maybe I'll do this next. This is a plan. I have planned this over a decade. Things are rolling out exactly as they have been planned. They are working exactly as they have been planned. Everything is set in a way that set for intelligence to be able to guide given shifting circumstances, because the sands of societal context are ever shifting and not predictable by me or by anyone else or by any artificial intelligence. So there has I've given leeway to, I've given myself ground to navigate, but nonetheless, this is all coming to plan exactly as we have crafted it. And I worked it out years ago and have been working on it for all of this time to make this happen. And there are children's books, plural, that are going to be happening, my dear brother. So yes, look for those in the future, and we're going to be having a great time reaching our youth, a couple different types, and I can't wait to put smiles on their faces. Thank you very much for that, and thank you all who voted on Kevin's question over there. So now we're going to talk about something I'm sure some folks, geez, over 3 hours. Okay. So we're going to talk about what's going on with this communism thing. And if you all have any information to add, and I will take a look at Mark Brahman's message to me, and we'll see what, and I'll share the information in a general sense of what's there. But what was happening, of course, which you all know and what I shared earlier, was that we had all of a sudden these accounts, these content producers who were showing up, and on Twitter, they were showing up that's the primary place where they were producing content, and on the streams of people's shows and on threads, and they suddenly were present with these communism needs, we need to advocate for communism, need to advocate for Marxism, need to advocate for Islam, these things people were saying. And then anybody who said, are you nuts? And there are various reasons. I think most people who were saying, are you nuts, were not saying it for the right reasons. Or at least I guess they're for the right reasons rather, let me phrase, reasons that are reasons that I would also take in some cases. But the first reason, the most important reason, is that there are hundreds of millions of our brothers and sisters, vagues, who believe, now it doesn't matter right now for the purpose of stating this argument, who believe that these ideologies, these doctrines, have instantiated, created hell on earth. So to them, it means seas, just seas of blood, sanguinary, merciless life loss and bread lines, and it won't matter what could have been positive or what could have been whatever. For them, that's what they see. Now, we are running out of time. We don't have a lot of time to screw around with silly messages for these people to hear. The reality is that the hourglass is low on sand, and it's getting shallower by the day. We need to reach these people. We need to reach them with love. We need to reach them with something that's comfortable for them. We need to reach them with something they can identify with. We need to reach them with a message that says, your life, the lives of your children, that will all be preserved. That will all be gifted dignity again by way of our people's well-being. And we will take you in, and you can fight for something heroic and moral and good with us. And no one is going to be turned away for an immutable characteristic. So because our people, we don't like that. We have normal sensibilities in service to white well-being, because Western kind has normal sensibilities. We don't want somebody turned away because even though they think like us, they fall somewhat short of what we consider exemplary. We have an exemplary, I guess, definition of all things, of what we all would like to be, the perfect family, the perfect man, the perfect woman. But we are a movement of redemption, and we allow each and every one of us to fall short of the effort to be perfect, to reach that impossible perfect state. That doesn't mean that we allow people to be degenerate scum and destroy civilization. That means we allow people to not reach perfection. That is what our brothers and sisters need to hear. That is what the anti-whites want to prevent them from hearing. Because they know that when these people hear that message, they're going to say, that makes sense to me. I'm going to have a look. That makes sense to me. I'm going to take it up. And when they have a look, they're going to read these testimonies like the flannel from Twitter that I'm going to share with you all in just a minute that I can't add anything to. Brilliant, over the top brilliance, over the top genius, over the top testimony. And somebody or several of you, when I read this, you need to clip this and then share this on on Twitter, share it on Gab, share it these other places, because it needs to be said. So his voice needs to be heard. He needs to be spotlighted, and we'll celebrate him in a second. Now, what else is going on? Our brothers and sisters, as the hourglass is running thin or shallow, they are rescinding, as I was saying earlier, their loyalty from all of these traditional places that they had invested loyalty: the church, the lodge, the alma mater, the place of work, the union they're attached to, the professional organization they're attached to, the government that they're attached to, the state level, federal level governments that they're attached to. They're rescinding these loyalties. Now, that doesn't mean that they are suddenly going to go out into the street and say, I'm no longer a whatever country they're in. They didn't do that in the Soviet Union because you got executed. You were executed for that. They all in the Soviet Union rescinded their allegiance from the ideology. They rescinded their allegiance from the corrupt government and lived under it until enough of them had rescinded their loyalty that it collapsed. It collapsed, of course, for many reasons. But it could not have collapsed if all of those people had remained loyal to the ideology and to the government. So it had been deprived of its nutrients, the government and the ideology, the nutrients being the people that compose these things. These are constructs. They are as much, an atheist would say that God is a construct. Government is too, buddy. Government is just a building like a church. Government is just costumes like they have at church. So these are constructions of man. And if it is deprived of the nutrients in the soil, then that plant withers and dies. And that's what happened there. So you can go down and you can cite, well, it was this and going on and that going on. And there can be a lot of things. You can say there was cloud cover and so the plant didn't get the sun. You can say there was too much torrential rain. You could say soil erosion. You can say all of these kinds of things. But the bottom line is that the nutrients, the people that kept the communist ideology alive and the government alive, they withdrew from the roots, and that plant had no choice but to die. That's why it died. Our people across the West are withdrawing their allegiance from the anti-white regime. Now, for a lot of these people, these pencil cretins, what they're saying is that they are trapped, by the way, and it's important to understand, they are trapped in the anti-white narrative. They are using all of the anti-whites vernacular. They are using the anti-white perspectives. They are mired in the anti-white stories of history, and they try to interpret and reinterpret and torture and twist those stories so that they can make some sort of urbane argument, some sort of very sophisticated, nuanced argument within that story that people who are on the same page with them will be able to say, yes, I think you've got it there. You have twisted and tortured this story in the anti-white narrative so profoundly. You have put it on Procrustean's bed, and you have torn it in so many directions or lopped it down into so many pieces that now, yes, I can see how we can win and we're right in that story. But guess what? None of the hundreds of millions of our brothers and sisters out there have been listening to all of the preceding nuanced, tortured, twisted arguments that led up to the moment that individual was able to create in his or her audience, that moment where they said, yes, now I understand how in this story it makes sense. That's something that they then can't go out and recreate for a brother, a sister, a mother, a daughter, a son, a friend, because they can't recreate all of that conversation that ultimately makes no sense. mired in this world using the words of the anti-whites, and because of it, having to create bizarre interpretations to try to win inside of it. We are not in Going Free. We are not in the anti-white narrative. And we prove again and again with testimonies from you all again and again, and the ranks are growing, that being in the story of our making, where we write into those pages that we are the heroes, writing with rather than with ink, with our own blood, that we are the heroes of that story, that the anti-whites who would try to intimidate and terrorize a beautiful, sweet older woman because she cares about the dignity and the well-being of our people, that they are the monsters, not taking that anti-white woman's ideas and saying that she has pre-whatever this ism and that ism, and she's still functioning, and trying to take the origins of what potentially are her thoughts and then twisting them to, don't you know that this philosopher, you're getting the information from somebody who overly focused at this school, at this period in history. And then if you actually look at it from this other philosopher's point of view, or this other political observer's point of view, he sees it through an entirely different lens and then breaks it down as an aspect of an ideology before that even came about. So don't you see that is actually a misinterpretation of the actual rendition of the ideology as it was written on the document, caused by the over focus, the hyper zealous focus of this particular school of thought at that time. And then she ends up being wrong. Okay, you got that? Now you feel so smart. If you're new to this now, if you've got an 80 IQ, or you're an average intelligence, or you're very smart, you get roped right in. You feel like, wow, that makes perfect sense. I can't recreate it, but it makes perfect sense. Credo qui absurdum. I believe because it is absurd, written across everybody's head. That is how these arguments from these content producers on Twitter, as I say, showing up in YouTube and other places, that is how these arguments are being made. That is how they're being articulated, and that is how they are being advanced. The problem is, as I noted earlier, our brothers and sisters out there, and we'll go back to calling them the basic nationalists, basic patriots, they are going to lump everybody into the same category who cares about white well-being. And if they hear, even though there couldn't be any more difference between serving white well-being and what these people are saying, these people are loud. And for whatever reason they have, and perhaps because there are entities that want to forestall the good work that we are doing. I mean, you think about it. The anti-whites are looking out at the landscape and they say, well, let's see, there's a genuine challenge to our domination. And then right beside it here, there's another set of ideas that will not be any challenge to us whatsoever. Let's throw some weight behind those ideas. You know, that's what they're doing. You know, that's what they're doing. So if these folks, these deleterious notions are then advanced, and our brothers and sisters, when they come to see all of us for them, these basic nationalists, we will all seem, anybody who cares about white well-being will all seem like the same entity. And they hear people talking about communism, Marxism, Islam needs to be the new way of the West. When they see that, they're never coming back. They will never listen to anything we have to say again. And that is the reason why, the first and foremost reason why we need to reject these ideas, because they will turn off the hundreds of millions that we need to bring over to Go Free if we are going to recapture our destiny. We don't have time for more generations to hate the communities. Like, you know, all of our parents looked out at or almost every single one looked out at the white positive sphere, and they said, well, you know what, we share, you know, same beliefs, but The kind of people that are in the white positive sphere are criminals, or they are ne'er-do-wells, or they are whatever. They believed that, and so they didn't come to participate. You think 1950s America didn't all agree with the white positive sphere? But they didn't come over because they had been convinced that everybody who would participate in such a thing was a ne'er-do-well, was a criminal, or had a criminal history. The same thing will happen now if they show up and they come into contact with people saying what the West needs is Islam, communism, and Marxism. That is why we have to denounce these folks. That is why we have to speak out against them. Now, how do you handle them in the conversations on their, on Twitter and the like, where they show up and they want to shout you down with the anti-white slur, racist liberal? Well, just say to them, that's anti-white, go to hell, and then move on to a conversation with somebody posting tweets, targeting tweets to certain celebrities or content producers on YouTube or elsewhere to try to bring them over to going free. Those folks are a waste of time. They're busily looking up penile augmentation devices and pills. So just let them be what they're going to be, and we can work at the business of saving Western kind, okay? So I'm going to read this now. And let me say here, by the way, we had I had a message from Mark Brahman, and let me see what's going on now so I can tell you all what's going on now. Okay. Apparently, we had a back and forth. Mark wrote into me, and it's amicable right now. So, and Mark says to me here that he's 200% for white well-being, Mark Brahman, and right on, brother. I wholeheartedly support that position. If you're 200% for white well-being, then he says pro-white here. So we'll say white positive. I support that. And anyhow, he invited me on to come on with Keith and Richard and some other person that I don't even know who that is. I can't find the name. And I think we might get together to discuss this. I expressed a bit of surprise because I thought that what was probably happening here was that you had maybe Richard, for example, made a comment about, as I said earlier, like maybe X topic is, or X subject or X point is a positive or is a beneficial. That also happens to be somewhere under the umbrella of, say, Marxism. And then you had people who decided, these other folks, these pencil folks, decided to make this into something much more than it was. So I essentially asked Mark Brahman, do they really hold these positions? Are they advancing it? And he assured me here that, let's see, just want to take a quick look. He wants to clear up, assured me here that they want to clear up any miscommunication or difference of opinion or something of this nature on this, and do it in an amicable way. And I shared that I would be disappointed if they were actually advancing these talking points, because these are smart guys. Why would they advance something that they knew would turn off every normal white person that heard that message? I mean, it doesn't take a lot of thought to know that all of the hundreds of millions of our white brothers and sisters are not going to hear communism, Marxism, Islam, that's what we need, and then think, well, yeah, let me hear more. So I don't know if that's their position. And Mark has written me again, and I haven't had an opportunity to read it. I won't read it now, since I don't want to make you all wait. But okay, so it looks like he's now saying that potentially, rather than have me on Richard's show with me, Richard, Keith, potentially himself, he thought at first, but then he thought maybe not himself, that would be too many. But then he named some other person. I think his name started with like a TH or something. Anyhow, I don't know who that is. But now potentially have a different scenario set up. So we'll see if we end up having a conversation. Essentially end up with having a conversation somewhere about it to see where there is confusion or not. I mean, maybe there is a genuine, serious disagreement about what is a proper message to reach out to our people with. And we'll see what kind of case can be made. If someone is going to make a case that we need to tell our brothers and sisters something that they have learned for the totality of their lives is hell on earth, and say that this is how we reach the destination of recapturing the destiny of Western kind, they got to make a hell of a good case. They got to make, it can't be, that's a hell of a good, because if you're saying, no, we got to tell them that strychnine is a sweetener, as I used earlier, as an example, then you really have to come up with a hell of a good case, because otherwise you are poisoning the well, poisoning our people. So we'll see how it turns out. And I'm open to hear, and I've always been open to all of the different ideas about how to get to a destination. There is no corner on the market of how to get to white well-being. And if people are honestly moving in that direction, I am 100% for that. I'm 100% for the wind at their backs. Everybody who has had private conversations with me, they ask about content producers, and this person has this many content producers. And I say, I wish they had 3 times more. I wish they had 10 times more. Anybody who's had a private conversation with me, and I've said that, and they're doing something different than me, these people, not somebody serving specifically white well-being. Speak right up in the thread or in the live chat. Let people know so they can know who, no white guilt, who Jason is in all sincerity, in all honesty, for the totality of my life. So my ear will be open, but I tell you what, if you're going to be telling me that we need to tell people that strychnine is the new sweetener, then you're going to have you have to have a magical argument to make that work. We'll see. Maybe none of what these other content producers on Twitter are saying is accurate. So we can get to we can get to some truth of it. But we do need to, as the white positive sphere, kill this. If you honestly want white well-being, if you honestly want to do right by our people, and the way we kill it is silence. No arguments. Don't engage them. I was talking to a lovely member in the participant in the white positive sphere yesterday. And that person, this subject came up, and that person immediately began talking about the arguments that were raised by these content producers. And that person made sane, persuasive arguments against those arguments. And then I told this participant, you just went wrong. And that person, of course, must have been thinking, I couldn't see the face, must have been thinking, what do you mean? I just made these powerful arguments. You're telling me they're persuasive arguments. You're saying that I'm right. How did I go wrong? They want you engaged in their story, ladies and gentlemen. Don't do it. When they say that, when they go through that whole thing that I did for you, and I made it as confusing as possible, because that's what they do. When they make that argument and they want to talk about Atlanticism, and they want to talk about Angloism, and they want to talk about all of this Bravo Sierra, they want to come out with all of these other unused words, unused terms, unused concepts. They want to pull them out of the trunk of dissimulation and Babelism, and they want to confuse you with the baffle-gabbing. When they do that, just say, no, thank you. You're anti-white cur. Have a nice day. Don't engage. If a crazy person came to you, you worked in an insane asylum, and they came up to you, this is how you should see them. And they said, I have strychnine. This is the perfect sweetener for lemonade, or the perfect sweetener for whatever, candy bars. And you would say, it's not the perfect sweetener because you will have lost. He just won, even though he's wrong. You don't engage. The moment you engage, they win. The moment you start telling them how wrong they are, they win. You just tell them, and you tell everybody watching, this person is anti-white. They're trying to drive a wedge. They're trying to drive normal white people away from us. Ignore these people. Kill their message this way. Kill these anonymous accounts this way. And if any content producers decide that they, like content producers, named ones, popular ones, if they decide they want to take up these arguments, kill them the exact same way. Metaphorically, kill them the exact same way. Don't engage. They win when you start talking about which philosopher or political scientist's view and how long the Anglo structure focused. As soon as you start engaged in that garbage, they've won. Even if all of your arguments are superior, they've got you talking about something else. And I got to tell you what, if anything looks like a psyop, it's that. If anything right now, at the most critical period in history for Western kind, this is the last breath. Either this giant gets up off of the ground or it's over. Either we rouse this giant or it's over. Either we bring the smelling sauce to the nose of this hero or it's over. And this would be the perfect time, as the soil is becoming increasingly good for what we have to share with our brothers and sisters. This would be the perfect time for the anti-whites to come forward with an argument that would conflate the good that we are trying to do for our people and our civilization with ideologies that have soaked the world in more blood than all of the wars combined. I mean, get serious. Do you need to actually see them sitting in their little rooms calculating what would really ruin it for Western kind right now? They're coming to. They're getting pissed. They're marching into government houses with shotguns. What would really ruin this? Can you honestly think of anything that could make it worse than to conflate what we're trying to bring to our people, the love that we're trying to bring, with the ideologies that have done and do everything that they have done and continue to do and will and do and continue to do across the world? Can you think there are no worse ideas? They say right now, they say that it's becoming increasingly obvious that the young, they don't care as much about the Nazis anymore. The Nazis have been overdone. Every week there's a new Nazi movie. There's a new Nazi show. There's a new Nazi this, a new Nazi that. They say that that's been overdone now. People are becoming inured to it. They're becoming immune. Well, what made that ideology, with however bad or good you thought it was, what made that look like child's play than what is now being advanced? There's nothing else out there. The only thing they could tack onto this is worshiping Satan. That is the only thing they could add. And now watch for it. I mean, what more does it take? How dumb do you have to be? It does not get worse than conflating us with the whatever count it is that they've come to in Soviet Union, 60 million of our brothers and sisters, 70 million, whatever count it comes to now in China, a third of Cambodia. I mean, it doesn't get worse. Everybody over all of these years now made very well acquainted with some of the uglier aspects of some other religions. We won't even say. It doesn't get worse. So to conflate us now, it's obvious. It's really obvious. So what kind of person would do that because they thought that that was the metric to get to that objective? And we were talking about the metrics earlier. How do you measure success in reaching white well-being, in recovering our destiny? Do you measure success by changing lives like we are doing? By having a curative contagion that people can learn and then spread to those around them? That people saving lives, creating lives? Is that your measurement? Or is your measurement for success to achieve white well-being, to achieve recapturing our destiny, an intellectual take on demonic ideologies so that some portion here or there is legitimate or was good, and so therefore, and that person can really insult the hell out of, or sneer the hell out of, or be snide or rude to someone else better than anyone else. And so therefore, based on that metric, that's the direction to go. I think I've made it clear. And now to drive the point home, we're going to read the flannel. And this will seal the deal for everybody who is honest, for everybody who means good, who's intellectually honest, who's morally and ethically honest, who genuinely wants to move toward white well-being. The only other community comment I have from this week was great. It was by Dylan, and he writes, 8 hours? Jason, you're a machine. I appreciate that, Dylan. Thank you. Now we're going to read from the flannel. Let me get a drink. Here we go. Hi, Jason. I'm someone who has come to the party in my mid-30s and have come through the typical libertarian pipeline. I'm smart, but not intellectual, nor particularly intelligent. I'm vain and like to think I'm more clever than I actually am. I'm not even a big reader and will readily parrot things. That's why I think you are right to have stated your position in a very direct and forthright way about the kinds of takes folks like Keith Woods and Spencer have been publicly ruminating on their streams. After taking the red pill, it does seem thrilling and quite addictive to just drink in all of these streams, particularly the, quote, big name group chats where challenging and taboo ideas are hashed out by intelligent and articulate thinkers. The danger is when these highly nuanced intellectual debates can become a psychologically self-soothing distraction from the big picture objective for someone like me, a bit of a midwit, still learning, training wheels still very much bolted on in terms of white positive thought. It is so seductive to feel edgy and elitist when you are new, and ultimately it can be very welcome. It can be a very welcome reprieve from the grim reality of the situation that we are being replaced. The debates they hold are indeed useful and interesting in a general sense, but are very, very, very nuanced. Someone like me can walk into the sphere right off the street, and before you know it, I'm actually alienating potential allies by regurgitating poorly understood and articulated, copycat, out of context versions of these highbrow contrarian takes. I first heard you talk just before Christmas, and you gave some advice which instantly uplifted me and swept away all the depressing, dark thoughts which inevitably comes with realizing we have been lied to. Your advice was to stop fantasizing about changing the neoliberal system and concentrate on getting educated, build connections, and improve our spaces. Having a family, concentrate on spreading the message in creative ways rather than dwell on what could be. Also, your absolute assertion during a John Mark chat that waiting for some kind of civilizational collapse or terrible revolution was not just counterproductive for our future, but it was suicide. That idea grips and paralyzes many libertarian-minded white people like my old self from accepting the harsh truth of our situation. It is a fantasy and not a path to anywhere positive, but a dead end. I have lurked on Twitter and read some pretty ugly shit. So I just wanted to reach out and say a big thanks, Jason. This has made me buy Go Free, and I can't wait until it arrives. All the best, the flannel. Let's get a round of applause for the flannel, this humble hero in our midst, the exact kind of person that we want, who spoke just then for the minds and hearts of millions, and whose words will undoubtedly, if we are able to take what he has written here, and I have read for you all, and share it on clips on Twitter and elsewhere on YouTube, if we are able to do this, it will speak to and help, who knows, the end number that it will actually reach, not just with his words in the spoken form as I just read them, but for those who are so moved to go free that they then help others to go free. It is truly incalculable. My hat is off to you, literally today. The flannel, I cannot thank you enough for your humility, for your intelligence, for your wisdom, for your integrity, for your maturity, and for your courage to stand up as you observe what is happening. You're watching on Twitter. You're watching on how you are articulating how you became a victim of this, and you are owning your victimhood. You are owning that you made a bad decision. That's what a man does. That's what a woman does. They own their bad decisions and they learn from them. Remember, you either get it right or you learn. You either win or you learn. There's no wrong for all time here. You are owning these decisions that you made. You spoke eloquently to how you were drawn in. That is exactly how folks are drawn in. People who shouldn't be listening to people who are really diving in deep, and they should have their own little spaces where they are, or they should make sure that their listeners, I guess I should say it this way, they should have their cadre who also dives deep with them and who understands that everything is supremely nuanced there. And they should they should make a dividing line that if you are not in this cadre, then you're not going to get it. You're going to come to dangerous conclusions with that small bit of education. We talked about that earlier. A little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. That is what the flannel was speaking about here. So many are falling prey to this, feeling intoxicated, as he's saying here, as he has the courage to say publicly. Intoxicated by feeling smart by listening, by feeling edgy by listening, by feeling like he's doing something even though he hasn't read all of the books, has just dabbled a little bit, but he's listening to the people who can talk about these subjects in a sophisticated way, feeling that he's somehow accomplished by doing so. This is somebody who's going to go somewhere. And I wish so many more. We should all aspire to this level of integrity and courage to speak to our faults, to speak to our errors. And God bless you, the flannel. I wrote back here, it takes a very big man to write what you wrote here, brother. You have my respect. It takes more intelligence and wisdom than you would credit yourself to be able to come to these conclusions. I wish I had more time to speak to what you have written, but I have work and getting ready for the garage party on my channel tonight, and the Prometheus Rising launch party tomorrow, of course, which was postponed. So I only have a moment, but I had to get back to you. I salute you and I thank you. May I read your DM on Sunday during Going Free? I will not include your name, as I would think you would want to keep this message anonymous. I will write again first chance. No worries. Feel free. This is what he writes back, ladies and gentlemen. No worries. Feel free to read any of it. Go Free just came through the mail letter box today. All the best, the flannel. God bless you, brother. God bless you. And I'm not going to share your... I know you said share everything, but I'm not going to share... I think that's probably your real name. At least I think you had your first name up. I'm not going to share that. But folks can find you on Twitter and you can share... I don't think the flannel is the totality of your handle, but if you want to share the rest of your handle, please do so in the live chat if you're still with us, or you can share it in the thread if you are not. And a big salute to you. I see a bunch of kisses on the screen. I hope that is for the flannel. I think it is, by Angharad Celtic. He deserves every one of those. And thank you very much for that, Angharad Celtic. This is somebody that we have just learned a lot about, and we can a lot about ourselves from, and we can emulate and be much better people as a consequence. Please share and please follow the flannel on Twitter and celebrate him for his honesty, for his integrity, and that is being a white man. That is what being a white man is all about. So I salute you. If any of you all have comments about that, I'll take a look at them. We'll speak to them, and then we will move on. We are long in the tooth here tonight, and I don't want to make it any harder on my fabulous, intrepid mods than it already has to be. I can make myself suffer, but I would never do that to anybody else on purpose. Raymond Foster writes here, helped me to see the right way. Are you... I'll look back. Maybe I'll see exactly what you're speaking to. Oh, you're saying that I helped you to see the right way. Well, thank you so much for that. And the flannel, I did write back to the flannel too about Go Free. If you have any questions or suggestions as you work through Go Free, to reach out to me. I extend that to everyone because we want to continue to improve the work we're doing for White Wellbeing. Isn't that just a telling testimony, ladies and gentlemen? Can't you just feel the honesty, the sincerity, the integrity, and the power of the words that he shared, and how it will land on those who are going down the same errored path? You're not doing anything, ladies and gentlemen. You're not doing a thing when you are simply listening to other people talk about highly nuanced views about particular subjects. And again, I point out that the only thing left that they could add to conflate to service to white well-being, to make it uglier than they have, not the people that he is speaking to. I don't know exactly what they've added. I'm talking about the people in these Twitter content producers. The only thing that those people could add is Satanism and the worship of the devil. Everything else there is in place to make us look as bad as humanly possible. Do you need any more evidence that these folks are anti-whites? Thank you very much. Okay, Raymond Foster said, no, I guilt. I said above, I can admit I'm guilty myself. He writes, I used to act edgy. Now as bad as some, but still edgy. Not as bad as some, but still edgy. Thank you for that. Thank you for speaking up. Yeah, we do need to be able to speak up and admit when, especially when it's something like this, So hats off to you for standing up in the live chat to say that you were one of those people at one time, and not as bad as others, but and surely there are really folks who really do not, and you know that those are really the 80 IQ types, those guys and gals. They can't think for themselves, so that's why they get mired there. The good will eventually free themselves, and they will go free. So thank you for sharing that testimony. Focus Warrior says, did you see the Twitter back and forth between Keith Woods and Paul Joseph Watson regarding the small tribe of powerless people who own everything? I didn't see that. That's probably funny, though. Now, if you all have any comments, the flannel says here, makes some claims about, I don't know exactly as I read through this, if the flannel is saying, and if you're here, you can chime in, brother, is saying that Richard Spencer or Keith Woods or any of these others were specifically advancing what these Twitter accounts, these Twitter content producers were advancing. This is what I'd like to get to the core of. And I don't want to begin, I want to do it now. I want to do it with us. I don't want to begin with Richard, for example. I've known Richard for a long time in the white positive sphere. I don't want to begin, for example, in like this, did you say, are you endorsing, are you enforcing? I just want to, if he didn't say these things, if he's not advancing these things, then, but he has some other kind of highly nuanced take that he's able to articulate and have it out with others, hash it out. And if that's what it is, then let's know. Let's hear it. If he's saying, no, anyone who is not him or Keith or any of the others, anybody out there who is not saying that we need to advance these horrible ideologies, name them and say that this is the way to go, and anybody who's not doing it, use anti-white slurs on them. And ladies and gentlemen, why don't we use anti-white slurs? I'll give you all a moment to chime in, anybody who does. And if nobody gets to it, I'll say. But if he's saying that, or Keith is saying that, or anybody else is saying that, let's know so that we can start the conversation. I don't want to go into the conversation. Everybody knows what I'm saying. I received this message from Mark Brahman, and I was like, what are you talking about? Did they actually say these things? Because the way his message landed on me, whether it was his intent or not, I didn't know what his intent was. So maybe his intent was other than I interpreted when I read it. So having said that, it landed on me as though Keith or Richard or a combination or some other person he named, that they're actually saying the same things that these Twitter people are saying. I don't know, why is it complicated? Are they saying these things or not? Are they saying, or are they, somebody wrote me and said, well, you can't pin them down because every time, it's like a direct, are you actually saying advocate? Then they say, oh, it's just for irony. It's just a joke. It's just, and then they kind of run away from. I don't know if that's true either. So does anybody know what these people are actually saying? I'd like to know what that is, since my position is known before any conversation would happen with either Richard by himself or all of these people and me having a conversation. I would like to know what all of their express, salient, explicit positions are. And if somebody can provide me with that, then I would be delighted. Why is it that nobody knows? Or if there's a reason for nobody being able to pin it down, does somebody know why that is? Because I've asked, okay, what did Keith say? What did Richard say? When these guys and these, or gals or whatever they are, the hermaphrodites, looking at the ads of penis augmentation, when they are saying Richard is right, and then they advance their position, is that because Richard actually said what they're saying? Or is it because this is a troublemaker, a subversive, who's just trying to drive wedges? Let's find that out. Eric Barton says, we don't use anti-white slurs because it legitimizes the anti-white narrative and terms. Precisely. We never use their slurs. We never use their terms. We never use their dialectics, because the moment you do, you have legitimized the totality of anti-whiteism, the totality of the anti-white narrative, and then you have to speak to all of it. And who is the bad guy in the anti-white narrative? It doesn't matter how nice your vest. It doesn't matter how many philosophers you can cite. It doesn't matter if you are a war veteran. It doesn't matter what you've done good in the world. It doesn't matter if you are like the guy, the police officer who spent his whole life helping black children. I don't know why he had a white guy, a white police officer, didn't want to help any white kids, apparently didn't want to help any other non-white children, just black kids. And then he goes to the house of a professor, and the professor is a black guy that's belligerent because he hates white people. He's anti-white, and he starts shouting at the police officer, "Go away!" And the cop's saying, "Hold on, guy, somebody called the cops on an intruder." And this guy is, whatever he's saying, he called the cops or somebody else, now go to hell, because he doesn't want the white police officer on his part. Whether this happened or not, of course, you'll have to ask the people at YouTube. And then Obama swings into action, and the whole world is saying this police officer, this white guy, is the personification of Beelzebub in the anti-white narrative, even though he spent his whole life helping black children. So it doesn't matter what you do. The moment you use their dialectics, the moment you legitimize any of their lexicon, you are the bad guy forevermore in their story. And very bright people can take out their academically sharpened swords and hack their way through the brambles of those debates, and that can be stimulating for them. But that's not how we are going to win. That's not how we are going to take back our destiny. We are going to take back our destiny by normal people talking to normal people and spreading this from community to community. Thank you, Eric. I salute you. Conan says, in a recent stream, they talked about, now you say they, could you please specifically say, but in a recent stream, they talked, and thank you for getting back, good sir. They talked about nationalists who don't want third positionism, are just racist liberals. And Spencer, okay, a name, told the audience to call them that. Is that right? So, Conan the Barbarian in the live chat has just stated that Spencer told people, and he's not, now Conan, did he say it in a way that he could then say, oh, that was just irony? Oh, I was just joking, I didn't mean it? Or was he literal? Was there no mistaking that he was absolutely saying use an anti-white slur to slur everybody who doesn't want to take up an ideology, a position that is within the anti-white narrative? Because I don't want to go to these guys and then have them, able to say to me, "What, you took that seriously? What are you, some kind of idiot?" You follow me? So, Deneki says, what's the point? No one will accept these views, period. Precisely. No one will accept these views. You don't want to, and then all of this, just know this. They can talk, or they or anybody, when I say they, people outside of service to white well-being can talk about they can talk about all of these other ideologies that are taking place within the anti-white narrative, relative to the anti-white narrative, influenced by ideologies within the anti-white narrative, and they can track their course by way of anti-white thinkers or other events that are articulated and promulgated, whether truthful or untruthful or partly truthful, within the anti-white narrative. They can do that if they want. It's going to be hard going. If they think they can take that course and reach the well-being of Western kind, more power to them doing that. I don't have any problem with somebody taking another course to that same destination. There's a problem when they say fire flaming darts at the ship over there that no white guilt is rowing on. That's a problem. So if somebody is saying in a literal sense that they can't escape, they can't just say it's irony, they can't say, geez, what are you, some kind of idiot? Of course I didn't mean to call people and anti-white slurs like racist. If they're saying, you know, call everybody who's not saying this an anti-white slur, then we have a problem, because then they're saying fire on the people who are trying to reach the same destination. And then anybody saying that for real is behind these pencil dick, penis pump worshiping assholes who come out on Twitter producing content who have nothing legitimate to say in contravention of going free and the work we're doing here. They show up with nothing more but character assassination of me and the others who are trying to do good work for our people. The kind of garbage, you know, these are the toothless wonders who show up, 80 IQ'd pricks that show up and who want to assassinate my character by humiliating a person who had a psychological break. There's nothing funny about a poor person who has a psychological problem and who has a psychological break from some horrible victimization. There's nothing funny about that. And you have to be a classless turd to make fun of such a person and to try to use something like that to your advantage, because you have been motivated to assassinate the character of someone who is not going to take up some ideology within the anti-white narrative. That's problematic. So that is where I will have a problem. So I want to know if we can figure this out before there's a conversation. I want to know where the positions actually are. So I really thank you, Köhne, and we'll see if anybody else has anything to add to that, or if you could add more. Thank you for coming back and sticking with us. Let's see. Apollo says, I think it's a great idea if you went on a stream with them. All right. Thank you for your input there. Seaver Hamlin says, would you like to test a call? Yeah, we'll test a call. Elaine Sabatino says, my stream is lagging, so I was a little slow on the draw with the applause. Oh, okay. Thank you. Is anybody else's? I mean, are we still under attack? And are we under attack just by no-name people, or are we under attack because they've been sicked on everybody who's not a third position? Seika says, can you try a call with at Spencer's Thoughts? Yes. I'm gonna try again, and if it doesn't work, I'll try one more time after another song. Elaine Sabatino says, wow, what a powerful letter, Jason. Really is. Thank you for that. Okay, and then we had Raymond Foster's comment, so thank you, salute you. I see all the applause. The great Frunal, a great bunch of champions are here. Thank you all for being here. Thank you also for your patience as we are working through the bugs on the new behemoth that is state-of-the-art and assembled by, well, we'll just say that I built it in the same way that somebody has, like, I don't know, their house built or their shed built. I had desires, and I went back and forth with people who are far more educated on the subject matter than myself, and researched long and hard for the pieces we needed at as soon as they went on discounts, because I couldn't afford them otherwise. And that's how we ended up with such a glorious product that we are getting the bugs out of, and we will have Mamas and the Pepes come over to eat the rest of the bugs out of it. Vokish Warrior, did you see the Twitter back and forth? Oh, you saw that earlier. No. Let's see. What did I miss? Blue Sky says, Jason is one of the few straight shooters in this sphere. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm going to make it clear that I love our people. I'm in service all the time to white well-being. I will state my thoughts clearly. I'm not going to give an opinion and then say, I tell you, I'm disgusted. It was months ago. Remember, we were calling it psych nationalism, where a lot of these people were saying, oh, we want this or we want that. And then a moment later, they're called out on it. And essentially they would say psych, as they used to say back in, pardon me, the 90s, to mean that they didn't really mean it. William Runner says, preach it, brother. I'm ready to get like fired up. I don't even feel warmed up yet. Like we're just getting started. Roy Dandon says, I'd also love to call in again someday. We'll have you, brother. But I'm way too tired today, so maybe let's do that next week. Let's do it. We'll make it happen. JDC says, the Twitter account has a thread. So is that Linkola has a thread that details and summarizes this entire subversive mess coming from Spencer Woods and TRS. Now, see, this is the third time now that so you can see how I need to find out. I've heard it's been a couple times now that it was 2 times. Now it's 3 times that I heard somebody mention TRS relative to this. So otherwise I haven't seen any evidence. So there's been all of this. How is it? Let me just ask you all. What do you think's happening? How is it that my views are so clearly stated out there, and there seems to be this total like ambivalence? Nobody seems to know exactly. Is it because they're doing this irony, stupidity stuff again? The people who are taking these positions so that nobody really knows? Because, as I say, I would like to go into the conversation knowing what the views are. I'm not going to be taken by people that I have faith in, by people I would be very disappointed in, if to find out on the spot that yes, we were telling people to fire the flaming bolts at the work you're doing. That conversation wouldn't come off well. Okay, I follow this person actually. All right, so I'll have to look at this and see what else. Now, this particular JDC, this particular account on Twitter, is this somebody that is neutral that I can rely upon, or is this somebody that, say, really doesn't like Keith or really doesn't like Richard, or so I'm not going to get something straight, or really doesn't like the guys at TRS? Vogish Warriors says James Alsop still, or he's asking about James Alsop and TRS. Raymond Foster, average folk, no white guilt, average folk to oppose the word racist as an anti-white slur. Yes, it's just an anti-white slur. Say it every time. Vogish Warrior, wearing really nice shirt doesn't protect you from criticism for having 2 caps as wall decoration. Yes, I'm one of these days, I'll really mess with you all. And every time we go to a song, I'll come back and there'll be a different hat on the wall, and maybe it'll end up being some cheap sombrero if somebody wants to send me one. Okay, what else do we have here? Raymond Foster says, no white guilt. Just had a crazy thought. Is Spencer 4D chessing the anti-white harm folk from the white positive sphere by getting them to use the term racist as we are getting, and then you are chopped off there? I don't know the motivation. If he said, if he actually, and you folks, you can send me if you have clips of this, if you have them saying, and it, especially if it's clear that they're not, there's no like little wry grin, and they're really mean. They're really responsible for sicking these people on everyone who is not going to take up this third positionism or whatever it is within the anti-white narrative. Then I'll have a look, and we'll form some opinions. Köhne the Barbarian says, I'll find the link. They always talk like this about white positivists. Really? So those of us who care about white well-being, those of us who are advancing white well-being, who are serving white well-being, they are slandering. This is what you're, Conan the Barbarian. And can anybody confirm that? And what we're going to do now, while anybody, Conan says here, we're going to move on. But if you all can find anything while we're still here, then I will have a look. And especially if there's any text or something like this, if you can direct message me on Twitter, maybe with a picture. And if there's a tweet that they made that says this kind of a stuff. Conan the Barbarian says, Richard's exact words were, quote, "We need to reclaim the word racist," in a conversation about nationalists who don't want authoritarianism. He thanked Woods for coining the phrase racist liberal. Wow. Well, that's the exact kind of stuff that these pencil dicks on Twitter, content producers, are saying. That you have to give up your freedom, that you have to give up your liberty, that you are a anti-white slur, racist liberal if you don't give up your freedom and your liberty, and you don't embrace the authoritarianism of communism, Marxism, and Islam, especially Islam as it is. Because as we know, if you ask the folks at YouTube, everything's good about Islam. Every edict, the people of certainly, but there are some positions in Islam about women that are also wonderful. And so these accounts are saying that, you should also take up these positions about women that come from Islam, these wonderful positions from Islam about women. So has this been building then? I mean, is this what you're telling me? That finally there has been like this conversation regularly taking place on streams where they're saying that if you are what you refer to as a white positivist, you care about white people, and you don't embrace authoritarianism in the form of communism, Marxism, Islam, then you should be called this anti-white slur, which, as we know, instantiates the anti-white narrative. It legitimizes it. I'm really disappointed I'm really, really disappointed if that's true. I am sickened if that's true, because what has happened? If that is true, then all of these dirtbags that are attacking everybody across the white positive sphere right now who aren't adopting that position, they're coming from there. All of these people who are attacking me as an individual and who are attempting to assassinate my character with the most outrageous, just farcical nonsense, that they're coming from there. I tell you, if it is coming from there and they didn't mean for that to happen, and they call these people off and they renounce this whole thing, then we can be good. If they don't and they stick with this, then we go to war. Because I'm not going to be attacked. And I've been punched in the face. You don't get a face that looks like this by not getting hit in the face. I don't get hit in the face and not punch back. So if they went a direction that they thought was creative, intelligent, and ended up encouraging this, and something happened that they did not want to happen, they can renounce it. They can reject these people. They can move away from it and go somewhere healthy. But if they cause this and they continue to engender this shit, I am not going to allow myself and other good people who are honestly working for white well-being to be smeared by garbage anonymous losers, because there is a little group of daintier than thou with their pinkies in the air who want to have, and this is what the image begins to look like to me, and then will be placed over top of these real human beings if it ends up being the case. But the image as it appears to me right now is these, you have people, no named as of right yet, that have pursued a course of action that are causing this. And if they continue to go down this path, then that description will be applied to people. And I will not tolerate it. Shauna Shaw says, it's true, I can attest to it. You can attest to which, good sister? You can attest to what Köhne the Barbarian had written here. I want you to know, he writes, I followed Spencer for 5 years, but the racist liberal meme was a betrayal and an attack on whites. I no longer trust his instincts, even if he is well-intentioned. Wow, that's a real shame. Shauna Shaw again says exactly. Please, Shauna, I'm missing your comments that you're making. Please always tag me as Jason. I don't want to miss anything you write, especially if you are confirming something. Jay Esom says, Jason wants other content producers to go free. If they are afraid to eat crow, Jason said to tear his name off the book and pretend go free is their own work. He doesn't care if his name is used. Right. Use our dialectics, and that's all of our lexicon, and win. So I see that there is a commenter who is making comments and getting deleted by the mods. Good, well done, mods. And this person is making the argument that has been made by some of these pencil dicks on Twitter, saying they immediately move the goalpost and say, you need to be more flexible. We're trying to, no, these are the people who are saying, if you don't adopt their position, you are this anti-white slur. Go to hell. Trying to get us to be more flexible. How about you go your own way? How about you just stay the hell away from us? Let us serve white well-being. We don't need you showing up and attacking the content producers and calling them this ignorant ass statement, this ignorant ass name. Just go away. Maynard Fritz says, Max Egan at the Crow House has been getting and preaching and more pro-white, white positive ideology. He discusses Bolshevism. Maybe a good guest. Well, we'll have to pull him away from that, for God's sake. Apollo says their position is that we need to do more than just post white positive memes to recapture our destiny. People here are misrepresenting what they said. Well, we do more, far more than just post white positive memes. But thank you for coming in and providing some more context on what Richard and Keith and or any individual there or in a collective there are saying. So thank you for coming in and providing a counterpoint. So maybe it's not as bad as it seems. I want to see some actual statements. Jay Esom says, it is a lovely face, though. Oh, mine? Oh, thank you. That's very nice. If you meant that for me. Oh, for the fighting. Yes. Yeah. Vogish Warrior says, maybe they recently got some kind of incentive to go against us. It's always a legitimate question to answer. And as I say here, whether it's me, Mark Collette, Jared George, if we ever start doing something that it doesn't have to be, remember, if it's complex, if we have to show you like the instructions to build the space shuttle, and then at the end of it, we have the equal sign and it says recovers destiny, is a lie. Recovering our destiny is going to be simple enough for everyone to be able to get, because it's going to have to be made simple enough for everyone to get. Does that make sense? If it's really complicated, that means it's meant to manipulate you to do something that is not good for you, not good for our well-being. So if I become like that, Mark Collett becomes like, any of us become like that, the only way you protect you and the spirit of the West is to reject us at that point, to reject anybody at the point that they become anti-white, that their actions begin serving white ill being. And if anybody is pushing these Nimrods to go out, these cretins, these Muppets to go out and attack everybody out there with anti-white slurs because they're not taking up this whatever argument, third position or whatever it is that consists with inside the anti-white narrative, those people are clearly working for white ill being. Now, they might not be pressed into service. They might just be found themselves innocently in a really bad scenario, or they might be too dumb to realize that it's damaging, or they might be, I mean, where are you going to be? Last time we had Richard on, I think Mark Collett got a little perturbed when Richard said, no, we don't need Mark was talking about how we have to have camping trips. We need to pick up trash. We need to build community. And then Richard said, if you all remember, oh, we just need power. And Mark was like, where is it coming from? Where is the power going to come from? Is it going to come from Martians? Are they going to, Mark didn't actually say that in those moments, but you have to get power from somewhere. And so just saying, well, we just need power is not enough. We need a people. We are building a people out of the deracinated race that is the white race. We are building Western kind. And so if in the midst of having to contend with anti-whites, I'm getting a little pissed off. If in the midst, and I can't, it's already too late for my neighbors, I can't start yelling. If in the midst of trying to build Western kind out of the deracinated race that is called the white race or European race, if in the midst of building that and endlessly attacked by anti-whites, we then have to deal with this continuing and building attack from pencil-dick losers who are calling people anti-white slurs for not advocating demonic ideologies. If we have to contend with that, and there's a source for that, not just some anonymous prick or not some CIA basement or not some basement in some other little country where the people have no power over the world except all the power in the world. If it's not just something like that, but it's some group of people within our midst, they're going to have to get on course fast, because I'm definitely not going to tolerate continuing attacks on the work that we are doing for white well-being, on the good people here that are doing good works for our people, that we are changing lives. And I'm not going to tolerate the continuing attacks on the totality of the white positive sphere, other content producers who are not necessarily using Go Free, but are nonetheless clearly interested in the well-being of our people. And I'm not going to tolerate them getting attacked because they won't adopt the ideology of demonic ideologies that have murdered more on planet Earth than anything else in the world. All right, let's see what you all are saying, and then we're going to try to take some calls. I have a feeling that I'm not going to be able to get to much more information at the moment, but anybody who wants to share and send clips or tweets or anything that will make this really clear to me that this is actually being fomented by people that I would think would never do such a thing because they're smarter than that. They know it would go bad. They know it would harm our people. They can clearly see that we are all being attacked with this by these ignorant losers. And I don't hear them telling these people to stop with the attacks. If that is being caused by them, then we're going to have a completely different situation on our hands. And I'm happy to say that publicly. I've never had a problem going to war for our people. Never had a problem with it. I don't give a who it is or whose opinion it hurts, or who feels like they're being put out or whatever. I'm not going to tolerate it one bit. Maynard Frith, brother, let's see. Max, detests the Bolsheviks. I got you. Thank you, Maynard. Sorry about the misunderstanding. No, the misunderstanding was probably mine. No worries. He's got an enormous following and would make a good guest for our people. Well, could you please direct message me that as well, so to help me remember this guy? I would love to talk with him then. Vogel's Word says, please take a break, drink something, and leave us with some music so you can rest a bit. I don't need rest. I'm just on the verge of getting really furious, if that's what this ends up being. You and Spencer, Apollo writes, are on the same page regarding 95% of the issues. This is largely a result of miscommunication and bad faith actors. Don't fall for it, brother. All right, Apollo, thank you. Good. Thank you for the other side of the equation there. This is what I suspected at the beginning when I started seeing all of these attacks from these imbeciles, that they were using it as an opportunity to spread trouble, which is typical of anti-whites. We've seen it many times over the years. And so I just expected it to be a replay of that. Jay Easom says, Richard said, we need to rule. Mark, and you questioned, rule what? We need community and psychological defense. Yeah, that's exactly what happened on that show. Maynard Fritz says we need an investment group to purchase land and create white communities. Brother, we can make that happen. We need to make that happen everywhere where people are, and where people can move places together because they want to, they know each other, they're related or friends. That can happen too. But we need these white roses to sprout all over. So I'm all for that 100%. We need the psychological defense, as Jay Eason was just pointing out, in all of these locations. Zero Talon says, Richard said power before truth when Mark was saying truth leads to power. See, this is part of the problem. And I remember who did I have this discussion with? I almost just remember his name. Damn, good guy. About a year and a half ago, had a channel. Probably, I'm sure he's still around, not producing content anymore. But I think Richard had said something about morally right or morally wrong. It's irrelevant. It's just power. And I said that as white people, we can't make that argument. If in a intellectual vacuum and we are discussing something as removed from the human animal to which we are going to apply it, if we are going to be in that environment, to remove it from there and discuss it outside of that, then you can make the claim that there is no, morally good or immoral position. So there's no moral, or rather, that was redundant. There is no moral or immoral position where there isn't the human animal to apply that standard to. However, white people, there's something about us, and whether for good or ill, we'll just say right now it's inferior to the non-white races of the world. We have developed this desire for there to be this abstract, selfless, objective morality and ethical structure that is above us for it to be legitimate. And white people need this legitimacy. They need that morality to act on their own self-defense. So it doesn't matter if in an intellectual vacuum, where a concept can be removed from the human animal, can be sort of severed and discussed in an intellectual vacuum. It doesn't matter what your conclusion is. You can draw a conclusion there, and you can say, okay, in the intellectual vacuum, this is the case, and that case is antithetical to the application of that rule to the human animal, and in this case specifically, Western kind. So I had that discussion. Oh, I just almost remember the guy's name again. And he was firmly in the camp of what he claimed was Spencer's argument, which was this: there is no moral, there is no moral, immoral, there's only power. He was firmly in that camp. But once we had this discussion, he realized on his show, yes, that's true. What does it matter what it means what it equates to in a vacuum? Who gives a shit? Are you going to live in a vacuum? You're going to have to live in the real world where we need people to act. So it was Western something or other was his name. Anyhow, thank you for that. So now you can see, ladies and gentlemen, why, when it comes to this issue about the communism and the racist liberals or whatever, now you can see I've been receiving all of this conflicting information, just like I'm receiving it here. Now I'm receiving a little bit more information saying that Richard and Keith are firing it. They're engendering it than I have before. But as this has been building, I've had people just saying, some saying, "Oh, it is these guys," others saying, "Now they're being taken out of context." So now you can see why I am attacking individuals, or not individuals, but concepts rather than individuals who are attacking me. If there is an individual out there attacking me and harming white well-being, then we will speak about anybody doing that, and we'll go to war with whoever that is. I have no problem with that. No Guilt, Only Pride says Keith Woods is okay. Simon Harris did a stream about it. Loads of new Twitter accounts started up pretending to be the movement, pretending to be in the movement, and they were spreading rumors about him, about Keith Woods. You see, this is what I anticipate. This is what I thought was happening, and I still believe is likely happening, or I could say definitely happening, whether Keith and Richard are to some degree engendering what's happening. There are going to be anti-whites that are going to be appearing. They're going to be from all around the world. Some of them are going to be getting paid to do it, and they're going to be their accounts won't just be brand new accounts. Those will be the loser anti-whites. Those will be the anti-whites who are, pumping up that pump that they bought, trying to make a difference in their little lives and in their mother's basements. There'll be other accounts that anti-white professionals will have built up a reputation to make them seem real, so that they can make statements that seem legitimate that will suddenly flow in, and they'll try to drive a bigger wedge. So we'll see. Jay Easom says, no, I guilt. Jason is not ego-driven with Go Free. If anyone wants to pretend they created the doctrine, he said, fine, and take my name off the book. Thank you. That's right. You must have been watching that show, or those couple shows. Focus Word says, Jason is great at explaining stuff. I appreciate that. Maynard says he discusses the okay, we got that. Fantastic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've moved along. I think we've moved the conversation along a little bit. I don't know how much. It's still nebulous, but I don't know how much more clarity we're going to find, unless folks want to find me some clips where they're actually calling for this sort of thing, like we saw Conan the Barbarian and Shauna, I think, say that they actually called for everyone else in the white positive sphere to be called this anti-white slur, who were trying to recapture our destiny by any means other than third positionism. Conan the Barbarian says, I sent a DM to your Twitter of Richard's tweet denying Holodomor was deliberate. Well, that's an interesting take. Jay Easom just remembered for me. Westward Thought. Thank you, dear lady. Focus Warrior says, I know Mark and Laura and the whole PA are doing a white positive online homeschooling course. Do you know of any other similar for us in the U.S. Why, yes. Brand Danger is beginning to build a network and a curricula for homeschoolers to have access to this material, this white positive material. This is particularly the going free and the application of it to our children to inoculate them against mean pathogens. Seika says, what are your thoughts on a legal defense fund? Well, when it comes to legal defense funds, it is, first of all, they become this, building up this cash becomes this place where money can be stolen. And money cannot be stolen. And people can question, shouldn't there be more money? Shouldn't there be less? Didn't somebody say they invested more money? So where's that money? And all of these questions then can be asked about and made, and character assassination accusations. So this sort of thing is problematic. Doesn't mean that it can't be done, but it's problematic. The other problem is that when the anti-whites wage lawfare, you have to pursue the most economical legal defense, because you're not going to be able to combat them monetarily. They can go from here into the end of time with all of the money that they have. So you have to be very creative when you combat them when you're defending yourself as they wage lawfare against you. But it's something that we can think about. I mean, certainly with the work that we're doing, we're going to see the anti-whites bring lawfare against those of us who are serving white well-being in one shape or form, and there'll be spurious lawsuits, undoubtedly. And at that time, we will take the steps that we have to take. But to establish some sort of bank, some sort of reservoir somewhere to build up can be really problematic. And you can see, for the reason we could be totally honest and transparent. And these anti-whites, the same kind of pump buyers who are doing all of the disrupting now and making it difficult to find out exactly what Keith or Richard actually said, or any of the others actually said, those same people will come out of the woodwork and say, well, there should be an extra 50 grand in there. And then they'll have people, just like the anti-whites have done in actual crowds, they'll have plant somebody here and somebody back in that corner and somebody midway and somebody over on that corner. And then as those people shout out at different points, you as a member of the crowd think that it's the general opinion of everyone around you, when in reality, nobody's thinking that. It's another anti-white trick, and we're not going to fall for them anymore. Maynard, I'll attempt to email you. Bear hug, man. It's exhausting. You do fantastic work. Thank you, brother. Shauna says, can I DM you on Twitter? Shauna, you better. Let's see. Vogish Warrior. Okay. So what do we have? We have some other. Yeah, see, we have some other folks showing up. This is the kind of thing. And the mods are doing a great job. I salute all of you. I won't stay on much longer because I know that this is difficult for all of you. And I will do right by all of you, rest assured. And so there are folks showing up, and they are trying to make these cases. So these are obviously some of the pump buyers. And they're trying to make these cases like, and now I'm going to ask you, how fast will you all type the response? We'll see who's really been paying attention. So one of the pump buyers has said, well, look, the communists are just a huge percentage of the Russian pro-white scene. You know, wake up. The Anglos are doing the worst. Individualism destroyed our race. How do you respond to that? Who can type it fast into the chat? It's not going to take a lot of words. Who can respond to that? Who knows what kind of response is needed to that sort of argument? And hats off to Roy. Let's see. I'm going to jump down and see. Anti-white, Roy Danton writes. Go free. J. Esom writes. GSTH, Seaver Hamlin writes. Yes, anti-whites. Denekis, anti-white. Go to hell is what you're an anti-white. Thank you. Go to hell. And you move on. You don't engage them in the argument. The argument is meant to draw you into the mire of the anti-white narrative. And there is no getting out of that quicksand with your life. They want to turn you against each other. They want to have you spinning circles and debating totally irrelevant things. We are not going to sit around and debate this bullshit about how much do we have to, sorry for my French. We say all of the time here, and we saw this on the Twitter attacks, calling us the people who say that we have to get rid of individualism. We say this all of the time. It's ingoing free. It's inborn guilty. It's in everything we talk about. The hyper-individualism, how it's innate in Western kind, and we have to temporarily use all of our conscious effort to overcome the hyper-individualism so that we can be safe as an individual because we're safe as a group. We're saying that, and what do they want to do? They want to draw you into a completely different narrative that is your death. That is your death. Anglo versus Slav, right? Your death. Don't fall for it. Don't take one step into that fetid mire. It is putrescent. It is absolutely putrescent, and it is littered with the corpses of our people. Thank you very much, everybody here. You just let them, they're going to need all of that time they would have been arguing with you to work with their pumps. Okay? So they're going to be pumping away and using their augmentation pills and buzzing off of it. So they need that time. Don't take it away from them by engaging them in these conversations. Volkish Warrior says, is it me or is the closet behind you not straight and vertical? Why is that? Well, that's a good question. Is it not? I don't know. I have to look at a screen that. Oh, I guess it's everything is in the home is properly leveled. So it's just I guess it's just the camera relative to the camera is also level, but I guess it's the way the camera picks up the room. It's got to do that with the image to pick up that much of the room. Does that make sense? Somebody who knows much more about cameras and how lenses are designed can speak to it. All right, very good, everybody. Let's try has anybody tried, by the way, to financially gift on entropy? There isn't a single financial gift, and all we had was Zero Talent who tried and had his card rejected. So if there's a problem, if somebody could, just for the experiment, $1 maybe on entropy, and let's just see if it is working or if there's something wrong, because they have not notified me of anything, and they should certainly know if something is amiss. All right, so we'll try the calls again. Seaver says, I will try to stay as late or come as early as you need to test Skype. Well, thank you for your service, brother. All right, let's try this. Let's see if it works. Can you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, if just, I don't know, we're still waiting to find out the news. But could you imagine if Richard and Keith, that none of these people were saying any of that, and that it's all been taken out of context by these pump operators, and we're going to find this out. They will all be outed. Wouldn't that be glorious? That would be the outcome that I would be very happy with. So now let's see if we can get this product to work. If not, we'll do another song, and then okay. So initially, no sound. Phone. So Seaver, are you talking? There's no. Let me try these other sources for sound. All output. All audio output. And there is nothing competing for the speakers. So it is, choose a background effect. Let me see on that. Test, test. Picks up the microphone. I wonder why it's not connecting to the speakers. I wonder if there's another way to hear you. Maybe I could put in my earbuds. We'll try that after the song. So let's do that then. And if anybody has dealt with the issue of all of the points for the speakers to link to Skype, I know some people have had some root issues with Skype before, but we did talk on Skype last week. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll listen to a song and we'll try to correct this. Hey, it looks like the donations widget is working, and we'll get back to those in a moment. Let's rock out to, what did I choose? Oh, I think this is Traversing the Divide. Really great piece. You can really move to it. So let's see. And I've got to flip the settings here. Oh, I wonder, wouldn't that be dreadful if it was suddenly competing with, for whatever reason. Hold on. Okay, how is the audio now? I think I changed what I think. I don't know what it's called. Maybe it's not called the root, but I changed that. So we'll see now if we can take calls. Can everybody hear me okay? Gosh, we've been here for, it's 10:30 Eastern Standard Time, 5 hours. I feel like I'm just getting warmed up. Well, I turned off the AC. Underhill, I see you, brother. I am here. And so we'll see if it works now. I believe it's going, I mean, there are not many other options. So I believe it will work now. Spencer's thoughts, I can try calling you. No, I will call. And okay, who? Audio is good. Thank you. That's good. Great. I can hear you, but please go for 8 hours. No way. We're not doing that. It's too much pressure on the mods. And one of these days, we will all access the spirit of the West. And 8 days will be easy. We'll just put that right under our belts. And all of these stories from days of yore of our glorious men and how they were successful they were, we will be able to bring to fruition in our lifetimes. So let's see here. This should be Spencer's thoughts. Although,
hello,
Spencer.
Jason.
All right.
To fix. Right on.
I changed what I don't know what it's called. I think it's called the root, but let me see if I can turn you up some. Yes.
Okay, you can hear me?
Can hear
Perfect.
you.
Everything
fine.
working?
Yes, sir. Please go right ahead.
Oh, right on. Yeah, thanks for taking my call and everything. How's the week been?
Oh, it's glorious. Obviously the big heartbreaking moment of finding out about Simon, and the big contrast between, here we're getting ready for this huge event for the official launch of Prometheus Rising, and so many people excited about it. I'm excited about it, and then this Simon going, it just good. Nobody would think for a moment, there isn't a nicer guy. Nobody would think for a moment that this guy would suddenly be gone. And such a nice guy, really liked him. So some real big contrasts for me. So emotionally trying, especially after hearing about his daughter. And I didn't tell you all, and for all of you who have stayed with us for 5 hours going free today, I'll tell you all this. Something else that you'll get to learn that others didn't get to learn live, or those who watch in the replay, they'll get to learn as well. He was filled with such pride and such love for his daughter that he immediately sent me and Mr. George photographs of his daughter. I mean, this is a dad, as soon as the stream was over, this is a dad that, let me get out my wallet. Let me show you the pictures of my little girl. Of course, she's a grown woman now. But the weight of that just landed on me like, boulders from the top of a mountain. It was like a freight train. It was awful to learn of his death, especially after just this beaming pride and these images that he sent. And she is a beautiful woman, by the way. I'm not just saying that because he's passed and we have to say nice things, but he wasn't kidding. She is a looker. She is a good looking woman. You wouldn't, it's funny, because you see these guys, blokes as you all call them out there in the UK. And, you see these guys and you're like, well, he's, how did he produce that? I've actually said to guys that are beautiful daughters, I say, how did that come from your loins? I mean, you're such a, you're almost as bad looking as I am. How did you get this gorgeous daughter? But he was so proud, and God, I feel bad for their whole family, the daughter, the wife. I mean, but so it's been a lot of ups and downs. But thank you for being patient and staying. I know we tried to have this conversation earlier, so please, whatever your thoughts are, go for it, brother.
Yeah, I don't really have too many crazy thoughts this week or whatever. I was more definitely, obviously, the Simon thing sucks. I was kind of looking forward to that party launch. I was trying to get as many people as I could to come crash your party, but unfortunately, we'll have to wait till next week, I suppose, for that one. And yeah, of course, condolences to Simon's family and all that. I never saw so much as 10 minutes of his content. So I'm going to have to look into that now. I guess it's that old saying that no artist is ever famous properly till they're dead. Yeah. So I suppose I'll have to go look into his stuff now and figure out exactly what it was he was talking about, because I'm just hearing rave reviews from everybody. The what else was there? That drama thing with Richard and all the TRS guys and all that stuff. My take on it is essentially that, yeah, it is blown out of proportion. They didn't say anything that heinous specifically about you, as far as I've heard. No one's shown me anything like that. It was more just they like stuff that works quick. They don't understand that Rome was not built in a day. You're not gonna build this crazy. You're not just gonna sweep in and take power overnight like it's just there for the taking. It's just, oh yeah, you just got to walk up the steps and grab it. No, you actually have to put some work in. You have to do. It's going to take time, and they don't. I feel like, I mean, at the end of the day, Richard Spencer is the same guy who, the day after Trump won the election, is standing on his lectern yelling "Hail Victory," and that guy's probably not going to be the smartest or most patient guy for dealing with his power politics. But yeah, I do think it was taken out of context heavily. I don't know if you saw, but I was on the kill stream with Mark Collette earlier and Ralph a little bit. Just
cool.
Got a little talk in there, and they were saying, I think Ralph was saying that, yeah, he'd have you and Richard Spencer on for a discussion if you guys wanted to do it there. So there is that possibility always in the air for everything that way.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. Like, what are your thoughts on it? Because you've been in this sphere for a while, and it seems that drama in our community is the one thing that just tears us all down. And it feels like we could beat this. We could beat the enemy in 10 minutes if we would simply just stop trying to beat each other all the time. You kind of get it?
Well, no, I do, and I've seen, and this is why my first thought was that Richard and whoever, or if not Richard, somebody else, had made some comments about a facet of maybe one of these ideologies. And I was thinking probably unwisely mentioned that it was a facet of one of these ideologies, and by doing so, made it seem like they were endorsing the ideology, some sort of authoritarian, some sort of communism, some sort of, and then anti-whites, as well as just 80 IQ people who were watching, that they saw this. And they couldn't parse it. They couldn't say that, well, he wasn't actually endorsing communism. I shouldn't go out into the world and say we need communism. He was saying that this facet that was inside of communism was something that worked or was desirable, or and had taken the real world, the real world interface of the ideology with human beings, had taken it out of that place and had put it into an academic place, a discussion group, where they weren't actually discussing the implications of its application. Instead, they were discussing it in a vacuum for the purpose of investigating. A lot of intellectual people like to do this sort of thing. They like to sit around and they like to extract portions of this or that and then discuss it removed from its application, removed from its place in the room. There's nothing wrong with that, because sometimes you can find out very interesting things, and it can certainly be entertaining to participate and even watch. So my thought was that this is what happened. It was one of these kinds of conversations, and then it was magnified by 80 IQ followers of theirs, and also anti-whites, to drive a wedge into the community. And so I started seeing these attacks show up on people like Way of the World and etc., who are just regular people trying to do good things for Western kind, trying to spread the message, and Way of the World is using lexicon that we use, so good on him. And the people that hear him, he has got a great audience because he does powerful stuff, and they are going to hear those words, and then they're going to repeat them, and that's going to empower them. That's what we want. So then I started seeing like all of these attacks on all of these different folks, and people started messaging me, and they started saying, well, you are, what are you going to do? These attacks are coming. Richard is saying this, or Keith is saying, and so I asked, what are they saying? What specifically? Can you give screenshots? Can you give me a video, cut out of 5 minutes or something of them saying what these content producers on Twitter are saying? And at the same time, I was getting these kind of messages. I was getting messages from other folks saying, no, like you're saying Spencer's thoughts, and thank you for chiming in. That was kind of taken out of context. This is not really what they're saying. It's just kind of being blown up. So that's where I was. But we recently, over the past since the last few days now, I've had an uptick in people writing me, people I know, so not like just strange accounts, saying a little bit more on the side of Richard and or Keith are actually saying these things. They're actually engendering it, and so I've been just pretty much ignoring it until I got the message from Mark Brahman last night, who said essentially, "Hey, come on to discuss this." And I wrote back to Mark, and I said, do they actually believe this? Are you actually encouraging this? And Mark wrote back and said, I don't hold any of those pro-communist, pro-Marxist, pro-Islam, call people anti-white slur positions. But maybe you want to come on and talk to Richard and Keith. So that kind of still left it up in the air. Like, why can't anybody just get to me with look, this is exactly, and I think the reason why they can't say, like they can do with me here, if you're an honest person, you can honestly say, this is exactly what Jason thinks, because he's going to clearly state it to you. So this is exactly what he thinks. What I think happens, what I know happens sometimes in some of these circles, is people will say things just for sort of intellectual fodder. They will be proffering it just for a discussion. And so they can then say, whoa, I wasn't actually endorsing XYZ. But sometimes they can be dishonest. And when they proffer something that goes off like a grenade to protect themselves, they can then say, oh, it's just a joke, or, oh, it's just irony. Don't you get irony? What are you, some kind of dummy? And so I don't want to be in any one of these positions. I just want to know, exactly what they said before I have a conversation. Is Richard or Keith or anybody else who is somebody that I know and I appreciate they're doing work for White Wellbeing in whatever way that they're doing it, are they actually encouraging people to burn down the rest of us with anti-white slurs? Because if that is their actual position, that I'm going to approach that conversation one way. If their position is no, this was just couple intellectual conversations, things have been taken out of perspective, and these are ne'er-do-wells, and we disavow every single one of the people that are attacking and trying to assassinate the characters of other content producers in the white positive. We disavow every single one of them. We have nothing to do with them. Then I will approach the conversation very differently, because then we're still friends. We're still allies. We're still whatever, coming together for a common purpose. But if they're encouraging people to fire on us, we're not friends anymore. And so I will approach things very differently. It's like when I've had disagreements over the course of my life, a lot of people, and school, work, everything. And I want to know, I don't want to go into the situation finding out what they think about me. So you go into, it's like with fist fights. If you're waiting to find out if the other guy wants to fight you, by the time you get there, you're going to lose. You need to know where the other guy is. And if he wants to throw down, you got to go prepared to throw down. If you're going to go meet with a friend for coffee and a conversation, then you're going to go there with a relaxed coffee and conversation. I don't want to show up for a coffee and conversation where somebody wants to throw down, where somebody has been encouraging followers, these pump pushers, to assassinate my character, to call people anti-white slurs, who don't want to adopt some sort of ideology that's inside of their anti-white narrative. I haven't said, let me find out what ideology that Richard or Keith is pushing. And I do 8-hour streams, for God's sakes. I haven't said, let me find out what they're pushing. And then I'm going to tell everybody to go out into the world and attack everybody who says anything about this Atlanticism or whatever it is. If anybody says this, make sure you burn them down and use this specific slur that's going to harm our effort, all of our effort on advancing toward recapturing our destiny. I haven't done that, and I never will do that, because like I said, even if other people have other ideas, because maybe their ideas are the ones that will work and mine won't. I want us as a people to reach the recapturing of our destiny one way or another, whether it's because of the boat that I'm rowing in or it's somebody else's vessel and they get there. That's all I want. So I don't want to burn down anybody who's honestly moving in that direction. If anybody's firing on other vessels that are vehicles that are honestly moving in that direction, then we have a problem, and I will go to that scenario ready to throw down. So that's really where I'm coming from. If these people want to be, and also, I'm also a very forgiving guy. So if maybe they started something that kind of got away from them and they want to rein it in now, I'm cool with that. You know, if they want to say, well, we were talking about whatever what did they say? Third positionism or whatever. I don't even care what it is. And we did say to call people these anti-white slurs, and it clearly has gotten away from us, and it's really damaging now. And so we disavow that. I'll be fine with that, because I would rather work in the same direction than have issues with each other. So you have those two possibilities that I'll be happy with. That's my desired scenario, one of those. And then you have the third possibility, which is, yes, they firmly feel that this anti-Anglo, pro-authoritarian, communist, Marxist, Islamic, using the anti-white slurs, that it's going to go that way, and that anybody who's not using that ideology needs to be slandered this way. Then we have something completely different on our hands. And the reason why is this, that I can say, and you can clearly see, and everybody in this chat and who watches this can clearly see, that there's a big difference between going free and serving white well-being and whatever Atlanticism, third positionism, anti-Angloism. They can see that there's a big difference there. But all of those hundreds of millions of aides, our brothers and sisters out there, they won't see any difference. They'll see us as all the people who care about the well-being of whites. And when they hear that we endorse authoritarian communism that they have learned over the course of their life, for right or wrong or whatever it is the most monstrous thing the world has ever witnessed, then we die off as a people. And I'm not going to permit that. So that's really where I'm gonna try to prevent that. I mean, maybe they are they got much more money, many more connections, who knows? But if they're able to take down, let's put it this way, if this group, and we're going to include on top of it for this speculation, Richard and Keith, if they're able to bring down the work that we are doing for white well-being, to so burn it down with this endless criticism, to so mire the people who are going free, then you will know that these folks, whether they are being paid by anti-whites, whether or not they're being funded, whether or not they're being instructed, whether or not any of that's true, that they were the cause of the death of our people. Because you're only going to have so many vessels moving toward the recapture of our destiny. And to burn down vessels in the middle of that journey is to be able to easily identify those who are responsible for the death of the people. The headwinds that we get from the anti-whites, that's going to be there either way.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. There's no going wrong with that. You have to support everybody who's in any vessel that's going the right way. And if unless of course, like you say, they start shooting at you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I didn't see too many shots being fired. With that said, though, if you're going to go into a conversation, do go in with your guard up, because the whole racist liberal thing, as far as I saw, was actually serious. The Islam thing was a little, and the communism thing was more of just it's like, oh, well, hey, the communists won back in the day, so maybe we should take a few leaves out of their book. And Muslims seem to be doing pretty well in Britain right now, so maybe we should take a few leaves out of their book, without acknowledging the fact that, well, they're doing well because they're anti-white, and the system wants to help them along that way. That's the fundamental reason why communism did well. It's a fundamental reason why Islam is promoted at all kinds of different levels of government. That doesn't mean it's going to work for us.
Right.
And even if it did, do we want to? Like, at what point is it just you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater? You're going to sacrifice everything that we are in order to achieve some measure of victory for this vague ideology that no one really defines? Like, I'm not too sure what's going on with them on that regard.
All right.
But,
So you say, and then I'll have to let you go because we've got a couple other calls, but it's brilliant that you called in, and I might do another short going for you during the week to get us get fired up again about the upcoming launch of Prometheus Rising. So if you will be present, we'll have you on again, brother. But certainly next week if we miss you. But
I'm sorry. Can I pop one more question before I go later on, if possible?
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to ask you though, before you ask your question, is this: so you're saying that you said the racist liberal thing is real, meaning that what did Richard or Keith actually advise their listeners to call those who do not abide by some ideology that they're endorsing, to call those people racist liberals?
That is what I heard. I didn't see the stream in question myself. I don't have time to watch every single content creator on our side, but enough people were saying that's what they said that I'll take it as a given they did. There's no smoke without fire in that regard.
All right, and what's your question, brother?
So my question is related to I was having a talk with Mark earlier on the kill stream, and we only got to talk for about 5 minutes, so it wasn't a very in-depth answer. But I was hoping you could answer my question on this one. Up here in Canada, the big issue we have is the issue of flight. Flight is a major issue up here for our people because essentially it's so easy. You know, what I was saying to Mark is that if you're in England and you run away from the major cities, you can get an hour away, but it's still there. Okay. The problem's still there. Up here in Canada, where I am, you can flee for 2, 3, 4 generations if you really wanted to. And Mark's response to me was, well, in some cases, flight's okay as long as you get people to admit what they're doing it because of the anti-whiteism going on. The trick with that is up here, everybody knows that's exactly why they're doing it, but they do it anyways. They flee away regardless. So I guess my question to you is, how do you address the issue of essentially flight when flight is such an attractive option, when it's very easy to get far, far away from any of the problems that our modern society causes? You can get away from the enrichment. You can have your little enclave if you want, and they all know why they're doing it. They don't hide the fact that they're doing it because of anti-whiteism, because of enrichment, quote unquote, of our communities. But they go right back to being the exact same way they were beforehand. The same, believing in the same stuff, just getting themselves taxed into oblivion and so on and so forth. I was hoping you could address that one for me. That's my question for this week.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, brother. And we'll have you call either in midweek or next Sunday. Sound good? I'll answer your question now after saying goodbye. Sound good? Sounds
great, brother. Thank you for taking my call again. It's been good to talk to you. Just let me know on Skype if you're going on stream this week when you're going on, and I will make myself available for that.
All right, brother. Thank you so much for serving White Wellbeing. We'll talk soon.
Thank you. Promethean Hails. God bless, and see you later on.
Promethean Hails, brother. All right. Bye-bye. Well, we got a great start to Skype tonight. And a big thank you, by the way, to the work that Seaver Hamlin was doing to help in the background to get Skype working. He's a great guy. Great service to White Wellbeing. Him, Roy, Ray, I love them. Heroes. And by the way, by the efforts of those folks and others, we look much better than MSNBC. We look much better than Fox. We look much better. Have you seen these people trying to stream from home? Yeah, it's like watching absolute newbies to technology. Do they do anything for themselves when they show up on these sets? They don't. I guess they just plop their ass in the seat and they have no idea. Do they just drool until a handful of hyper specialized employees that can barely make things work anyhow say the camera's on? I mean, I don't get it. They're the supposed experts. They don't know how to get their laptops on. But I can change the route here in mid-show on Skype and we can make it work. If that's the right name or wrong name, who knows? But while I'm talking to others and I've got the live stream conversation going on at the same time. Who are these people that are supposedly the elites? So Spencer's thoughts had a great question, and that is this white flight issue. And I think he said that Mark Collett was saying that it's okay if they white flight from an area as long as they are forced to admit that they are white flighting for that reason. Well, the problem of white flighting, we've seen this for a long time, and this particular aspect of white flighting, and in Going Free, we refer to every attempt to just escape the consequences of anti-whiteism. We refer to that as white flighting. So you can be white flighting into covering yourself in tattoos, not because you love the artwork or the ink or whatever it is, but because you hate your white skin. That is a form of white flight. In all of these cases, including the moving, which is what Spencer's thoughts was talking about, Mark is right in that these people have to be made aware of the reason why they are white flighting. Now, there's nothing wrong when you are in an area that has become bad. It's bad, meaning not just that murder has gone up or rape. Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't. What's bad is when a different biospirit of a different race of people is so projected onto your environment that you no longer feel the harmony of the environment. All you feel is disharmony. Nobody wants to be in that kind of environment. And so white flighting from there is going to be something that a lot of our folks are going to be doing. It's the same exact thing happens when you see non-whites of one variety flighting for some reason out of a community that non-whites of another variety are moving in. It's the same sort of bio-spiritual contest, the test of wills that's taking place. Now, when these white folks white flight, it is absolutely important that they be made aware that they are fleeing, forced to acknowledge that their flight is not only what they realize is the reason for it. So they might be willing to say, in the old days we had it's because of the schools are better. Now more of them are saying it's because these other peoples are there. We need to be able to provide them with the psychological defense for the psychological warfare being waged against them. We need to be able to bring them into a people. The difference between somebody who white flights in Canada or anywhere, and as has been happening, and what we would like to see when people white flight, which is going to be a phenomenon that's going to happen whether we want it to happen or not, is that we want these people to white flight into, these individuals to white flight into a people. So they're white flighting from a non-white area for whatever reasons. And when they land in that new area, they to move away from the things they find discordant, we want to be able to reach them with Going Free so that they combine that act, which is a big act. When you say to yourself as a white person, and it's for any race, I'm going to leave this area because it doesn't reflect my people anymore. That is a huge thing. That is a real moment to get to those brothers and sisters, to get to them with Going Free. It could be the white flighting is sort of in I always hesitate to use military analogies, but when our people flee to a new area, and you can see this by looking at the demographics, that the demographics of city A used to be so many whites, and now we see the demographics of this country area, the population going up, and we saw that it used to be like 90% white, 10% non-white. Well, now it's suddenly 99% white, because of the huge influx of whites fleeing. We know we want to get to that area with the message of go free. Those are people who have just made the conscious decision, I'm going to flee the discordance. That's it, as I say, to pick up house and home and family and potentially job and everything else. To flee there means that these people are ready. If we don't get to them, these individuals are ready. If we don't get to them with a people, Western kind, making a people out of the deracinated race, then they're going to remain individualistic. They're going to remain in a state where they're going to be saying, okay, when this area starts going bad, where do I flee next? So coming full circle to get to Spencer's thoughts question is that it's bad. White flight is bad when we permit our brothers and sisters, and I say permit, what I mean is we don't make the effort. When we permit them to go from one area to another, area A to B, and we don't attempt to reach them before and bring them into the body of a people before they flight as individuals into area C. That is where the error is made. That is how we address the physical white flight of moving one exit further down the highway. It's never been done before. We've never had a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. And so this is what we need to be doing when we see our brothers. Somebody moves, you live out in the country, somebody moves out there white flighting, that is the time to hit them with going free. Make sure you do it. If you live near one of these areas where everybody is white flighting, make sure if you're going to drop leaflets once COVID-19 is gone, or whatever it might be, or you're going to find stickers somewhere, make sure it's in those areas, because those are individuals we want to capture into the body of our people. That's how you remedy white flighting. And that will be when we arrest this process of, because remember, white flighting, if I haven't made it clear, or it's not become clear for you, is the action of individuals, is the action of individualism. It's people seeing themselves as not a part of a body and fleeing to save their own asses. So the way we arrest this is we make them part of a people. That's the remedy to this kind of white flighting. We make them part of a people. And then what happens in town B, if we're able to get to the folks in town B so that they're no longer individuals, but they become a member of the body of a people? Well, what happens in town B then, instead of fleeing to town C when some others show up, or the government says, your anti-white government says you're going to do X, Y, or Z in town B, the people there give them a resounding bird. They stand up, and their law enforcement, their sheriffs stand up, the community stands up, the school board stands up, because then they are a people and they won't be moved again from that spot. That is how we reclaim our destiny. That is a big chunk of destiny reclaimed, and that's how we do it. Let's see who we have on the phone next. Let's quickly read these. Roy Danton jumping in like a hero, $5 financial gift to do a test on entropy. It's working. So did Wayne Scully, $5. Thank you, dear sir, to test here. And he says, test 2, John Smith, and wrote here with test 1, 2, 3 with a $10 investment to White Wellbeing. Thank you, my dear friend. Apollo, and thank you very much for coming in with the other side of the equation. To the some people saying yes, Keith and Spencer are behind it, Richard Spencer, and you saying no, it's been misunderstood. $5 from Apollo. Thank you very much. And writing, keep it Promethean. Amen to that, dear brother. Angharad Celtic, financially gifting here $30. And thank you so much, my dear lady. I finally figured out to make a donation. I finally figured out how to make a donation on entropy. Oh, joy. Oh, bliss. Oh, rapture, Jason. You know how many women have said that to me? I adore you. Thank you so much. I adore you too. But orange is not your color. Oh, is it? Does it look orange? Is it orange? I'll try not. Oh, I will. I'm going to answer this question. This is Angharad Celtic. We'll go ahead and take the phone call. Angharad Celtic, can you hear me? We were just reading your super chat, and you said, love always. Angharad, P.S. You hate Keith Woods.
the next 10 years, healthcare, infrastructure.
Are you there, dear lady?
Oh, hi! I just had to turn off the show because I was sort of watching it. So yeah, I'm here. Okay, I guess I missed the you reading that super chat. But anyway, I wanted to talk about a couple of things. First of all, the white flight thing. I live in a very rural area, and there have been refugees from the cities, and I find that a lot of people do not want to admit why they left, but I invariably make them do it. And I find that if you sort of joke about things and let them know it's okay, they usually relax, but it takes some time. Because they're so indoctrinated into the fact that they're not supposed to say certain things about certain demographics.
Right.
Okay.
Precisely.
And so, just take your time with that. I had a number of situations in my personal life over the past few years, especially this one woman who absolutely refused to admit why she left a major American city. And, I tend to be too upfront about things, but, she finally admitted it, but she didn't admit it to me. She admitted it to my husband, that the reason she left is because of being engulfed by an alien demographic that was very dangerous for her lovely children. So it takes a while to admit that. Second of all, my husband and I were running around the entire area tonight. It is Memorial Day weekend, and things are sort of open up. It's not really, but people are just starting to get sick of being locked in, and they want to go out and enjoy the beautiful weather. And we went to this place that's very well known in the area. It's a dairy bar, and it's very, very popular. It's right in the middle of miles of farmland. And the thing that really distressed me and kind of depressed me was that everyone was wearing masks. They were outside in the sunlight. It was a beautiful day. I couldn't believe that people were doing this. I mean, it was crazy. And they were going to get food. And so they had to take their masks off to eat.
Right.
But I couldn't believe it. So I actually started talking to people about that. And it was kind of surprising because a lot of people knew the score. They knew that they were in the open air, that UV light kills viruses, and that masks actually impede oxygen flow. And they actually hurt you because you're breathing in the carbon your body is trying to expel. So I hope I haven't said anything that annoys the channel or Susan or anything like that, but it's true. But it was very depressing to see so many people do it, especially see all these little kids in masks. I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, everyone was healthy. No one was sick. Why do you wear this when you're not sick? You're supposed to wear it when you're sick, or if you're working in an environment where you're, working with dangerous chemicals, or, you're working on a mushroom farm or something like that. So that was kind of dismaying. Also, the whole thing with Keith Woods and Richard Spencer, I was initially impressed with Keith Woods. I thought he was very intelligent, very well-spoken, very articulate. And when he started talking about Marxism and Islam, I'm like, oh, brother. And I think he's what they call taking the mickey out of everyone because he's Irish. And I intrinsically understand that type of behavior where you're just going to wind people up. But I sort of signed off of him a while ago because anybody who promotes that seriously for Western kind is off their rocker. I regard him as a subversive. I mean, I'm sure your audience knows about Karl Marx and communism and the origins of communism, but anyone who would seriously espouse Marxism is an absolute moron. There's no way around that. I mean, Marx just culled things. He sat in the London Library. He culled writings from other people. The 19th century was an era of novel exploration. So people, I guess, were willing to listen. And of course, he was promoted with the financial interests of a certain ethnic demographic, which he belonged to. And so that's why he got touted so highly. But if you actually read his stuff, first of all, you can't read it. It's absolutely incoherent. It doesn't make any sense. And if you learn about his actual life, how he actually lived, why anyone would pay any attention to that lunatic is beyond me forever. So, and then Richard Spencer, I think he just wants to be relevant. I don't trust him after Charlottesville. I think disaster follows in his wake. And I know he's very popular in a lot of quarters. I was going through his Twitter feed to see what you were talking about while you were reading stuff. I still haven't found out what you were reading. That was annoying you so much. But his Twitter feed is kind of weird because it's very inconsistent. It's all over the place. I think he just wants to be relevant.
Well, that might be the case. I mean, he's a really bright guy, and he is good at getting attention to his ideas and his thoughts, and you might be right.
Well, I don't know. I can't stand to listen to his voice. Okay, so I don't listen to his podcast. And what one of the other commentators was saying earlier, that you and Mark Collette are truly, truly dedicated and involved in doing things in a very practical way. That's why I listen to your podcast. I mean, you're very sincere. You're doing things the right way. So is Mark Collette. You're trying to be positive, to bring people up, so they can be their best selves and work in a very productive fashion and not waste time with nonsense. But I find Spencer to be the opposite. And Woods, why anyone pays attention to him at all with this Marxist, Islamicist nonsense, it's so destructive. So I wanted to say to you, the final thing is, don't get upset, okay? You're starting to get really furious, and you're a lot of fun when you go off. I love it when you start to rant and rave because you're very impassioned, and while being articulate, you're like spitting mad while being articulate. You're so well spoken. But if you're going to take them on, calm down. Make sure you know what you're talking about. Okay, good, because I'm a Celt, and I tend to do the same thing. I'll go off. You're a Kraut, and it takes a lot to move a Kraut to absolute raving fury. But you want to make sure that you have your ducks in a row.
Sure.
And you also, I find that if you insult people and mock them, it's a lot more effective than going to, berserker war, because that's what really would puncture them. You want to undermine their images with their fan base and with their own followers and their own image of themselves. So figure out a way to mock them, because promoting Islam and promoting Marxism is a wide open field for insult and mockery and puncturing their balloons. Okay.
I hope that there's no need for that. I hope that, if you're telling me that Woods, you obviously have experience listening to him and him advancing Marxism and Islam. So that's what you're so upset about. It's not like you have heard this from someone else. You're not listening to Woods anymore because of some promotion of Marxism and Islam, correct?
Absolutely correct. When he started to talk about that stuff, I was like, are you off your rocker? And then I started to listen to a few podcasts. Like I said, he might be taking the mickey out of people, but I don't know. But he seems serious, and he's a very intelligent fellow. And so if he's going this route, for whatever reason, I can imagine why, but if he's going this route, I don't want anything to do with him. I think he's insane and very subversive. And I know he's got a lot of followers, and he's really leading people down the wrong path, because Islam and Marxism are very anti-white. They're complete polar opposite of as we refer to it, the Western biospirit, and it'll just suck the life right out of you. Oh, and also one of the other things, so I don't forget, there's some guy on called Culture Thug, and I saw this on Twitter, and he did this rant in defense of Keith Woods, and he was calling everyone who's anti-Keith Woods an idiot, and he used very vulgar terms. And I'm like, if this is where we are supposed to go as far as a movement, no way. I want no part of it. Right. I mean, he was using all kinds of obscenities. He sounded like a white N. So, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but use terminology I shouldn't use, but he was awful. I was horrified. I'm like, if this is someone who's in Woods camp, I want nothing to do with this. So I think even if Keith started doing this as sort of a joke, he's really taken the ball and run with it, and his followers are really into it. Wow. So it's awful. So that's all I have to say.
Well, you're one of my favorites, and you're one of our community's favorites. I thank you so much for your kind financial gift and for calling in tonight. I love talking with you.
Oh my goodness. I wasn't trying to call in. I was trying to send you a note. I had something to drink this evening. I had a wonderful cocktail, and so I'm a little bit hammered. So and I hope I didn't make a fool of myself. And if I did, so what? Won't be the first time. But I didn't realize I was calling you. I thought I was just writing you a note. So I hope I didn't disrupt anything.
No worries, no worries. I appreciate it. That's fantastic. Thank you for calling in.
Oh, you're so welcome. You have a wonderful evening, and love to everybody. You're the best people in the world.
Oh.
The White Wellbeing community is the best people on planet Earth.
Yeah, amen to that. Promethean Hales. We'll talk to you soon.
Good night. Take care.
Well, that is fantastic. And we'll have another. I want to mention before I forget that and speak to Angharad Celtic's comments and take the next call is this, that these same accounts that are on Twitter, these people who are fascinated by the penile pumps, they have also been taking images of white women and manipulating their faces to make them look grotesque or ugly. Some have been doing it with accounts. These are the same. So these are the groups that are, these are these acolytes or content producers on Twitter that are claiming that the proof of their arguments is made by Keith and Richard. And then they're going out and, for example, I was talking about attacking all of these different accounts, and I have been absolutely remiss. I'm pissed at myself. I want you all to really remember what I'm about to say. They've been grabbing the pictures of white women and then manipulating their faces with software to make them look ugly. One of the content producers that they've done this to is Philosophicat. So she is not one of the supporters of this pro-Islam, pro-Marxism, pro-authoritarian, anti-white slur, racist liberal stuff. And so they are attacking her, calling her a racist liberal, and then taking her images from YouTube, still images, and then changing, not making it so that it looks like over the top, like, wow, they really manipulated her face to make her look ugly, but altering it just a little bit so that she goes from a lovely woman, a lovely looking woman, to not lovely anymore. So this is satanic. These are monsters. This unleashed, if these individuals, if these are acolytes of Keith Woods, if Angharad Celtic, a beautiful woman, as you could tell, even if a bit inebriated, a wonderful woman, a beautiful mind, a great spirit, if she was understanding Keith correctly, so we're going to leave room for the possibility that Keith was saying these things, she heard them, but that she misunderstood. We'll leave room for that. But if she's right, and Keith is actually advancing these things, and Richard Spencer, they are actually telling people to attack others and call them racist liberals in the white positive sphere. These individuals are going out and they're taking the images of white women who are not taking up this argument of authoritarian communism, etc., and they are making them look hideous to intimidate them and browbeat them out of the positions that they advance in service to white well-being. So if that's happening, if Keith and Richard actually have initiated this and they don't intend for those consequences, then it is time for them to staunchly come out, videos on YouTube and Twitter, and disavow every one of these pieces of garbage that are trying to assassinate all of our characters, trying to burn down people like Philosophicat and others, trying to make our women look hideous if they don't adopt communism as the route to a saving Western kind. So I hope to see them do that if they're either misunderstood or if they started this and it's gotten away from them and it's now having the deleterious effect that it's having. These folks will demonstrate whether they are men or boys really quickly for everyone. I'll tell you how you can evaluate this. If they were joking, if they had nothing to do with it, if none of that is true, they'll say, whoa, what are you talking about? This didn't come from me. I've never said anything like that. if they started it as a joke and they didn't mean for any of it, they will, if they're men, they'll step forward and they'll say, this was kind of a joke. It was just irony. I take full responsibility for the misinterpretation, and I disavow every single individual who is attacking everyone else in the white positive sphere. I want nothing to do with them. They can use that same rhetoric if they engendered it intentionally, and now it has an outcome that they didn't intend. They can use the exact same rhetoric there, and in both of those cases, they'll be men. If they take another course, then they're demonstrating that they're boys. And remember, it doesn't matter how old a male gets. That doesn't automatically make him a man. So clearly, whether they started this intentionally or whether they started it as a joke and they were misinterpreted by these people, irrespective of how it got started and how it's being pushed, irrespective, it's now having this deleterious effect. They now have to be men and do the right thing. Or they can declare themselves open enemies of the work that everybody else is doing to try to take us from here to the recapture of our destiny. It's pretty clear. If we were doing something that was open, that was clearly having this deleterious effect, if people were attacking all over the place, folks throughout the white positive sphere, we would do the right thing. And especially if they were, well, first of all, it would be impossible for Going Free taking this ideology to do, because you couldn't justify any of that as service to white well-being. But it does seem to be justifiable if it is this third positionism and or whatever it is. And if you're not a part of it, then you are this particular slur, then this anti-white slur, by the way. It does seem to be something that an 80 IQ or a person who means to do ill could take up and work with against us. So we'll see. We'll see what they do, whether it's intentional, unintentional. The time is now is for them to step up and say no more, disavow every one of these pieces of garbage that are attacking people in the white positive sphere. All right, let's see. Thank you, Angharad Celtic. And we found this unequivocal position on Mr. Woods by her. He's probably a really nice guy. You know, he's a young guy. We had him on PWR and had a good time with him. And you know, he's probably having a bit of fun. My guess is that, especially since he's a young guy, he's having a bit of fun. It's kind of getting away from him. And it's time to reel it in. And I hope and I expect he will. He seems like a good guy. He wrote a tweet, a couple of tweets, I think, after, you know, once everybody was attacking my character and trying to assassinate me, that seemed like, you know, maybe this guy had learned some morals from the men in his family. And now he says, whoa, you know, this has gone wrong. This has gone sideways. And he's going to step up and do the right thing. That's what I expect him to do. Okay, John Smith, $8 financial gift. Thank you so much. Socialism is dysgenic, he writes. Thank you so much for that. And remember, these ideologies, no need to even talk about them. There are a million different interpretations of what socialism means. You'll never get two people together who define it the exact same way. Even two people who learned about it the exact same time and read the exact same books and didn't hear from anybody else on the subject will still have. And that's the way it is with all of this. All of this is taking place inside the anti-white narrative. All you can do is end up in unnecessary conflict. Now, if folks want to say, I think that this element of socialism might be useful for the future when much more intelligent people than us today figure out a cyclical form of economy, cyclical form of governance, maybe this will be useful. Then have those conversations. Beautiful. We need people thinking about those things. But don't wed yourself to one of these. These things are going to be, trust me, ladies and gentlemen, when we recapture our destiny, talking about these antiquated ideologies like communism, socialism, capitalism, all of these things, it'll look like Tonka toys. It'll look like children's blocks to our people at that time. It'll be like, how did they ever have a tool that was so obviously boneheaded? Why did they ever implement something that was so obviously boneheaded? That's how we will look back on these forms of economy and governance. Last PaleoCon coming in like a true champion, especially during COVID-19. And let me just quickly say, Angharad Celtic gave her opinion on the wearing of masks. And she didn't agree with the wearing of masks in public or outside. She thought it was recycling air from your lungs or what have you. So I just want to say that whatever the WHO says, World Health Organization, about masks is what we agree with. So if the WHO agrees with Angharad Celtic, then we agree. If the WHO says that you should do the exact opposite of Angharad Celtic, then we agree with the WHO. If the WHO says we agree with Angharad Celtic today and tomorrow we disagree and the next day we agree again, then we will shift with the wind, just like the WHO says as they blow into the atmosphere. So I hope everybody at YouTube has listened to that very clearly. Last PaleoCon, in the age of plague, it's hard to financially gift. And it's very difficult. People are out of jobs. They worry about their jobs. So it's understanding. But last PaleoCon decides $50, 50 has come through with this Herculean financial gift to White Wellbeing. Thank you so much. A big testimony in those dollars as well. Writing here, our race is our religion. And it's time to tithe to the place we all gather in brotherhood and love. God, thank you, brother. Hail our white positive sphere. Amen to that. What a hero. Thank you so much for that. It is people like last PaleoCon. I salute you, brother. It is people stepping up and doing things like that that make it happen. You know, it's when a community, you know, they need a house of worship. And instead of sitting around talking about what is a house of worship, what should a house of worship be, what takes place in a house of worship, a couple of regular guys come out of their garages and they have their hammers and they have their nails and they have their saws and they go out to a field and they just begin to make it happen. And thank you so much, last PaleoCon. That's how we're going to get to the recapture of our destiny. God bless you. Very Western of you. The exact opposite of this Asiatic. I know it's, since the Asians do it, it's probably superior, but very different than the Asiatic, where they sit down and they contemplate ideologies from here to the end of time. A Westman gets the knowledge he needs and then goes forward and makes a difference in the world. God bless you, brother, for that, and especially your verbiage. Tall Kevin Widget. Tall Kevin says, are you going to take any calls tonight? Yes, we are. Roy Dandon says, did you see my $5 test? Yes, I did. Zio Talon says, I did, meaning that I guess he tried again to, I don't see it here, but I do see it over on Cash App. Donning Armour says, I encourage you to invite Forbidden Recalls on tap. His channel is small, but he is doing powerful work. Well, that's great. Could you please DM me on Twitter? And could you also please reach out to Jared George? Anybody making recommendations, make sure you reach out with that information to both me and Jared so that these individuals can get on our list. We want to make sure that we have people who are big channels and are starting to see the truth. We want to help those folks go free. Folks who are young and are growing, we want to make sure we get to them. If they're willing to put their face out there, we want to make sure we get to them to help them go free so that they spread love and peace and redemption and the dialectics that will give people the psychological defense to the psychological warfare waged against them, rather than potentially getting mired in what the flannel talked about and we read earlier. Probably worth reading. Maybe I'll read it at the next. Worth reading again. Maybe I'll read it at the next Going Free. We just had Vokish Warrior come in on the Tall Kevin Widget. No, my guilt. The Duganism. Now, this is another thing that I've been receiving a lot of contradictory information about. This Dugan character, and people for, opposed, misinterpreting, irony, bro. And you know, it's nothing can be pinned down. How are you going to recapture a destiny that way? So let's see what Vokish Warrior has to say about the Duganism, because maybe it'll clear it up. Vokish Warrior says the Duganism Keith and Spencer embrace isn't third positionism. It's called the fourth political theory. Third position is what the Austrian painter with a funny mustache did. I don't know who that is, but I thank you for the clarification. So it's actually this Duganism. There's something, the Duganism that Vogish Warrior is saying that Keith and Spencer embrace and push is called fourth political theory. And so then my guess is, if the other claims are true, they're saying that anybody who doesn't embrace fourth political theory is this anti-white slur, racist liberal, which is so distasteful. It is, I mean, I'll try to come up with a slogan for a product that sounds as awkward. Thank you very much for that clarification, Vokish Warrior. Let's see, we'll jump over here to Cash App, and we have Slots. Thank you so much, my dear friend, a hero par excellence. Financially gifting $1 over here on Cash App and writing, if they're being ironic, why are they attacking us? Well, precisely, brother, precisely. It's a demonstration of those who are doing the attacking having no character whatsoever, that when they're cornered, it ends up being oh, no, I didn't mean it. You're some kind of idiot. What are you? This is something that children do in elementary school, really. Some kind of idiot. It was not real at any point. So another $1 from Slots. Thank you, my dear friend. And it says here, oops, my stream is on replay 1 hour back. Well, you can just click live and catch right up. And I thank you for being here with us. Nonetheless, your financial gift makes sense and we deeply appreciate it. Let's see if we have anything else. And then we'll go to our next call, see if we have anybody in the live chat that has said anything. I haven't checked discipline for a while. I am starving. Will anyone bring me up something delicious? Vogish Warrior here. Let me see. Oh, I just lost you, brother. What happened? The chat leapt on me. I did see a glitch in the Matrix, and I don't know if you all saw that as well, but if we're still streaming, then we're okay. And I will take a quick look over at Discipline channel and see if there's anything there. No, we look like we're good over there. All right, let's look at the next caller and maybe do another one or two. And we shall see if then we'll wrap up. We'll see if there's anything else and then we'll wrap up. So I see Brand Danger. Are you out there? Are you by your phone? Don't forget to turn off the stream. I'll give it a moment because, of course, everything is happening for you a few seconds after I actually do it. So I will give you a call and we will hear about what you are doing in service to white well-being. Roy says, I would bring you some food. I would require it would require a supersonic aircraft, or it'd be cold by the time I got to you. Oh, that's great. I love it. Well, we can make that happen. I mean, there are going to be whites that are going to come along, brother Westman, that'll come along, that we have totally unleashed the Western spirit inside of them. And who knows the kind of scientific advancements that they will make. And Mr. Danger, here comes a call. I love asparagus. Love it. All right, we will call Brant Danger back. Currently, he is unavailable. If you are in the same room with him, kick the bed, wake him up. Let's see here. Who is this? I have to remember what name you like to go by. So let's see. I think this is full moon ancestry. Are you there? Are you there, brother? So you are on deck. And what about the great Tall Kevin? Would you like to speak on the show tonight? Are you there? Marsha says, call me later, Jason. You have to send me your phone number if you want to be called. You're funny. Naughty girl. So let's see. Tall Kevin, are you there? I will give you a call. And Marsha, you know what you should do? You should reach out on Skype and we will have you on live right now. We will have you on live. Let's go. I'm going to try for Tall Kevin. And because he messaged the most recent, it looks like. Okay. Tall Kevin might not have been messaging to actually receive a call, so it's not entirely fair. He did just reach out. It was earlier just to see if it was working. So I don't know if he was helping me out or if he wanted to be on. So I wanted to give him the opportunity. Let's go ahead, and it looks like Mr. V, are you here? If you are here, here comes the phone call, Mr. V.
Hello.
Hello, brother. That was the fastest pickup of a phone ever.
Oh, yeah, it was.
You could compete in those quick draw competitions.
Oh, I've certainly watched enough cowboy movies with Big Cat Kayla and her crew to definitely participate in that.
That's great. So, how are you doing, brother? What would you like to talk about?
I'm well. Well, first of all, just to address the whole racist liberal thing, the first time I called into the show, I didn't mention any names at the time, but it was Serena B, because then I went back and I rewatched it. It was Serena B who called in, didn't call in, super chatted, my mistake there, into one of Richard Spencer's shows. And it was about the use of the word racist. It was even worse than I thought, because it was about the use of the word racist against white people, against our own people. And then they went off into that word, and if anyone should use it, it's our guys. And Richard has defended his use of the word racist on CNN, which that was a huge mistake. Instead of calling Trump the traitor, a racist, calling him anti-white, that would have been shocking.
Correct. Absolutely.
Spencer said that him using the word racist there got people to think differently. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It got people to think, and it legitimized and gave credit to the anti-white narrative.
Precisely.
It didn't do anything, and I'm really stunned that this coining of racist liberal was looked upon by some people as some great move of genius, of brilliance. And looking at this from the well-being sphere, you just look, holy crap, do you even know what we have? Do you even know what we're up to? Do you have any idea that as we speak, there are tons of people reading Go Free? Everyone is coming up with meme curatives for their meme pathogens. People are coining new terms. I talk to people on a regular basis, and we coin new terms and words all the time, and we do our best to test them and try to bring them out. We're building a language, a biospiritual language.
Mm-hmm.
Yet here we have people using a racist liberal, and it's seen as some sort of great new addition. It's not. It's frankly pathetic and sad. It's really, really sad, because you know that intelligent people could do so much better if they were just going free. When are we going to get these people to clean their brains and go free and put those brains to good use?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's all I wanted to say on that part. There's not much to say. I mean, let's just move on. This is laughable.
Well, it's brilliantly said, Mr. V, and no surprise that something brilliant came out of your mouth. I'll just add to it that we fought it out in the white positive sphere with a community that we obliterated that was really anti-white, called the skeptics. And one of the things the skeptics tried to do was they tried to say, no, the word and concept of racist doesn't mean what the SJWs, remember that was their big thing, just the low-hanging fruit. It doesn't mean what they say it means. It actually, and then they would read the dictionary definition. And all of us in the white positive sphere uniformly said to these nitwits that all that matters, and I made a video specifically about this, all that matters is how it is used in the mouths of the masses, how it is used in law, how it is used at universities, instantiated in literally hundreds of millions of essays and doctoral theses, how it is used in corporate America, in international corporations as well. It has a very specific meaning. You cannot change the meaning. Remember, we all said that, and everybody said, of course, you're not going to be able to take away the reins of defining a concept that was coined by anti-whites for achieving an anti-white objective. You're not going to be able to take that away from the anti-whites because you have a live stream that has 10, 20,000 or whatever it is. I don't know how many people are watching. Let's just say it's 50,000. You're not going to be able to take that meaning away from them when they have the momentum of the entire establishment and well over a century of using this. It is built into everything that is anti-white in our environment. And you think that you have a little channel somewhere and you're going to redefine this word. This is purely infantile. And you're exactly right. You said it was laughable. Who in their right minds could think that you were going to take a term that they have created to destroy us and redefine it for the world? That is madness. That is true madness. So it's somebody who's either just pissing in the wind and daydreaming, or that is somebody who needs to be in a straitjacket. That's not any sort of adult, serious thought. And the fact that we have to discuss it is a result of there being so many other people out there who are good people, like this the flannel on Twitter who wrote this message that I read about how it felt good, to finally feel smart, to finally feel edgy, because I was hearing these people talk about these subjects and they get ensnared and enmeshed in this, and then they're just fed this stuff and they can never get it. Could you imagine if all of these folks who are getting ensnared in this sort of stuff to have this false sense of intelligence, this false sense of accomplishment, this false sense of that as a people we are moving some sort of direction and some good will come of it? Could you imagine if instead we were getting them all ensnared and going free, like Mr. V is here, and the good work? How many other Mr. V's are? There's only one Mr. V that we have here, but there are others out there who want to be like Mr. V. There are others out there who have potential, and they could be, and we want them to be coming around. We want the flannel, this Mr. Flannel, to come up and be another one of our Mr. V's, to be participating and contributing and adding to the work we are doing and experimenting, seeing what works, seeing what fails, applying and reapplying the things that work. This is what we need to be doing. We need to be actually changing things rather than just talking about at some point changing things, or an event that will suddenly change everything, and then some magical army of the dead will appear and save us from our effete laziness. This is pure nonsense. So yeah, it suddenly struck me as you're saying it, Mr. V. It was beautifully said. It suddenly struck me as they're seriously trying to redefine the word racist, the concept racist. Good God. I mean, that is completely like hearing somebody say that they're Napoleon at the St. Elizabeth's in DC, which, folks, you'll learn the lingo, the DC lingo. That was an insane asylum. It's no longer in operation. But we used to be able, not me personally, because it's been out of business for a long time, but used to be able to hear the screaming for like a mile away. But that's like something that would come out of St. Elizabeth's. These people who would just, we'll just redefine the word racist. We'll just, sure. What else do you have to say, brother? Brilliantly stated.
Yeah, just very, very quickly on that as well. It has been used in every context. How many characters, how many Hollywood bad guys, how many comics, how many video games, how many books, how many times do we have to see that word? It is synonymous with whites. There was actually someone who was around that skeptic community, since you mentioned it, and this is brilliant, he arrived at the truth, but he wasn't even aware of how close he was to the truth. He went by the name of Uzulu, and he made a video titled, "Is Racist an Anti-White Slur?" And his tweet was, "If only white people can be racist, then racist is an anti-white slur." This guy didn't even know, but he arrived at the truth. Our people will understand. It is synonymous with white people. It is an anti-white slur. When you think of a racist in your mind, think about the meme pathogen. Remember when you were a vague, or when you were barely white positive, what went to your mind? It was a white person. That is what everyone sees in their mind when they picture a racist. They don't picture a non-white person harming a white person. They picture the bad guy in the anti-white narrative. That is what they picture. It has become synonymous with our people. Same thing as the word Nazi. These are anti-white slurs. And there's a lot of laziness in our circles from people who simply use it because they don't want to do the mental work of saying something else when they actually mean something else. They mean ethnocentric, or they mean in-group preference, but they use the word racist. They mean someone who cares about white well-being, but then they use the word racist. They just throw it out there as if it's meaningless. The only objective definition of the word racist is as an anti-white slur.
Yeah, precisely.
The word racist has never had an objective definition outside of that. You cannot just use it to mean 1,000 different things that you think it means, or use it as a substitute for in-group preference, or for racial loyalty, ethnocentrism, whatever, or someone being hateful toward a race. No, objectively, it is an anti-white slur. We have to recapture our language. If someone is being hateful, and this really helps with definitions as well, so we can recapture definition and have definition in our language. If someone prefers their own people, you say they have an in-group preference, or they love their own kind. If someone is being hateful towards someone of another race, they're being hateful. They're not a racist because race is an anti-white slur. We have to say things as they are. We can't let these anti-white bastards take our language, because these anti-white bastards will come at us with our languages in our own tongues, in our own mother tongues. They will use those and they will twist those to harm us. That is an insult upon our ancestors, and no more of that.
Amen, brother. Brilliantly stated. Absolutely. Brilliantly stated. And that is exactly what we've come to expect from you. And that is really, folks, what Mr. V is saying here is really laid it out clearly, that if there is no reclaiming, or there is no claiming something that we have no power over to claim. And where is the definition of these anti-white slurs? See, this is, I wonder all the time. I'm gonna share, because this is something that immediately the calculation takes place, but I don't think it maybe does for everybody. So where is the definition of, and I'm not asking you, Mr. V, I'm not putting you on the point, I'm just a rhetorical question. where does the definition for these anti-white slurs, any of them, anti-Semite, racist, what have you? Because if you're going to say racist, liberal, the next step is anti-Semite liberal or something else of that nature, anti-Semite leftist or what have you. Where is that definition? Where is it located in space? You see, this is the reason why I want when smart people, when very educated, let me rephrase it this way. And Keith Woods and Richard and everybody else here, they might be, their IQs might be nosebleed level. I don't know. So I set that comment aside for a moment. I'm putting it out there. But we all have met people who are beautifully refined, wonderfully educated, and yet not very bright, like maybe dim even. And it's not, there is also this error that people say, well, there's book smart and street smart. That's another false dichotomy. You have intelligence, which is processing power, and it works in different ways. The mind is very difficult to capture how the intelligence works, because it can be different in different ways in the mind. So it's not like a gas meter. It's more like the thongs of a whip, and or the strings of a piano that are different lengths, and they can be in different combinations of strength or weakness. So it's a very complicated thing. You can have people, and I'm not saying that that's the case. In fact, I'm starting off saying maybe these folks, maybe they have nosebleed IQs, but we can definitely have people who are very refined, very educated, and they can talk intelligently because of the education on a specific set of subjects that they are highly educated in, and yet not be terribly bright. We've all have met them. They're like, how do you, the guy's got a doctorate in one thing and a master's in another. And he's like, how do I start the lawnmower? And then most people will say, well, it's because, I've learned from the movies, again, speaking to the truth of Going Free, that people don't know the difference. In fact, I just had somebody send me their mother making an argument by using movies as the evidence. So again, proving that what we're saying, Going Free, the subconscious mind doesn't know the difference. So much so that people cite fictional movies and books as proof of their real world opinions. And so you have this other false dichotomy from the media that says that, well, if a person is super smart, then they don't know how to tie their shoes. Now, that is nonsense. That is total stupidity. It's another fiction from Hollywood. When the guy says, well, I can't just, a guy who has the doctorate and the master's in two different things, and he says, can't figure out how to start this lawnmower, and then you can clearly see that there's an A and a B and a C, not because you work on lawnmowers, but because you're actually brighter than him. You can assess the situation more readily and figure it out. That is demonstrating that his intelligence and maybe a couple of other factors are maybe weaker than yours. And most of us, or many of us, have experienced this sort of individual. Now, these kinds of individuals can get together and they can talk about erudite things. They can talk about very urbane, sophisticated things. They can talk about all of the textbooks they've read. Particularly, one of the groups of people that folks erroneously conclude are fabulously intelligent are people with magnificent memories. Now, having a magnificent memory is a wonderful thing. It will enable you to learn a great many things and then be able to do a great many things. But it doesn't mean that you'll be able to solve a single original problem. Now, there could be somebody with a great memory and great intelligence, but they're two different things. Now, people with great memories, for example, can sit around and talk about all of the great books that they've read, and they can speculate on a great many things, name all of the authors and this sort of thing. Again, I'm keeping a distinction between these actual folks of Richard and Keith, and they might have very high IQs, I don't know. But the important thing to note here is that when I observe this sort of talk, and they're talking about the definition, so this is coming back around. I hope it's making sense for everybody. And they're talking about the definition of a word. my mind says to me, where is the definition of that word in space and time? And again, this is rhetorical. I'm going to answer it. It's not in one place. It's in every single mind of every single person that the ideas can be communicated to or not communicated to. And it is, in some cases, fixed without variation for all time. Some ideas are going nowhere. Some of those definitions are going nowhere. It's fixed for all time. In other cases, it can be a little malleable. Ideas like these anti-white concepts, anti-Semite and racist and homophobe and these things, these are permanently fixed in people's minds. That is where the definition resides. There is nothing that the smartest man in the world or the two smartest men in the world can do in an ivory tower somewhere to change the definitions in the minds of other people. There is nothing they can do. It doesn't matter how bright they are. It doesn't matter how cunning they think it would be. So when bright people get together, even if they were the brightest people to ever live on planet Earth, if they talk about reclaiming, or not reclaiming, but claiming a definition out of space and time, which exists in the minds of hundreds of billions of people and is being reinforced every second of every day by anti-white regimes, I have to say to myself, are they actually dumb as all shit? I start to get a little fed up. I start to get a little impatient. I mean, are you actually dumb as all shit? The definition is not there for you to just walk up and rewrite. Who the hell do you think you are? Who the hell do these people think you? This is what I said when it came to the skeptics. You know, they all thought themselves so sophisticated. And they all talked with the biggest vocabulary that they could find and the sources. And they did everything they could to make everyone believe, well, we're so smart. You just have to believe what we're saying. It's just, and I was thinking, you people are actually incredibly and remarkably stupid. There is no changing the definitions. I'm saying it for the fourth time so that it really sinks. So that when you hear this in the future, ladies and gentlemen, you'll know right away, well, this person sounds smart, looks smart, dresses smart, has beautiful hair, knows how to slander people. You'll know that they're wrong nonetheless. When they say that they can change the name or definition, let's change the definition of this word. It's not in a dictionary. It's not on a legal document. It's not that word, that definition to be changed is not in a conversation. It's not coming over the video from where they sit through all of the wires and the Wi-Fi and everything and then blasting out at you over the FiOS. It's not there either. It's in the minds of billions, and it's being reinforced every moment of every second for all of these people by way of all of the entertainment they take in as reality, by way of all of the reality that they take in as reality, coming in as the news, coming in as. So do you now see how somebody like me, somebody like Mr. V, somebody like Jared George can scratch the head and say, are you on the same planet? Who are you talking to? What universe are you in? It's not possible that these people can be this sophisticated and still be dumb as shit. But apparently, when it came to the skeptics, that was indeed the case. Now, maybe what's happening for people like Richard or people like Keith, if they're actually doing this, maybe what they're thinking is, well, just in our little group here, in our little group of 50,000, or I don't know how many people are watching the channel. So let's just say it's 50,000 live every time they do a stream. So they say, in our little 50,000, we would like everybody to say that this word now means something completely different. And we want you all to, I'll tell you this though, they're not going to take away the original definition. They'll have no more success, just as Mr. V was saying, they'll have no more success than saying to that 50 grand of people, okay, the word tree means that thing outside, and it's got this vertical piece, and then it's got horizontal pieces, and it's got leaves on it. it means that. But now in our 50,000, it's going to mean something completely different than that. Those people will be able to pretend that the word tree means something different in those contexts. They'll be able to pretend it means something different, but it will never be anything fundamentally different in their minds. I can't speak upon this more soundly, more, and just to put a bigger exclamation point on it, then the furthest that they could go is pretending with their immediate circle. There'll be no impact on society. None of the minds of the people will change the definition of this word in their heads by this little pretend that they are engaged in. And whether they're engaged in it or not, for sure, I guess we'll find out later. But Mr. V, again, you bring up some brilliant points. You made some brilliant statement there, a couple of statements there. And do you have anything else to share before we let you go tonight?
Well, something that might help to illuminate, at least as far as Spencer's concerned, help to illuminate his kind of thinking on this is in the last stream that he did, Indians were brought up, and he said that some of them prefer to be called Native Americans, and he said he doesn't have a problem with it, and then he said it's just a word. And that's where I thought, there is your mistake. Words rule the world. Words rule everything. Words are everything. They are not. And again, because I'm going free, because I'm inoculating myself from these main pathogens, as soon as he says Native Americans, my head instantly goes into, nope, whites are the real Native Americans.
Amen. You're going free, brother. And you will continue to get better and access the Western spirit within you. And those who want to say, and also just look at that contradiction right there. You're leaving on a great point, brother. Look at that contradiction right there. And not saying that you are misunderstanding or are misrepresenting Spencer, but just in case Spencer meant something other than what he said to you. So maybe he means something else. But if he is saying that in one breath, well, it's just a word, call them whatever they want, and you're pointing out that, whoa, it's words rule the world, because they're what we think with. It's it's the narratives that we live by. They mean everything. But then he says, it's just a word. And then in the next breath, he says, oh, we're going to give racist a new definition because of how powerful that will make. I mean, come on. That's ridiculous. I mean, those are contradictory positions.
Absolutely. And just to quickly clarify, that was on a stream. That was not an interaction between he and I. That was on one of his streams that he did where they got onto that issue. And as I heard him describe that is just a word. In my head, I was just thinking, what a huge mistake. And that is a flawed way of thinking. Also, quickly before I go, brother, for all those that want to do clipping, there are free programs that our people can use so they don't have to pay for anything. And would it be all right if I just quickly mention those?
Yes.
You can get Audio Converter. That's how you can extract videos from YouTube or BitChute or anything of the kind. Shotcut. That's how you do your editing. Audacity. That's how you edit the audio. And then OBS Studio. And that'll serve for a variety of purposes. So those four should be all that you need to do all the clipping that you could ever possibly want. And as far as the passing of the great Simon Harris is concerned, this is why we have to stop focusing on dead men. They might have served our race. We will always honor them, but we have to focus on the living because you never know when they're going to be gone.
Right.
Can't wait for tomorrow to sing the praises of our heroes. Got to sing their praises today. Got to support them today. Got to work with them today. We got to be here for the present. We have to love the living.
That's magnificent. That is a magnificent point, brother. Thank you so much for calling in. I hope you will be available maybe next week. If not, then the week after. We look forward to speaking with Mr. V all the time.
I appreciate it, brother. Have a great night. Take care, brothers and sisters. And hail our creator, Prometheus.
Amen to that. Bye-bye, brother. All right. That is fantastic. Now I saw a request by Roy to move the mic back so that I can be heard a little bit more clearly. Let's see. It's not a big deal, he says. Can still understand me. But there's a problem with my phone beeping. Beeping? Thank you for that. I have a stopwatch that's in a drawer. I don't know what the hell its problem is. I don't think the battery's about to go, but it'll occasionally. Maybe if you're able to hear that, the mic is really doing a heck of a job. I better not. It's a good thing that I don't have gas or anything. I mean, good God, this thing would be picking up everything. I'm surprised you can't hear the. You know what I heard once? I had bees make a nest in the wall of the house, and it was the faintest crunching noise, as I guess they were doing whatever they were doing. And it was, I stopped so many times. I mean, you would have thought it was like demons in the house. So I know I heard something that time. What was that? And then I would be still, hold my breath, and not hear anything. Finally figured out bees. I see Sakis says here, I pay money to see you debate Sargon of Akkad. There's a $100 tip if you can make him cry. I've already made him cry. He's had plenty of nightmares about me. But I'd have, again, remember when it comes to debates, if we have the same destination, then we can actually have a debate. Otherwise, it's just logomachy, which I know HB hates. Or he doesn't hate that one, but he's flummoxed that I use it. It's just a battle of words, because people, when they have different moralities and they have different destinations, different objectives, you can't really have a debate or a genuine debate. It's just really insults. But so Sargon has definitely a different outcome. I see Greek American is heading to bed. Good night, my dear friend. And we'll be heading out of here in a minute too. Maybe take another phone call, but we'll see. Eminent Rain says bees aren't demons, but hornets are. Well, certainly those ones that come from Japan. We know they are demonic. Commander Rockwell says that's a great mic. Well, thank you so much. Where can you get it? I believe you can still get these online, but I'm sure your music store will have it. And as far as name, it's just called MXL 990 USB. People end up preferring, because it's, I think, a little bit more expensive and every bit as clear. This, what is it? It's like got a name like Snow, or what is that microphone? That people end up preferring that, I think, over this one. But I've had this one forever, because, as I say, this has been a big plan that's been rolling out. And so I knew I would be on it. I wanted to have a good one that would last as long as possible. So when I had the money to make it happen, I made it happen. Elaine Sabatino is going to bed. Says, good night. I'm still listening, but I got to leave the chat. Cheers to White Wellbeing. Cheers to you. You should always go to bed listening to us. It's the best way to go free. Raymond says, we hear our... Oh, really? That was coming through the phone. All right, the mod chat. You guys probably put that together. You send a message and then it vibrates over. Okay. Well, good. I see. The vibrations. All right. Well, good vibrations. JK160 is here. Great to see you, good sir. And we'll take, I think, another call. We'll see who's left. Was everybody getting what I was saying about definitions, about where they reside and how it's impossible to do what is being attributed as a desire to Richard? Aunt Sally says, I had a wasp nest in the roof of a house I lived in, and my bedroom was directly underneath. In my bedroom, I thought it was raining until I realized it was wasps. Holy God, that sounds like right out of Amityville horror movie. Whoa, it looks like Marsha said the Hornets are fake news. Are the giant Japanese murder hornets? Okay, just in case it's not real, we refer you to the leadership of YouTube, CNN, MSNBC, and any of those guys or gals or its or whatever else they want to be called. We refer you to them. I mean, actually, how dare I classify them into two guys and gals? The its over there. We refer you to them, the its, because they will know whether or not it is real or fake information. So I see here, what do we have? We have a message. Okay, I can talk with you afterwards, Seaver. And we have, let's see. Okay. We will go ahead and try Full Moon Ancestry. Even though I don't know that he's here, he may have just popped in to cheer us on, because we have been going for over 5 hours, and we're not going to go much longer though. So we'll give a call here. I've got to eat, and I got to get back to work for our people, and the mods have lives. All right, everybody who couldn't make it on tonight will be up for next time. And of course, all of our magnificent crew that showed up tonight, they are welcome back as well. It might be midweek that we get together for, maybe right after PWR, and to get together for a little stream and take some calls. Because what I want to do is I want to have at the beginning of the stream, right near the beginning, take maybe a couple calls, and then take the remainder at the end of the stream. I think that will add a more of a participatory nature to the stream as a whole, and give also folks in different time zones different opportunities to participate. Those also who are just going to be listening live, an opportunity to hear maybe a topic that perfectly fits their lives, because we've talked about it at the beginning of the stream. I think that'll be really useful, but we'll see. Looks like we are blank over here on the financial gifts on entropy. So that's good. Now let me check the question widget. And it looks like we are clear there as well. And let me just make sure elsewhere, make sure everything is good. All right. And I want to say to everyone again, before we check out of here tonight, that we have conflicting. Oh, let me also check over here on Cash App again. I don't want to let anybody go. If you ever financially gift and it comes in later than the stream, I will make sure to get back to you. And who was that earlier that thought they might have a financial gift that's, let's see, that was earlier and therefore I didn't see it? Let's see. Is it? Wow, yeah, this is one. Was it Promethean Promulgation? Are you still here? Maybe I should wait to read this until Promethean Promulgation is here. Is Promethean Promulgation still here? Well, I need to go ahead and read it anyhow. And yeah, we're just past midnight here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, Promethean Promulgation is here. Let's get the raucous, seizing emojis ready, as though they are hyped up on crack, and by crack I mean Twinkies and other candy treats, because we would never promote drug use here. Let's get those fabulous raucous emojis ready for Promethean Promulgation, who financially gifted $100. 100 Save Our White Baby dollars. Congratulations on the new book release. I have made some major improvements in my life recently, thanks to your work. Let's go free. What an absolutely beautiful way to wrap up here at the end of the night. this gift from Promethean Promulgation, $100. Congratulations on the new book release. I have made some major improvements in my life recently, thanks to your work. Let's go free. You know, Promethean Promulgation, what a great name. Promethean hails to you. You obviously have jumped in with both feet. You're obviously a working person like the rest of us. You're not a Mr. Pie. And that's 100. Every single one of those dollars is meaningful to you. So it's meaningful to me. Thank you so much. And even more than that, this great munificence of finance, this great munificence of this testimony that is going to speak to so many people. Never underestimate your testimony, ladies and gentlemen, when you are having success in any area of going free, whether it's your personal success, recapturing some part of your personal destiny, maybe it's taking yourself back from drugs, maybe it's taking yourself back from pornography, whatever it might be. Maybe it's taking yourself back from being abusive to a good person in your life. Maybe it's taking yourself back from something like that. Never underestimate that, whether it's that or it's you're going out and you are sharing going free with friends, family, and strangers, and now they are improving their lives. The curative contagion is being passed on no matter what it is. Never underestimate the power of your testimony of these successes for you in your life. Congratulations on the new book. I have made some major improvements in my life recently, thanks to your work. Let's go free. Amen. Amen to you. God bless you. Promethean hails. That is just so splendid, especially in the time of COVID. So what great munificence, what princely contribution. Thank you so much. So, and he says, Promethean Promulgation says, I'm Edgar Allan from before. I just decided I needed a better name. You are Edgar Allan. What a big change. Edgar Allan, if you remember, ladies and gentlemen, had a massive transformation, a great life-saving alteration. And this is just a change in course. So great that you changed your name and to Promethean Promulgation. That is beautiful. And now doing this wonderful work. God, that's fantastic. The question I have then, and thank you all, everyone who applauded and who either applauded in spirit because you didn't have access to your raucous emojis or whatever it might have been. You're just listening in replay or whatever it might have been. You can applaud in the threads as well. And that is this: where else are lives being changed? Where else? In let me just make sure everybody knows very clear. I'll keep saying this as long as I need to say it, all the way up to there's no more breath able to come over these lips of mine. This is not me. This is not any one of you individuals. This is all of us together making this happen. We are all coming together, improving each other. We are all coming together as a big family and taking these great strides to the creation of a people out of the deracinated race. When someone's life is saved, we are all responsible for helping to save that life. When someone grows, when someone, we start using the vernacular better of going free, we all grow in that. We are all responsible. We all are have a light shined on us for those efforts. These are in ways the most challenging times, but these are also in ways the most beautiful times, because there has never been anything like this. Some of the content creators, these wannabe leaders or what have you out there, they've been around long enough to tell you that things are much better than they used to be. And damned if they're not. I mean, they are much better than they used to be. But there is now a much larger fundamental shift. There is something that is earth-shattering taking place. Never before has there been anywhere in the white positive sphere where this kind of thing is happening. And my heart just bursts with joy for every single one of you. This is out of the Promethean box, if you will. There's no stopping it. And we're going to continue to grow. There are going to be numerous elements, all of these plans that have been organized over the years. I've put together. We are rolling them out. We will cover as many facets as possible. I knew that I didn't have, just as I knew all the way back when I was in 7th grade, I was 11 years old. I knew I didn't have the ability to save the white race. I was never that naive. I knew, though, that I could give it my best. And I knew that if I gave it my best, that others who were willing to do the same would show up. And together, we would be able to achieve any goal we put before ourselves. And that is what's happening. The best are showing up. The best are making great strides. Let me say also, before we sign off tonight on this magnificent note, one more time, that we are receiving a lot of contradictory information about Keith Woods and about Richard Spencer. Nobody else really has been mentioned so far, but primarily just, I guess, a couple mentions. TRS got mentioned once or twice. Some people are saying these individuals are absolutely fomenting these ne'er-do-wells to attack you and attack others in the white positive sphere, and to disfigure the faces of people like Philosophicat and other ladies, to make them look as hideous as possible. Others are saying, no, these Richard Spencer and Keith Woods are being misunderstood. And so this is not their doing. This is something that has come about from either, this misunderstanding or a joke or whatever, or they were legitimately examining some facet of this or that, and maybe they said something half in jest or something meant just for their circles. And now 80 IQ people or anti-whites are now using this to try to drive a wedge, using this to try to create disharmony. We're not coming to any conclusions about either of these guys. I am going to fall on the side of, especially since there's so much contradictory information, I'm going to fall on the side of they are somehow misunderstood, and we'll get some greater clarity as time permits, as the days come to roll one after the other, and maybe if they were have gone wrong, not just misunderstood, but initiated something that has now become something much larger that is destructive, they'll reel that in. We'll be there to see. And my ardent hope is that they indeed are going to, whatever was the cause of it, whether it was a misunderstanding or a joke or an intentional fomenting of something that got away from them, my ardent hope is they're going to see now how destructive it's become, as these people are now attacking the entire of the white positive sphere. Anyone who isn't for this fourth political, whatever it is, position, and calling them these anti-white slurs, that they will reel this in, disavow these individuals who are responsible for this, and we can all together begin again moving forward to our goal, our stated goal, and the goal that we make clear here day in and day out, and that is the recapturing of our destiny and the improving of the lives of everybody who composes the white positive sphere. I have a great love for you all. And though I know I can see that we're just on 2 minutes to 7 hours, I can't believe we did 8 hours last week and we're coming up on 7 hours. I have no desire to make it to the next. Angharad Celtic says, listen to me, I'm always right. I guess she's talking about Keith. Sega says, I'm a TR subscriber and I can say they absolutely have nothing to do with it. See, so thank you, Segas, for coming in on that point. A lot of, too much contradictory information. We are on here in service to white well-being. Me personally, I'm moving toward the recapturing of our destiny. I want nothing but good for us. Everybody who wants to participate with that is welcome here. If they want to go free, if they want to use the lexicon, the dialectics with us, if they want to spread this curative contagion, they want to spread the psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us, by God, we welcome you. If you think you have a better route to achieve that destiny, by all means, get on that vessel and move toward that destiny as well. And we will give you a thumbs up as we both tack our way against the anti-white winds that are blowing hard against us, especially in this waning of the West, the waning of everything that we have created and made beautiful, becoming darker by the day by innumerable ways. You could just never count all of the ways that we are in our societies diminishing in strength, diminishing in intelligence, diminishing in civility and law and order, all of it. Health, individual health, familial health, it's all damaged by anti-whiteism. If somebody has a better way and it's working and they're going to reach that destiny, more power to them. That is not going to involve destroying the work that everybody else is doing in the white positive sphere. That I think we can all agree on. White Rider says, as an individual, you cannot save the white race, but We cannot do it without you. Oh, that's kind. Thank you, White Rider. I can say the same to everyone in the chat this evening. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Roy Danton says tomorrow's a holiday. May be the last time for many of us where we could actually do such a marathon. Oh, that's true. I guess you're going back. I see what you're saying. Well, Roy says, yeah, let's do another 8. Let's make it another 8. Brant's back. Okay, we'll have Brant Danger on really quickly, and we'll hear what he has to say, and then we're going to check out. So it looks like we will go by the 7-hour mark, but we're not going to do 8 hours, despite how much fun that could be. So let me make a call to Brant Danger, and we'll see what good work he is doing.
Hello.
Hey, brother. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Sorry I missed the earlier call attempts.
No worries. No worries whatsoever. You're here now. That's all that matters.
Okay. All right. Well, hello, everyone on the internet and the rest of the world. So I'll give you a quick rundown on what we're doing.
All right.
The website project is coming along slow but surely. We've got it. There's a total of 10 of us right now, and each person has a different role that they're playing. Some people are working on some content that they're building in various subjects. Some of us are working on the structure of the website. Other people are doing some research.
Nice.
And this week I'm going to start on going free lessons for children.
Nice.
And so I've been going through the Go Free book and figuring out how exactly I'm going to set that up. And another person contacted me just a few days ago that is a creative person and has worked in animation and that type of stuff. And I might be working with them, like maybe give them a script or storyboards.
Nice.
For some going free lessons. So anyway, that's what's going on right now. I'm still aiming on about mid-July getting the site up and running.
Oh, that is fantastic. That is the exact kind of thing. We have so many upbeats, up notes to end the stream on, and to hear this about the success you're having with moving forward with this project. Where can people, and don't be afraid to call in. If you want to call in again next week or midweek, if we do one midweek, and you want to give any updates, or just talk about anything, brother, don't hesitate. I know we're kind of rushed here tonight, but
right.
Where can folks find you? How can they contact you? How can they contribute to the great work that you are doing in service to White Wellbeing?
Okay, well, there's 2 ways. There, of course, is the website. I'm sorry, not the website, but the email that we're using for the school, and that is schoolofthewest@protonmail.com. And if you want to find me on Twitter, the handle is Brant Danger.
Nice. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, and we're not prepared. Sorry, Jason.
No, please.
Okay, not prepared to give out the URL, the address for the website right now, because we pulled some of it back to do a reinstallation to make sure that the security is correct.
Ah, okay. All right, that sounds good. And now, what is there? Do you have a wish list of that, or could you have a wish list by next time we talk about maybe folks to do things, or folks with expertise maybe in certain fields or anything like that?
Sure. Yeah. Well, actually, I could just tell you right now.
Okay.
People that have approached me, they've approached me with certain interest in either history or working on do-it-yourself videos or physical education for young kids, or doing book reviews, or how to play musical instruments, or helping with website design, security, email lists, that kind of stuff. So basically, I can match up some work that someone can work towards something that they're interested in. If people don't have anything in mind, they can contact me, and I can, talk to them as well. And I kind of work with people as they're going through the site, or as they're working on some material for me. We look it over. I give them feedback. We're talking about how we're going to do security, how we're going to reference material, how the material is going to be sectioned up. So there's a whole lot of work there. And I would say right now that if there is someone who wants to work on some Go Free lessons, help with organizing that, we can use that right now. Or if there's someone who's interested in doing any type of teaching for children, any type of subject that they're curious about. Because the way that I'm going to set this up is that I'm going to work on some basic content for Go Free and basic content in ELA and math for younger grades. And then I've got someone who's going to be connecting upper grades of math on up into high school into calculus. So we'll have we should have a whole math curriculum by the time we start. We're going to have some ELA for the younger grades. We'll have Go Free, and then we're going to have specific subjects, history, etc., that people are interested in. So if anyone has an interest in something that you would want to share, say like if you were actually teaching or homeschooling your kids, if you're interested in that, this is going to be a project where we can just continue to add on. It's going to be very modular, so it's not going to be constrained because we're not working within the auspices of a school district or whatever. We can do what we want. And as the website gets fleshed out, I can give more and more feedback to people. And then once it comes online, people can see, what's going on.
Absolutely brilliant. I am so excited. I salute you, brother. Promethean hails. And thank you for your service to White Wellbeing. How exciting. So one more time, please give people the 2 places that they can contact you on. So they just heard the wish list. Somebody out there maybe just heard their name called when you gave that wish list. Where can they reach you again?
Okay. So the email is schoolofthewest@protonmail.com. That's all one word. And on Twitter, the handle is Brant Danger.
Magnificent. Brother, I can't thank you enough for what so many children are going to benefit from this. So many of our babies are going to get inoculated to anti-whiteism. They'll never know the suffering, the pain of having to hate yourself because you hate your people because of it. This will go down in the history books, ladies and gentlemen, as the blackest child abuse that has ever been visited upon any people at any point in the entire history of the world. That I can promise you. And good people like Brand Danger are going to step in the hole of the access to these babies, preventing step into the gap, preventing these anti-whites from reaching them and poisoning them with their anti-whiteism. Thank you so much, brother. And let's have you call back at least by next Sunday to give any more feedback or anything else you want to talk about, as like I said.
Yes, sir. I'll take care of it.
All right. Salute you, brother. Have a good night.
All right. You too.
All right. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. That is absolutely fantastic. So let's see. Just so I think we had earlier in the night, I think it might have been Zero Talent, unless I'm not remembering. It's possible. I could be wrong. But I think earlier in the night, Zero Talent said he had tried financially gifting on Entropy. I checked Entropy over on the Discipline channel, and there's nothing there. And I checked the back of the dashboard here on Discipline, and there's nothing here either. So if whatever comment you made or with a financial gift did not go through, and we'll have to find out what might be the issue, because they're obviously able to take, maybe it's an issue with your bank. Oops, looks like that's, I just lost Spencer's Thoughts was trying to call him. Let's see what he wants really quickly, and then we'll sign out then. I got to remember to pull that mic up too.
Hello?
Yeah, did you have a thought on something that we were just discussing as we're signing off here, or because I received the call?
Yeah, I had a few thoughts. Me and a couple people in chat want to keep you for 8 hours, so I got to figure out enough to keep you around for the 8 hours. I just wanted to say a great take, honestly, on the whole going off about the whole TRS thing and all that, because it's really not that. It's better to be restrained in all this stuff and on all these various matters. Infighting isn't going to do us much. Infighting is not going to do us much good. To be honest, what the thought that I had is, this whole thing reminds me of that old argument people used to use where they would say, "Oh, the Democrats are the real racists." Like,
Yes.
that's not going to win. That's not going to win.
Oh my God, Spencer's thoughts. That is brilliant.
Like,
That is
not
brilliant.
gonna win.
This is, listen, Spencer's thoughts. This is the white positive spheres version, or if it is happening over at Radix, it's the Radix version of the Democrats are the real racists, which is a conservative talking point, which Richard has spoke out against and mocked and ridiculed for many, many years. You're absolutely right. It's the Democrats are the real racists. Wow.
Exactly. So yeah, in that regard, you can go at him with that one if you want. The other thing I wanted to suggest quickly, I forgot to mention this on my earlier call. I was hoping that maybe at some point, this might not be in the near future, it might be in the distant future. Maybe we can set up like something that's behind a paywall, some kind of stream wherein we don't have to deal with the Susans and the lazy Susans and so on and so forth, where we can go off on all the topics properly. Because I find a lot of the appeal these people have is from the fact that they're not allowed on YouTube, or at least half of their content's not allowed on YouTube. So they stream their basic stuff on YouTube, but in reality, then they go behind their paywalls and they stream a lot more open out there, and hey, I'm going to tell it straight up like it is, no disclaimers, no requirements, and they win a lot of people over that way. I find our people are very attracted to honesty and forthrightness in that regard, but in the environment we're in now, it's kind of difficult to do that. So I don't know what your thoughts were on that, if you had plans, if you could elaborate on those or anything like that.
Well, the way we speak here on YouTube is not greatly different than I speak when I'm not on YouTube. I mean, when I'm not on YouTube, I'm able to, give an assessment of a news story, which we never got to our news stories, for God's sake. I'm not doing it. I got to get back to work. I would love to be able to stay to do another 8, but I've got to get back to work for our people. But I would be able to speak frankly on the news stories and just say that they're happening without having to say that maybe they're not happening. But I don't know what happens on these other people's streams that take place off of YouTube, but you're not going to suddenly hear from me like a bunch of things that would be incongruous with going free. So I'm not, we're not going to suddenly start talking about other races of people. We're not going to suddenly start talking about, nothing like that would change. I have given so many speeches and spoken at so many meetings. I've been recorded in different places speaking. Never once have I gone any of these deleterious directions. Fortunately, I had older people trying to sway me over the years. You got talent, kid. You just got to say, X, Y, Z. And, I would investigate these things and I would have these conversations. But then ultimately, after some experimentation, I would realize, no, that's actually, in thinking about it, no, that's actually not going to work for us. So, but still, the point you're making, though, is relevant, because I don't know about making it behind a paywall, but maybe off YouTube for another part of a stream where we would be able to say that, hey, a crime actually did take place. It's not up for question. This is what the actors in this scenario of the crime or event, this is what they were obviously thinking, without having to say that maybe they weren't thinking that. So all of these disclaimers that I have to give here on YouTube, so that the folks on YouTube know that I'm not making any assertion about any of these things that they can then say, oh, that's not the truth. We could do that, something to think about for the future. So I really appreciate that suggestion. And I see what you're saying, that there are folks that are thinking, well, if it's going to be off YouTube, then maybe they're going to get the real deal then. So yes, maybe we'll do something like that. But I now wonder, you make me wonder, brother, are we going to be hearing some audio or seeing some video from one of these, maybe a screen capture from one of these off of YouTube streams, where some of these personalities are saying things that perfectly fit the bad guy the antagonist in the anti-white narrative? I mean, do they get off of YouTube and then suddenly lose their minds? They feel like they have to be extra edgy because they've gotten out of the the sandbox, and so now they're going to say something that they know would really grossly offend somebody, the average person out there. I hope not. I hope they're not.
Most people don't actually do that.
Okay.
A good example, if you want to talk to somebody about how to do this, Poseidon does a really good job. He does some YouTube streams, and he does some D-Live streams. On his D-Live streams, he's a little bit more what the kids call edgy, or what I would just call unfiltered, unrestrained, because over there you don't have to be restrained. You can say whatever you want to say. And yeah, I understand the message to be the same. I'm not expecting you to come out with a Merchant Minute segment or something silly like that. I'm more interested in getting it without all the disclaimers and so on. And I feel that would kind of help a lot of people, and it would undermine the arguments of these TRS crew and the Mick Spencer group against you, where it's like, oh, well, he just does this. He's lukewarm. He does his disclaimer. It's like, no, he does this to keep his channel safe. And there's a reason he still has a channel and you don't. Get what I mean?
Yeah, precisely. That's a great suggestion. And we'll definitely think on that. I appreciate you calling back in, brother. And let's have you back either midweek if we do a stream, or on next Sunday. Okay.
Awesome. Sounds great. If I do decide to start up a channel, would you be up for going on a stream with me, like a Canadian version of Go Free or something like that? Out there.
Wild horses couldn't keep me away, brother.
Oh, that sounds perfect, man. Thank you again. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk to you. Shout out to everyone in chat. I did my part to keep me here for 8 hours. Somebody else has got to call in now. I'll see you guys later.
Bye, brother. All right. We do have a couple final things to do, so I won't be going quite just yet, but I do want to get everybody's raucous emojis out again. Reach down deep into your pockets, find those raucous emojis, and break them out for the great Roy Danton, who is doing double duty, modding and Sleepless on planet Earth. Mr. Danton, $50. He just financially gifted over here on Entropy. So much looking forward to the Prometheus Rising release party next week, and eventually calling in again. Also, have some ideas where to take a photo of the book. Just need to be a bit careful to not dox myself. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for writing, and thank you so much for being excited about. In fact, you know what? I just to leave the stream tonight. Maybe we will play to get people ramped up. We will play the Imminent Rain. I probably won't come back at the end of it. I'll probably just end the stream. But we'll play the Imminent Rain. I think it's like, what is it called? Brother, 5 guitars and drums, Prometheus Rising or something like this. It's a fantastic. He rocks. That guy just rocks. To get excited again about the upcoming official launch of Prometheus Rising. Remember, you now have more days to get your book and to get your picture. And Roy is making a great point here. And it's worth making many times. Don't somehow reveal who you are or where, don't. And I'm looking out for that as well. I mean, if somebody sent me a photograph where they're holding the book up and they got a picture and there's like a bill lying on their desk with their name and address on it, I wouldn't use that one. I would say, maybe you want to take that photo again. And don't you dare try, the perverts out there, to get a photo where we can somehow see in some double or triple reflection of mirrors, you standing with your back to us and you don't have any clothes on. I will notice that and it won't make it through. I know about those kind of jokes from other scenarios, but nonetheless, we'll try to show all of the pictures except for those. Although, you know what, maybe if you did something like that, I would have to find a way to ridicule you a bit in that photo somehow. Maybe put a few more pounds on you or something of that nature. Anyhow, Roy, a great point. Yeah, don't have your name anywhere. Don't have your, something that is so unique to where you are that it would give away your exact location. Please be careful. We need you to keep serving White Wellbeing, just like we need all of these people. We hope that these dogs of infighting will be called off. And so the anti-whites who are behind those accounts, or the ADIQ people who are behind these content accounts on Twitter and elsewhere, that they will have no basis to continue with these baseless attacks They won't be able to point to Keith or Richard and when it comes to this comedy stuff, I couldn't even hope to do these comedic takes that they do over TRS. Sven, they're hilarious. I'm totally outclassed, and we had some saying they didn't say anything like this. They've got nothing to do with it. So I salute the work that they're doing in service to white well-being. As long as it is in keeping with my morality, I will always support them. We have Angharad Celtic writing here, if you go till morning, I can drive a bunch of veggies to you. I'm all the way right outside of DC. It might be a heck of a drive. Marsha writing, hail, no white guilt. Have a great day tomorrow. ML, much love. Much love in return. Everybody have a great day tomorrow in the U.S., of course, Memorial Day. Commander Rockwell says, 100 years, in 100 years, there will be a statue of Jason 100 feet high. That's very kind of you. I don't even know. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much for that kind compliment. I'll just leave it there. Roy saying awesome to something. Eminent Rain says, Jason needs to eat. Look at him. Am I practically emaciated? Am I withering away? Underhill saying, it's morning. Well, we made it. Syntheside is here. Cheers to you, brother. And what did we have? I saw another comment that slipped on by. I thank you all for the raucous emojis for our dear brother. Angharad Celtic says, I just DM'd the Cultured Thug video clip. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I've heard that name before, but no idea who that is. And never seen any of his work. Is he in the white positive sphere at all or outside of it? So big thank you to everyone for showing up tonight. And didn't we have somebody who was going to also send a question on Twitter, maybe by way of a DM? Let me refresh that and I will see. Hey, Keith Woods sent me a direct message an hour ago. Actually. Oh, wow. It's a long message. I'm checking out. I would read this. Maybe we'll read this message on, I don't know if Keith is still here, but if you are watching, brother, I will read your message as soon as I wrap up here and I get something to eat and get back to work. I'll read your message. And then I will, if I do another stream on Wednesday, maybe I'll, if you want me to read this to the community, I will read it to them at that point. And if not Wednesday, then maybe on Sunday. So we could get some direct clarification from Keith Woods himself on what his position is. So I thank you for sending that. And if anybody knows Keith and they can message him, he's probably been asleep now. I probably sent this message right before going to sleep. So let him know that at the end of our stream, we received his DM, but thank you nonetheless. And then who I don't see. Okay, there's Alexander. Okay, might have some good information there. Okay, I got a shared tweet. Okay, so these were follow-ups with information. Okay, that's what it was. Great. Thank you all very much. I'll have a look at all of that and I'll get back to you. And a big thank you right now to everyone who did follow up with some citations for some of the claims they made. I really deeply appreciate that. As you could all see, there was quite a bit of contradictory information. Raymond says, come on, Jason, it's not much longer for 8 hours. Yeah, let's take some very long music breaks, Roy Dan. It wouldn't be very fair or wouldn't be very legitimate if we just listened to a bunch of music for the rest of the 8 hours. But we will do we'll do a great Imminent Rain on our way out to celebrate the upcoming official release of Prometheus Rising. Ladies and gentlemen, you have time to get your copy if you act now. And in the description, you'll see the link for Amazon, and you can get yourself a copy, get a picture with it, and direct message it or email it to me, and we will do our level best to have it up during the celebration on Saturday, which is going to be absolutely magnificent. We are partying another victory because that is what we have here in service to white well-being. Victory after victory. Angharad Celtic wanting to get in a final blow. says he backs up Woods. Oh, this is the thug guy. Backs up Woods' Marxism, Islam promotion. All right. Well, I'll take a look at that thug guy. I'm guessing he's a bit thuggish. I had to make the old man joke there. No, Sakis, I think, had told us that TRS has nothing to do with any of these claims. Is a behind their paywall, I guess. So TRS has nothing to do with it, with any of these claims. But they're funny as hell. The songs they make, and if they invite me back, I will happily go. I had so many of their fans write me and say, "Please come back on the show." After I appeared with them, and I'll go back if they'll have me back. It was a good time. Eminent Rain says, "Jason is the man." Thank you, brother. William Runner says, "I'll call next time." Please do. Raymond has supplied the link to the book. Thank you so much. Prometheus Rising. And we've had a fantastic night, ladies and gentlemen. Just making sure nothing was left out that I was thinking of earlier, maybe mentioning, and I just want to make sure I got it. So I think we did cover all of the bases. Beautiful. So let's jump over to, so Seaver, I'm going to play this song, and then I will get with you, good sir. We will talk about maybe working on the sound. Spencer's Thought says, the chat is telling me I may have been wrong about TRS coming after you. If I was wrong, I retract and apologize to them. Yes, we will. It does seem like potentially that TRS has not made any of these arguments about the communism, Islam, using anti-white slurs. But I could see them doing a comic routine about it. Insightful, comedic, and maybe we'll try to have them on tap if they would come. I know they're very busy. But again, if they invite me back, I'll appear on their show. I had a good time. So let's see if we can find, we have so many pieces up. We'll see if we can find the song that I want, and we will screen share it. Let's see. I think it is, well, where did it potentially go? I don't think that's it. Let me share. No, let me cancel that. And let's get you all the proper, I think this is it here. We want to make sure we go out on a bang, getting really excited. And if you haven't seen it, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, Prometheus Rising, here it is right here. And people who are apparently, now I've had a couple different people now tell me that that young people who see this book, just see the artwork by the absolutely amazing wizard Groundhog Fury, that they immediately gravitate to it. So as you can see, the people with great talents have come together to help make this happen, to help make this something for our people that makes a difference. So it's working. Let's make sure that we spread it to as many people as we possibly can. And now I think we will have the piece. I think it's here. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go out with some great tunes from one of our heroes, Imminent Rain, making an entire album dedicated to Prometheus Rising. What a glorious thing to do. And it's been a stellar night once again with you all going free. Again, I'll say my hope is to all of these folks that if they have gone wrong accidentally or caused this to happen accidentally, that they will come out fervently, disavow these people, retract the statements that were misunderstood, and then move forward so that we can all move forward together against this, move forward united against the anti-whites united front. I love every single one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go free.